Kim Jun sprints down the sterile facility hallway with his lungs burning, while behind him, Dr. Hee-won desperately wrestles a handgun away from an attacker just long enough to scream for the younger man to run. Jun doesn't look back, forcing himself forward as he chokes on his own frantic apologies. The inevitable gunshot drops his mentor to the floor, leaving the old researcher to bleed out with a final breathless warning about a missing chip while Jun's guilt dissolves into raw screams. The raid hits fast, catching the gunmen completely off guard as SWAT clears the stairwells. And the second the breach order drops, they smashes through the exterior glass. The hostiles inside barely have time to react, blindly returning fire, but the entry team drops them where they stand. The aftermath hits the airwaves almost immediately, announcing a full-scale terrorist attack inside the Agency for Defense Development. While SWAT teams secure the upper levels and neutralize the primary terrorist squad, Director Kim Jun is deep inside the server room, clutching the targeted data chip like a lifeline. A rogue researcher stalks into the room with a drawn handgun, calling out for the director by name and demanding the hardware. Furious that the old man's stubbornness is the only thing standing between him and a clean escape, Kim Jun draws his absolute bottom line. The data he's holding is worth infinitely more than his own survival. But the standoff is rapidly running out of time, and with his former colleague closing in, Jun forces the hardware down his own throat. Ho-jung watches his massive payout disappear into the older man's stomach, freezing on the sheer recklessness of the move before he completely snaps, screaming curses as he empties his sidearm into Joan. Bullets won't bring the chip back, so the traitor throws himself onto the bleeding body, violently shaking him while demanding to know why he couldn't have just played along. Bleeding out on the floor, Kim Jun looks up at the traitor who put him there and delivers his final verdict. Lee Ho-jung was the one who was supposed to die today. Ho-jung barely has a second to process the insult before SWAT breaches the room with the final warning, quickly followed by a volley of gunfire that drops the traitor instantly. The immediate threat is neutralized, but Jun's own time has run out. He accepts it, anchoring himself to one final comforting truth before his mind fades. The chip is safe. The aftermath quickly sweeps the nation. A news broadcast reveals exactly how far the director went to protect the country's military advancements. The critical data chip was found during his autopsy, hidden securely in his stomach to keep it out of enemy hands. The government posthumously awards him its highest honor for the sacrifice. But as the anchor reads his eulogy to the public, somewhere in the dark, Jun's consciousness suddenly gasps for air. Kim Jun's consciousness drifts in the dark, trying to piece together the logic of his own thoughts. If he can wonder whether he's dead, he must be alive. A blurred figure leans over him, and he figures this is just the classic life flashing before your eyes montage. That illusion shatters the second the bar hostess tries to smack him awake. He jolts upright, screaming as the very real, very physical agony of a head wound registers. The woman desperately asks if he's coming to his senses, but her face means nothing to him. He has absolutely no memory of this life. She writes off his blank stare as a symptom of the trauma, giving him a moment to process the upscale lounge. He weighs the possibility that his brain is generating a detailed hallucination of a forgotten blackout, right up until the hostess turns her fury on the two men standing nearby, tearing into them for using a bottle as a weapon. The patrons immediately go on the defensive, gesturing to their own bleeding injuries and insisting Kim Jun through the first punch. Kim Jun's consciousness is still reeling, trying to anchor to this new body while the bar hostess checks on him. Across the room, the man he apparently just laid out is playing up a head wound, making a massive spectacle out of a few glass shards just to keep the hostess panicked. She begs them to drop the issue, but the bleeding men posture for the room, making sure everyone knows they were the victims here. It's an obvious shakedown, and it works, ending with a thick envelope of cash. The hostility vanishes the second the money lands, replaced by deep bows and a bizarrely polite farewell. With the hustle concluded, the hostess grabs Kim Jun's arm, desperate to get him to a hospital before whatever happened to his head catches up with him. The confusion finally breaks through the haze, leaving Jun to ask the one question he's been dreading, who she actually is. Overwhelmed by the guilt of putting him in this state, Secretary Yang nearly hyperventilates. Before she can explain, an aggressive voice barks over the phone to demand she come downstairs. None of this is adding up for Jun, especially the part where she keeps calling him a director when he's never held a title like that in his life. A massive man steps into the room, calmly offering to escort him. This sends Jun into another spike of panic over who this giant could possibly be, though he doesn't get a choice in the matter, as the bodyguard effortlessly scoops him up. Dragged through the snow by a bodyguard and a secretary, Kim Jun assumes the worst. He's bleeding out, heading for the hospital, and wondering if this disorienting blur is just his life flashing before his eyes. The vintage Mercedes parked at the curb pulls his attention, stirring up a heavy sense of nostalgia as they approach the door. But that nostalgia shatters the second logic kicks in. He couldn't afford a ride like this on his best day, let alone drive one. He tries to correct his handlers, stammering that they've got the wrong vehicle, right before the words die in his throat. The tinted glass isn't reflecting the worn, stocky man he knows himself to be. A young, sharp-featured director stares back from the window. The secretary mentions something about a kind-hearted owner lending the ride, but the explanation fades to static. Kim Jun is trapped looking at a stranger's face, and the terrifying part is that it moves when he does. The reflection in the dark glass confirms the impossible. He's wearing Jin Hyun Sung's face, which makes zero sense considering his friend reportedly bled out in a random bar fight, while he was stuck thousands of miles away. He demands the current date from the secretary, and her casual confirmation of January 5th locks him into a nightmare. It's his own birthday and the exact day Hyun-sun died. Numb to her questions, he watches the theater district roll past the window, trying to anchor himself in a timeline that shouldn't exist as the car finally pulls under the glowing sign of Hotel 012. He takes in the neon streetlights blurring past the glass, trying to anchor himself. The timeline finally clicks into place. It's 1998. But the reflection staring back from the window changes everything. Kim Jun isn't just thrown back into the past. He's riding inside the physical form of his closest friend, a man who had been destined to die young. He sits quietly as the snow falls outside, letting the impossible reality of his second life settle. Secretary Yang still pushes for an overnight observation, but he shuts it down, desperate to get home and find a quiet place to organize his chaotic thoughts. Before he can force his discharge, a furious shout echoes from the hallway, and the heavy footsteps tell him exactly who is coming. Chairman Jin Hyun-pil of the Jaewoo Group steps into the room, the imposing father of the body he's currently occupying. The older man looks down at him, clicking his tongue in disgust at the mess his son has made. Kim Jun snaps awake, finding Chairman Jin standing over a deeply bowing Secretary Yang and demanding a straight answer. The chairman cuts off her medical update, making it clear he only cares about how this mess started. Terrified, she scrambles to assure him that the other party has been pacified. The door slams shut behind him. Yang turns back to the bed with a gentle word of comfort, but the assistant manager just sits up in total confusion, thrown by the fact that he actually survived the interaction without the usual screaming fit. The hostility makes sense now. June finally understands why Hyun-sung spent his life pushing the Jin family away. Remembering the dead man's bitter silence on the subject, he waves off the secretary and demands to be taken home. But he bypasses the main floor entirely, desperate for a few minutes to think. Finally alone in the bedroom, he sheds his shirt to clear his head, and the mirror forces him to face the reality of the situation. This is Hyun-sung's face. The calendar has rolled all the way back to 1998, the exact year this body was originally supposed to die. He tries to calculate where his original younger self would be in this timeline, until a dark mark on his arm derails the thought. It isn't a bruise or a standard tattoo. It's the stark, undeniable schematic of a microchip. A holographic projection suddenly snaps into existence in the middle of the room, throwing him off balance until he actually studies the glowing input fields. He recognizes the architecture as Ho-jung's quantum encryption interface, and if this specific tech followed him here, it opens a massive possibility. He gambles on his old credentials, reciting his former ID and password as research director Kim Jun. The system accepts the code, confirming exactly what he hoped. He is looking at the complete repository of advanced weapon blueprints developed by his old agency up to the year 2024. He just secured an entire technological arsenal. He realizes just how massive this advantage really is. In his previous timeline, the country's tech sector was choked out by foreign patents and targeted export restrictions. But right now, it's 1998, and those legal lockouts haven't even been filed yet. Add in his knowledge of future weapons technology, plus his new status as the heir to a defense empire, and a global monopoly is right there for the taking. But right as he declares the world his own, a sharp spike of agony cuts the celebration short. He collapses, convinced whatever higher power brought him here is already punishing him for getting too greedy too fast. It isn't divine punishment at all. It's the original host's memories finally breaking through and flooding his mind. The brutal memory transfer leaves Kim Jun sprawled on the floor all night. Fragments of a stranger's life settle into his brain, including a cheerful introduction from his new secretary, Kim Jia. When he finally comes to, morning has already arrived, and he pushes himself up to assess the damage. The reality is bleak. He didn't just resurrect, he was shoved into a hijacked body. Sifting through the host's mind, he realizes Jin Hyun-sung wasn't just a spoiled heir, he was an illegitimate son. carrying enough baggage to explain his constant turmoil. But trauma doesn't erase the fact that the kid was a massive liability who fell completely out of favor and caught a brutal demotion. Kim Jun takes stock of his current empire. He's an assistant manager at a dead-end CCTV subsidiary. Forget world domination. Right now, he's just trying not to get fired. Sitting in his apartment, Kim Jun decides the only way forward is to smooth over yesterday's mess in person, reaching for his phone to see if Secretary Kim can set up a meeting. The memory of her tearful expression catches him off guard. It finally clicks that she wasn't just putting on a show. She had been genuinely worried about him. That, and she had looked absolutely incredible while doing it. Down at Jaewoo Group headquarters, the receptionists immediately go on the defensive, scrambling to block his path with rehearsed excuses about the chairman's packed schedule. June brushes their panic aside, perfectly aware that the book schedule is just a polite way of telling him to leave. But he also knows backing down now will only make the rift harder to close. To test his new leverage, he politely asks to wait inside the office, effortlessly flustering the staff before walking away fully aware of the pretty privilege he's abusing. He admits his old face would never have cleared the front desk, but remembering the terrified businessman he just cornered, he knows exactly how this family operates. A cracked skull doesn't matter to them as long as the press stays blind. Blackmail won't make him a proper heir, but the chairman's desk offers a better angle, a firepower test report for 10 crowns that instantly triggers his memory of this exact development cycle. Kim Jun reviews the project specs with a scoff, dismissing the futile attempt to outdo American depleted uranium rounds with tungsten. He knows exactly how this timeline plays out, recalling that it took Korea over 3 decades to engineer penetrator materials capable of handling that kind of extreme pressure. The math suddenly clicks. He mentally maps out the digital architecture he already possesses, realizing the historical development timeline is irrelevant when the ultimate cheat sheet is sitting right here on the ADD data chip. With exactly 1 hour before Chairman Jin walks through the door, he dives into the terminal to seize 30 years of military R&D. A classified document detailing the specs of armor-piercing depleted uranium rounds finishes its run, spitting out of an office printer. The assistant manager collects the file, trying to play it cool as he casually waves off his secretary's apology for her informal tone. That easy confidence vanishes the second the door opens, and Chairman Jin Hyun-pil steps inside. The older man stops, taking in the sudden tension in the room, while the assistant manager immediately starts sweating and stammering out a panicked greeting. The chairman glares, sharply warning the idiot to drop the heavy formalities and just act normal. Ordered into the inner office, the nervous subordinate can only meekly comply. Sitting across the heavy desk, June takes the hot seat as the chairman coldly demands he skip the pleasantries. The older man refuses to even make eye contact, exhausted from a lifetime of his son's struggle. And June feels the bitter weight of the history he just inherited. Excuses are useless here, because all expectations are completely dead. The sudden display of respect actually throws the chairman off, but when June quietly confirms he knows exactly what he did wrong, the older man's temper snaps. He goes off screaming about the sheer absurdity of his son getting into club brawls over women while the entire country is bleeding through the IMF crisis. He flatly rejects the apology, dropping the final verdict. The kid have officially burned his last chance. The chairman drops the hammer, stripping June's company from the group affiliates and barring him from using the family name. It's a total excommunication. The chairman takes it with a scoff, already dismissing the idea of new Sabbath rounds, since the existing reports declare further improvements impossible, right up until he actually reads the first page. A promised 20% increase in penetration power shatters the old man's composure instantly, allowing June to drop his timeline. Give him the chance, and he'll have it ready in 3 months. He cuts the quiet, pressing the son on whether he actually understands the strategic weight of a tungsten penetrator that outperforms depleted uranium. June certainly does. It renders modern tank armor completely obsolete while slashing production costs. But the old man refuses to buy this sudden leap in genius. When June tries to lean on his engineering doctorate to justify the breakthrough, the chairman shuts him down. He demands to know if his son thinks he's an idiot. Alloy technology this advanced belongs exclusively to nations like Germany, leaving only one logical conclusion. The boy spent his recent overseas business trips stealing it. He throws the accusation right back at the chairman, deeply offended that his own father thinks he's running a scam with stolen German technology, but the older man just presses him for a straight answer. If the design isn't stolen, why not just deny it? He counters the logic, pointing out the sheer absurdity of anyone believing he has the skills to pull off state-level corporate espionage. The chairman immediately backs down with a stiff apology, a fast surrender that somehow manages to irritate him even more. Ready to end the debate, he lays down a confident challenge. telling his father to send the schematics to the Meletus Research Institute for authentication, a bluff the chairman doesn't hesitate to call as he pages his secretary to fax the documents over. But then the old man drops a specific instruction that brings the room to a dead halt, ordering the staff to have Director Myung-sung handle the verification personally. He slams both hands onto the desk. That name shouldn't be here. The professional mask he's worn all morning shatters completely as he demands to know why Myung-sung is working at Meletus. The chairman's voice through the speaker suddenly stops making sense, throwing out a casual reminder about a move made 3 years ago that brings the entire conversation to a halt. He names Professor Myung-sung, the academic mentor who taught both of them back at KAIST. In the timeline our protagonist remembers, the old man dedicated his entire life to university research, right up until his death, never once stepping into a corporate director role. That massive discrepancy hits so hard it triggers a physical backlash, dragging a fresh wave of the original Jin Hyun-sung's memories to the surface. He has to just brace himself and ride out the sudden cognitive strain, letting the new timeline overwrite his own. The puzzle pieces finally snap together. The original owner of this body deliberately recruited their old professor to build his foundation, actively pulling the man away from his fate. The chairman listens intently as the expert reviews the document, and Hyun-sung waits in silence while his father absorbs the verdict. The design approach is completely unprecedented and quickly cuts the line. He forces a cough to wrestle his composure back into place, asking flat out what the boy wants for it. Hyun-sung plays the innocent son, but the chairman assumes nobody hands over a weapon proposal of this magnitude without an endgame, guessing this is leverage to return to Meletus. Hyun-sung realizes the old man is giving him way too much credit. He hasn't actually thought that far ahead. Chairman Jin lays out his final offer of purchasing team leader, noting it's already a generous stretch given his son's track record. But Hyun-sung demands control of the development division instead. The demand catches the old man off guard. He studies the boy, looking for the usual bluff, and points out that purchasing is the obvious choice for someone just looking to pocket corporate funds. Hyun-sung flips the leverage immediately, making it clear that if cash was his only goal, he would have taken this design straight to their biggest rival. The mention of LIC next win lands like a physical blow. The chairman finally realizes the truth. The person sitting across from his desk is completely unrecognizable from the son he used to know. The chairman shuts down the immediate request, sending Kim Jun out to wait for the executive's final verdict on what was always a long shot bid for the development team leader spot. As he turns to leave, the door clicks open and executive director Jin Hyun-cheo strides in, casually admitting he eavesdropped on the entire conversation. Kim Jun forces a polite greeting for his older half-brother, but the man views the legitimate heir as a direct threat and immediately proves his hostility with a heavy slap to Kim Jun's shoulder, mocking the company's sudden need for talent. Looking down with the smug certainty that he can win the upcoming corporate clash, Hyun-chul takes over the room, leaving Kim Jun to deliver a polite bow and make his exit. Hyun-sung sizes up his brother, letting the quiet threat hang in the room until a genuine smile finally breaks through the tension. This isn't just a family dispute anymore. It's a corporate war, and he's actually looking forward to the fight. But dismantling a massive conglomerate takes more than just confidence. Back at the office, his assistant drops the final stack of files, pointing out Jae-woo's recent climb in the national business rankings. He immediately corrects the illusion, explaining that the company didn't actually grow. The ongoing economic crisis just wiped out their competitors. He waves her off for the evening. Digesting an entire empire's financial history is a brutal solo grind. But when he looks up, he notices she hasn't moved. She flat out refuses to leave her boss in the trenches, aggressively offering to pull the late shift right alongside him. Settling into the workload, Kim Jun delegates the initial sweep to his colleague, having her filter out the construction and distribution noise to focus strictly on the defense affiliates. She pulls the first major target, Jae-woo Daeon, the heavy armor division that Chairman Jin uses as his personal control tower. Next is Cosmos Euro, an aerospace powerhouse whose deep involvement in next-generation fighter jets and the National Space Program is enough to get Jun's blood pumping. The real prize comes last. His colleague slides over the final dossier for Jae-woo Meletus, and the entire shape of the board snaps into focus. This is the keystone. If he can secure Meletus, the other two defense giants will naturally fall into his lap. When his colleague brings over the latest financials, astounded by the sheer scale of the subsidiary's revenue, Jun lays out the basic economics, detailing how raw material monopolies guarantee massive profit margins over finished products. She catches on quickly, playfully guessing that his demand to take over this specific branch wasn't just a convenient cover to hide easy corporate appointments. He ignores the jab entirely, his focus locking onto a glaring inconsistency in the ledger. The research and development budget is a complete mess. Before he can trace the missing funds, his desk phone buzzes, prompting his coworker to frantically wave him down and urge him to actually answer his own secretary. A colleague bursts into the room, practically vibrating as she delivers the news. Starting tomorrow, June is reporting directly to the Militis development team as their new leader. He knows it's a dangerous move, the kind of volatile assignment that ruins careers, but the elevation is just too good to ignore. The board's real chess match is finally starting. A white sedan cuts down a winter highway, giving Jin Hyun-soon quiet time to run the math on his takeover. It's been a full month since he assumed control of the development team, and with the new armor-piercing shell already on track, hitting mass production will finally lock in Chairman Jin's trust. But baseline trust won't be enough to secure his grip on all future weapon programs. To cement his authority, he needs a definitive breakthrough completely out of this era, something like a smart shell. The driver catches the slip from the back seat, but Hyun-sung waves it off, his mind already weighing the geopolitical math. A smart shell in this era wouldn't just be an upgrade, it would permanently check the military ambitions of every neighboring country. The drive continues until he calls out the driver for checking the rearview mirror. Assistant Yang apologizes, noting that his boss looked lost in thought. Hyun-sung appreciates the sharp eye, remembering the man's history as a former national-level judo athlete, built to fight but perceptive enough to read the room. It's a connection that only exists because the original Hyun-sung once paid the surgery costs for Yang's mother in a hospital hallway, securing the man's lifelong service. Leaning forward, he tests the weight of that loyalty, asking out loud if Yang regrets the choice. From the backseat, Jin brings up the cost of his driver's abandoned judo career. But Yang shuts down the guilt. His mother is alive because of Jin and refuses to clean out his boss offers, promising an unlawful dismissal lawsuit if he's fired before his severance package clears. The deadpan loyalty keeps the ride light all the way to the front doors of the Miletus Integrated Research Center, where Jin strides into the glass lobby, immediately calling out to the professor who mentored his previous life. Seeing his old mentor for the first time since waking up in this new body, Hyun-sung gently presses the older man about his heavy drinking, only for the professor to laugh the warning away and blame his daily habit on losing his favorite drinking buddy. When Hyun-sung insists he needs to take his health seriously, the true reason he has been dreading this reunion comes rushing to the surface. He already knows the timeline. In exactly 10 years, that alcohol is going to kill the man who taught him, liver cirrhosis. The death sentence sits entirely in Hyun-sung's head, completely lost on the professor who just shrugs off the nagging. Hyun-sung is still wrapping his head around the unlikely family tree, marveling that his polished assistant and the gruff professor are actually first cousins, though he's clearly just enjoying the easy banter with his old student. Reading the relaxed mood, Hyun-sung pivots straight to the armor-piercing shells, and the professor boasts that the Miletus facility's unmatched processing tech guarantees a smooth run. Trial production is slated for next month, but Myung admits there is one lingering technical anomaly. Even with the old and new shells weighing exactly the same, the new rounds keep losing muzzle pressure when fired. Hyun-sung lays out the exact technical cause, the new shell altering the barrel's instantaneous pressure, an answer he only knows because he wrestled with the same issue in his previous life. The clarity of the insight leaves the professor completely stunned. He grabs his head, cursing himself for missing it and for needing a pupil to point it out, while Hyun-sung breathes a quiet sigh of relief that his advanced knowledge didn't raise any real suspicion. The old man chuckles, noting that his former student still seems far better suited to the lab than the boardroom. Hyun-sung tries to laugh off the praise, but the conversation takes a sudden turn when the professor casually wonders if he had actually given that same advice to June instead. The name hits him from nowhere. Hearing his past identity spoken aloud freezes him in place. Oblivious to the shock he just caused, the old mentor asks why June hasn't been in touch recently, wondering if Hyun-sung has heard anything. Looking out at the falling snow, Hyun-sung forces out a quiet denial, forced to swallow the heavy truth that the man the professor is looking for is standing right beside him. Jin Hyun-soon leans over the balcony railing, the cold winter air doing nothing to settle his nerves as he waits for an update that refuses to come. Instead of news, the silence pulls his mind backward into the memory of his past life, back when he was Kim Jun, standing with his team at the dawn of a massive project launch. The recollection anchors itself outside the old Miletus headquarters, where a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts. His former colleague approaches with an energy so bright it practically illuminates the office. He playfully shields his eyes from her blinding mood, immediately calling her bluff to ask what the good news is. She concedes that he's always been too sharp to fool, finally bringing her hands around to reveal the real reason she's smiling, the data disk from their 20th test firing. Hyun-sung keeps up appearances for the 20th test firing, though internally he's completely detached. Having lived through the weapon's final form in his past life, these early tests hold zero thrill. But when his colleague mentions the target is K-1 tank armor, the Abrams sibling, the stakes suddenly crystallize. If this prototype pierces that plating, it means every existing tank on Earth is officially obsolete. The test fires, a projectile striking the armor with such blistering speed that his colleague can barely process the impact, stammering to ask if they actually just succeeded. Kim Jun gives his life's work its official title, the Grim Reaper. The weapon is a complete success, a force capable of tearing through heavy armor with ease. In the research office, he immediately pivots to the next logistical hurdle, anticipating a rapid push for mass production. A sudden phone call interrupts his planning, and his secretary beams at the voice on the other end. The chairman is summoning him directly. June sags against his desk, dreading another grueling strategy session, when all he actually needs is a minute to breathe. His secretary steps in to straighten his tie and correct his assumption. The meeting isn't at headquarters, it's at the Ritz-Carlton. This isn't a briefing. It's a lunch invitation, a quiet confirmation that his status in the company has just permanently changed. The sudden proximity catches Kim Jun completely off guard, leaving him frozen as Jia closes the remaining gap between them. The private room at Manhwa is supposed to be neutral ground. A waiter bows and ushers the team inside, where Hyun-sung formally announces his arrival to his father. It takes him exactly 1 second to scan the space and register the group's top executives already seated around the table. This isn't a family lunch, it's an ambush. The chairman casually waves him forward, prompting Hyun-sung to test the waters with a direct question about whether there's a problem. His father brushes it off, claiming he just wanted to share a meal, leaving Jia and the assistant manager to sit rigidly on the side sofas and endure the room's suffocating tension. Over dinner, the chairman admits the latest report completely blew past his expectations, even joking about tracking down the thugs who beat his son and giving them an award for finally knocking some sense into him. Hyun-sung takes a slow sip, slightly thrown by the genuine affection radiating from the man who is, technically, his father. The research team has already received their bonuses, but the chairman opens the floor for a personal reward, an opening the young man immediately jumps on. Expecting a typical rich kid request, the old man takes a drink only for his son to calmly demand the licensing fees for the new armor-piercing rounds, a pivot that leaves the chairman completely dumbfounded. Hyun-sung just pushes his luck further, reminding his father that since the company profited off his personal developments, a generous cut of the royalties is only fair. When the chairman tries to play the family card and claim a free lunch cancels the debt, Hyun-sung threatens to walk out on the meal entirely, proving he's dead serious about getting his cut. The old man sighs, joking that his unused yacht will have to go on the market just to fund his son's shopping list. But Hyun-sung points out that flaunting a luxury vessel right now is terrible PR anyway, claiming the advice comes directly from his own extensive experience being publicly hated. The sheer audacity actually works, earning a quiet laugh from Secretary Jia as the chairman finally folds on the royalty terms, but the banter ends the moment the real reason for the lunch slides across the table. As he pulls the specs up to his face, listening to his father confirm that the military has been breathing down their necks for the new armor-piercing rounds. The news that the production meeting is happening today hits Hyun-sung like a jolt, though his father admits the aggressive timeline is just proof of the military's desperation. While the final numbers are supposed to stay locked down until the presidential briefing, the chairman has an inside track with the 7th Mobile Corps. Knowing that specific unit stands to gain the most, Hyun-sung pivots straight to the volume, prompting the older man to caution him against getting distracted by the top line. But when the chairman projects a conservative $4.5 billion in profit, Hyun-sung corrects him without missing a beat, adjusting the specialized margin to 30% for a $6 billion payout. It's a subtle flex, leaving his father genuinely taken aback by the young man's sharp grasp of material value. But the chairman senses the setup. He presses his son on what else he's holding back, giving Hyun-sung the perfect opening to drop his real payload. A frantic ringtone cuts him off. The chief secretary scrambles to apologize, giving the young man a moment to quietly enjoy the executive panic. That amusement vanishes the second the caller's name drops. The 7th Mobile Corps. The chairman snaps to attention, demanding the results of the military's internal review, as his secretary braces for the verdict, pressing the general for the final order count. The raw panic in his chief secretary's voice tells Chairman Jin Hyun-pil everything he needs to know, and while the aide tries to soften the blow, Jin demands the exact damage. The relayed apologies from the lieutenant general mean nothing against the brutal reality that this volume won't even cover the Jaewoo Group's development costs. Jin pushes up from the table, trying to find the logic in a sudden reversal from a military brass that had just been insisting on the contract, dropping the phone on the table to wait for an actual explanation. Hyun-sung presses his father for the military's official excuse, but the chairman dismisses the claimed economic crisis as a blatant lie. The real obstacle is a massive, unrelated defense project, slated for next year. While Jia listens quietly from the couch, the chairman lays out the military's calculus. If the brass overspends on their armor-piercing rounds now, they risk shrinking the budget for that future initiative. It's a matter of scale, with next year's project hitting 2 trillion won. The math clicks instantly for Hyun-sung. The old guard at the Joint Chiefs aren't just protecting the national budget, they're protecting their own pockets. A project 10 times larger means a payout 10 times sweeter. Realizing their current contract actively threatens next year's kickbacks, he asks the obvious question: how much was their company planning to offer the military to stay in the game? The chairman acknowledges his son's sharp instincts before dropping the actual number, 0. The suggestion actively offends him. He has never bought a military contract with a bribe, and he refuses to start now. The realization settles in: they lost the contract simply because they refused to pay bribes, and watching Chairman Jin stick to his principles forces a genuine shift in respect, offering a rare moment of paternal grace to remind him that business always has its casualties. He accepts the defeat and turns for the door. But Hyun-sung stops him. They haven't actually lost a thing yet. The chairman lays out the trap they're in. Operating at a severe deficit for a small military order they aren't allowed to refuse, prompting Hyun-sung to float a remarkably simple pivot: just sell the surplus to someone else. The chairman is completely derailed by the pitch, but Hyun-sung doesn't miss a beat, promising to take full responsibility for the sales as long as his father backs him on a single condition. Meanwhile, a military commander stands at his office window, trying to rub away a sudden headache. An older defense contractor walks up to the ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command, dreading the meeting ahead, and asks his son if the U.S. military will actually buy their armor-piercing shells. The younger man insists it's worth the risk. He reminds his father that the Americans have a specific program for allied acquisitions and desperately need their munitions right now. The old man points out they've never made a single sale to the U.S. before. The younger contractor targets his father's remaining pride, arguing their shells are an entirely different level than standard Korean tech. The younger contractor laughs off his father's sudden concern for the country over the company's bottom line. The old man brushes the teasing aside. It isn't blind patriotism to him, just a quiet, irrational loyalty to the place he was raised that settles in with age. That exact sentiment strikes a chord with Kim Jun's memories of his past life as a purely objective scientist. He had felt nothing for borders right up until that same irrational impulse made him bleed out for a colleague. Cutting through the nostalgia, the son steers the conversation back to business, assuring his father that the upcoming deal will force the Joint Chiefs to restore their order volume. The older man doesn't see how an export contract changes the domestic military's mind. His son refuses to show his hand just yet, asking only for complete authority to lock down the U.S. export and secure new armor-piercing rounds for Korea. Hyun-sung pushes for full control, asking if his father hasn't already laid all the necessary groundwork, and Chairman Jin caves, handing over the reins completely. His son's judgment is now the company's judgment. That new authority leads straight to a classified U.S. Department of Defense weapons testing program. Inside the ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command, General Hummer welcomes the chairman for the first time since the foundation ceremony, immediately sizing up the younger man to confirm this is the second son they discussed over the phone. Hyun-sung steps forward with a polished corporate introduction, but Hummer ignores the outstretched hand. He cuts the pleasantries off cold, turning his back to demand they get straight to business. Hyun-sung reads the room instantly, recognizing that this meeting was granted as a reluctant favor the general wants to rush through, but the young contractor completely ignores his father's panicked attempts to rein him in and flips the dynamic by pitching his visit as a rare opportunity for the military. The blunt audacity of the framing earns a heavy silence before the commander relents, allowing Hyun-sung to slide his documentation across the desk and name his actual price. A massive swing straight at the U.S. Department of Defense's acquisition pipeline, backed by a newly developed armor-piercing round. General Hummer shuts the pitch down before it even starts. The U.S. military already holds the global standard for armor-piercing shells, and he walks Jin through the brutal math of defense contracts to prove it. No buyer is swapping dirt-cheap uranium for a pricey new composite alloy. Instead of arguing, Jin accepts the lecture without a fight. He waits for the general to call the meeting over before asking to screen just one video. The general's patience evaporates, but Jin is already stepping toward the office television to force the issue. Hummer drops back into his chair, irritated by what he assumes is just desperate merchant persistence. That changes the second the footage rolls, revealing an oblique penetration test set at an angle Hummer knows his own top-tier arsenal would struggle to cracks. General Hummer watches the test feed with open skepticism, fully aware that the parameters are rigged to ensure only American-made shells can even make a dent. He expects this Korean prototype to leave a tiny scratch at best. He is already finalizing his rejection speech when a sudden blast rocks the audio feed. A massive, molten breach blows open on the target, and Hummer slams his hands onto the desk in shock. The footage shows the projectile tearing clean through multiple reinforced steel barricades without losing a fraction of its momentum. The general lurches out of his chair. He stares at the monitor, struggling to comprehend how a foreign company just broke the known limits of modern armor. He pitches his new product by claiming its penetration power beats the US military's current depleted uranium rounds by 20%. A jump that high would render every piece of modern armor obsolete, and General Hummer refuses to believe a basic tungsten shell can deliver that kind of damage. Jin doesn't back down, framing the weapon as an exclusive opportunity. The commander lets the silence stretch across the office, probing for the real motive behind bringing world-breaking tech to America first. Jin strips away the diplomacy, stating plainly that they are the buyers who need it most. He proceeds to lay out the military's classified secrets, the radioactive leakage of their current arsenal, and their stalled attempts to build a safer alternative, leaving the general cornered. General Hummer drops back in his chair, completely caught off guard, demanding to know how their highly classified armor-piercing shell project got leaked. Chairman Jin insists they took extreme precautions with every material import, but Hyun Sung dismisses the panic as standard intelligence gathering for a defense contractor. He points out the blind spot in their security. You simply cannot hide the movement of restricted weapons-grade metals on the international market. Hummer finally throws his hands up and concedes. They did attempt the project, but the sheer cost forced them to shut it down. That is exactly the opening Hyun Sung was waiting for, and he drops the real pitch. He will supply the new shells for the exact same price as standard uranium rounds. He explains how they engineered a new composite alloy to replace the expensive tungsten, casually mentioning the massive cost reduction, just as the shock hits Hummer. The general loses his military composure over the prospect of a cheaper weapon, and Hyun Sung reels him in for good, cementing the deal by reminding him this affordable rate is an exclusive offer for the US military alone. Inside the commander's office, General Hummer finalizes the paperwork, handing over a handwritten recommendation with strict instructions to put it at the very front of the stack. It's a golden ticket straight to the highest decision makers. Hyun Sung knows exactly what he's holding, an endorsement from one of the top 10 power figures in the US military. Hummer extends a hand, admitting he finally understands what Hyun Sung meant about offering the Americans an opportunity. They shake on it, sealing a partnership that shifts the entire board. Watching quietly from the back of the room, the chairman sees exactly the scale of what his son just pulled off. 10 days later, the city moves at its usual pace. But inside the development team office, a major connection finally lands. The voice on the line introduces himself as Lieutenant General Michael, former head of U.S. Army Weapons Acquisition. He gets straight to business, openly praising the exceptional design of the new armor-piercing round. Kim takes the compliment in stride, maintaining a flawless professional front as the general pivots to a few inevitable questions about the test report. And Lieutenant General Michael eagerly takes the deal. 10 days later, the results land. The general calls back screaming. His entire command shook, demanding to know how Kim created such a monster of a weapon. June leans back at his desk, thoroughly amused by the panic, and asks if the military is satisfied. The shock wears off fast as the general shifts into negotiation mode, demanding a hard number on annual production capacity. June throws out 100,000 rounds, a massive bluff he knows he can't actually hit, but setting the ceiling high gives him all the room he needs to dictate the final terms. The phone call leaves Chairman Jin Hyun Pil frozen, as General Hummer locks in a massive 5-year contract. The sheer scale of the American order hits him, 100,000 rounds a year, with official documents arriving tomorrow. Across the desk, Kim Jun breaks down exactly what that means in cold numbers, calculating a cool 1 trillion won in revenue over the life of the deal and sending the chairman through the roof. Jin praises the work, admitting he'd be throwing a massive party right now if the Joint Chiefs of Staff weren't hovering over them. That name alone is enough to give June a headache, but the chairman explains that the domestic military is desperate to save face against a rival private company and has been aggressively demanding priority supply. Chairman Jin finally draws a line in the sand, resolving to handle the Joint Chiefs himself rather than fold to their unreasonable demands. But Kim Jun steps in to take the reins, promising to shut down their stunts permanently and give the military heads exactly what they deserve. The sudden shift in demeanor puts the chairman instantly on edge. He asks what exactly the young man intends to do, only for Kim Jun to brush off the concern with a cold guarantee that everything is under control. The absolute confidence completely throws the older man off balance, pushing him to ask when this ruthless streak started. The answer is simple. From the very beginning, every single move the Joint Chiefs just made was already factored into his calculations. But they aren't the only ones weighing the future, as a receptionist lingers outside the cracked office door, quietly taking in every word of the new strategy. Kim Jun picks up the phone, adopting an alias to tip off the major news outlets, systematically promising press releases to a hand-picked list of reporters. The story hits the national broadcast within hours. They frame it as a massive export deal to the US military that will single-handedly alleviate the country's financial crisis. But the anchors quickly pivot to the glaring oversight. The Korean military mysteriously slashed its own order to just 7,000 units, and military leadership is refusing to comment. Television panels tear the decision apart, calculating that with the US taking production priority, domestic forces won't secure a single round for 5 years, effectively giving up decades of armored superiority. By the evening news, the broadcasts are openly questioning how a superior domestic weapon was surrendered to a foreign power, airing widespread rumors of internal corruption among the Joint Chiefs. The trap is perfectly set. Sitting at his desk, Jin Hyun-sung is already celebrating a flawless setup in his head, right up until an employee nervously breaks his concentration. She delivers the exact message he's been waiting for. He's being summoned to the chairman's office immediately. Up on the executive floor, he steps through the doors, playing the part of the obedient son. The chairman skips the pleasantries entirely, ordering him to acknowledge the men occupying the couches, representatives from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Judging by the fury radiating off General Han Dong-hoon, the highest military brass in the country is waiting to see exactly how he handles the heat. Kim Jun walks into the office playing the polite employee, but the chairman immediately demands an explanation for the disaster he just caused. Jun feigns ignorance, privately impressed by the old man's nerve, especially after a quick glance at the uniform confirms he is dealing with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. General Han loses his temper and shouts that the military is in complete chaos over the recent US export deal. Jun refuses to apologize. He points out that they are pulling in massive foreign currency during a financial crisis and lays down the bottom line. Their current production levels don't even cover development costs, and they are ultimately running a business. The general takes the corporate logic as a direct challenge, but General Kim steps in and ends the argument with a special mandate from the president to restore the original quota. General Han acts like the negotiation is already settled, genuinely believing he's the one doing the favor here. He barks an order to get the paperwork signed, but pauses when the room stays quiet. Jun cheerfully shuts the door on the negotiation. Korea gets nothing. Their entire inventory is already tied up with American orders. The weight of a catastrophic failure hits the general's nervous system. He scrambles to salvage the deal, trying to use the president's image as a shield for his own neck. By the time Han is reduced to begging, General Kim Tae-ik is just watching the display in quiet awe. He realizes the CEO just cornered a seasoned military commander without raising his voice. Having completely stripped the man of his leverage, Jun casually floats a lifeline. There might be one way to make it work. General Han springs up, desperate enough to promise full support for whatever solution is on the table. Kim Jun lays out the trap, explaining that since a new factory isn't feasible, they'll have to convert the high-explosive line to armor-piercing rounds. A catch that lands heavy on the sweating commander, because recovering that massive investment requires an extra 20,000 rounds ordered annually. Realizing he's being actively squeezed, Han asks how long he has to swallow this arrangement, and Jun doesn't give an inch, locking him in for 3 years and a staggering total of 160,000 rounds. It's a calculated bleed. He knows the corrupt officer was trying to line his own pockets, so our protagonist is perfectly happy to drain every last drop of that leverage for himself. Beaten and outmaneuvered, Han finally caves, realizing with a clenched fist that he'll have to cannibalize next year's defense budget to cover the order, wiping out all his illegal kickbacks in one fell swoop, while General Kim Tae-ik watches in silence. The standoff concludes exactly the way Kim Jun wanted. General Han barks that they're done here, storming past his panicked aide in a bitter retreat. Jun drops into a flawless corporate bow to see the room out, catching a moment of surprise when General Kim Tae-ik stops to observe just how completely the young heir contradicts his own rumors. extending a hand with a genuine offer to share a meal down the line. It's a quiet but massive shift in the room's dynamic. What was supposed to be a military ambush just handed him a very powerful ally. Kim Jun braces for a hostile reception, only to be caught completely off guard when the man introduces himself as Kim Tae-ik, commander of the 7th Mobile Corps. Noting that our lead doesn't exactly match the rumors, the general drops the usual military posturing and offers to share a meal sometime. The name clicks into place. This is exactly the commander Kim Jun needs on his side. He steps forward to take the offered hand, admitting the general is quite different from what he expected. 2. A quiet observation that instantly catches Tae-ik's curiosity. General Kim Tae-ik casually mocks the typical chaebol lifestyle before laughing it off with a heavy clap to Kim Jun's shoulder. It's a calculated icebreaker, designed to keep the young heir off balance, letting the silence stretch to see if the kid will cracks. Kim Jun lays out his absolute bottom line. If the military won't stockpile the superior weapons modern warfare demands, he's fully prepared to force the issue himself. The general calls it a dangerous statement, but instead of shutting him down, he grabs the young man's hand, openly impressed by the sheer nerve. He immediately pushes for a private meal, insisting on paying the bill as a personal thank you for today's satisfying display of conviction. Jun accepts the quiet promise of political backing, and the two part ways. The moment the room clears, Jun pivots straight back to production, ordering the factory lines adjusted by tomorrow morning, while the Miletus executive promises to rush the approvals. But the older man can't help but ask if our MC is worried about playing such aggressive hardball with the sitting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The executive worries that if General Han Dong-hoon secures the Minister of Defense seat, his faction will move to strangle their operations. But Kim Jun already knows how this timeline plays out. Han won't even finish his term before a corruption scandal forces him out in disgrace. The bold forecast leaves the older man demanding to know how he could possibly predict the future. Jun smoothly writes it off as simple cause and effect, validating his father's choice to back the rival general. Scolding him to keep those dangerous theories quiet, the executive pulls a stack of documents from his pocket. It's the exact payoff Jun wanted, a 4% royalty cut on the armor-piercing rounds, paired with a sudden promotion to policy director that he actually didn't see coming. He recovers fast, accepting the new title with a quiet promise that they won't regret betting on him. The chairman barks a warning not to overdo it, hiding his quiet approval behind a thick cloud of smoke. Jun doesn't miss the underlying affection, thanking his predecessor's father with genuine respect. That single familial title catches the old man completely off guard, forcing a flustered, defensive dismissal to cover his reaction. Across the city at Seoul Airport, armed guards lock down the gate for the arrival of the U.S. military representatives. The top brass of U.S. Forces Korea is already waiting on the tarmac, proving just how much weight this export deal carries. The press corps buzzes nearby, their cameras locked on the architect of the armor-piercing rounds contract. Whispers of an imminent promotion circulate among the journalists, though none of them quite have the nerve to cross the asphalt, until Jun locks eyes with the crowd and heads their way. Panic instantly ripples through the press line, and the reporters scramble to look like fearless professionals as a man armed with nothing but money and looks casually closes the distance. Kim Jun knows exactly how to cultivate an asset, buttering up reporter Han Jae-yeon with praise for her recent work. He secures her future loyalty with one quiet promise, offering a career-making exclusive that leaves the rookie journalist shook. By the time he waves his goodbyes, the surrounding press pool is boiling with envy. Veteran reporters immediately swarm her to demand access to her new connection, but she tunes out the petty jealousy. A heavy military transport hits the runway, drowning out their complaints, and uniformed soldiers file down the ramp to kick off the joint delegation. At Seoul Air Base, Lieutenant General Michael trades formal pleasantries with the local brass, but quickly looks past the military chain of command to single out his actual target through a swarm of reporters. He extends a hand to Kim Jun, who slips effortlessly into his public persona to introduce himself under his alias, Jin Hyun-sung. When General Lee Dong-buk steps up next, Kim Jun quietly notes the man's massive influence as a four-star general, maintaining his corporate polish while apologizing for the heavy circumstances of their first encounter. Lee brushes the apology aside, pointing out that if a top defense commander and a corporate leader were any closer, it would only invite the wrong kind of questions. Jun catches the edge in the commander's voice, recognizing it as a quiet warning not to lump him in with the corrupt brass. As Lee's deputy steps in, the contrast hits our protagonist. Unlike the politicians in uniform he usually deals with, Lee radiates the grounded discipline of a real soldier. And as the perimeter guards push back the press line, Lee casually drops a request for a private meeting. Jun pauses by the sedan to scan the older man for an angle, only for Lee to lay his cards completely on the table by admitting he fully supports our lead's radical stance on reforming the armed forces. Kim Jun seals the alliance with a simple promise to reach out. Inside the Yongsan South Post, the U.S. military drops a massive ask, bumping their order to 700,000 rounds. Hyun Sung presses for a reason, and Lieutenant General Michael lists the usual excuses of training consumption and policy stockpiles before admitting there are classified operations he can't put on the table. Hyun Sung plays it perfectly, agreeing that their current supply won't cut it while floating a solution that requires a heavy sacrifice on the military's end. If they repurpose the high explosive shell lines, they can hit the new quota, but the U.S. Army has to foot the entire bill for the factory conversion. The general hesitates at the steep price tag, though Hyun-sung already knows they don't have another viable option. A second later, Michael caves, slapping his hand on the desk to authorize the move. Hyun-sung locks in the contract promising to fire up the repurposed lines the second the ink dries. The only sound in the conference room is the drone of the overhead fan. Lieutenant General Michael lays down the government's terms, miss the delivery deadline, and Jae-woo eats a 5% penalty. Hyun-sung accepts the risk without hesitating, but immediately counters, demanding the entire payment up front, since they are contracting the production line itself. The general signs off on the paperwork, confirming the Department of Defense is already pushing an emergency funding request through Congress. But there is always a catch. Hyun-sung tells him to name it, knowing perfectly well the U.S. military wouldn't just hand over a 1.4 trillion won advance without strings attached. The general drops the real costs. In 5 years, Jae-woo must hand over licensed production to the states, reducing them to parts suppliers, while American defense companies take over the actual assembly. Hyun-sung presses him for the logic, and the answer is pure politics. Washington needs the concession to silence the growing backlash from domestic U.S. contractors. Jin weighs the politics of the negotiations, well aware that the American companies holding the current uranium monopoly will fight to keep the assembly process stateside. But he already has the margins mapped out, proving that exporting the rounds and parts completely bypasses the bleeding costs of maintaining full production lines. The logic is airtight, and Lieutenant General Michael takes the compromise. While the military thinks they just solved the supply issue, Jin is already running the real numbers. His 4% cut of the total sales drops a clean 56 billion won straight into his own pocket. The general walks away entirely satisfied, predicting this won't be the last time they do business together, and Jin gladly confirms it, knowing he has plenty more inventory he's waiting to offload. The staggering profit officially cements his rise, earning him a quiet office and a fresh nameplate as policy director. The armor-piercing rounds were a corporate jackpot that finally gave Hyun-sung the leverage to dictate Miletta's policy. It's the perfect foundation for his real goal of developing smart munitions. But there's a logistical headache. He can't just roll out cutting-edge hardware from scratch without the old guard laughing him out of the boardroom. As he decides his next move is establishing a dedicated research institute, Secretary Kim breaks his focus. Hyun-sung shoots the invitation down twice without hesitating, only folding when she drops the chairman's name. By the time he reaches the sprawling brick estate that evening, the impending reunion is already eating at him. He stares down the massive front door, deeply cynical about this sudden push for family harmony. Everyone inside already knows he's the illegitimate child. Given the half-brother he just dealt with, Jun expects the stepmother to be an absolute nightmare. He hesitates at the threshold, bracing himself for a cold reception as he steps toward the estate, rushing him with such overwhelming panic that his guard completely short-circuits. She grabs his arm and drags him inside, fussing over his weight and praising his recent work. It's a jarring contrast to the cutthroat dismissal he was preparing for, leaving him entirely bewildered by her genuine affection. But before he can settle into the unexpected welcome, his instincts flare. Something sharp and hostile is already watching him. While the boy's biological mother had pushed him away like a burden, his stepmother had always offered genuine warmth. As Kim Hae-won leads him down the hall, the contrast fully lands on Kim Jun. She treated the boy like her own flesh and blood from day one, navigating an incredibly difficult position in the household. Her cheerful humming leaves Kim Jun quietly overwhelmed. Accepting the product of her husband's affair without an ounce of bitterness is a heavy grace to carry. She proudly announces his arrival in the dining room, where the family patriarch, Chairman Jin, meets him with a cold demand to take his seat. Haewon ignores the room's rigid tension entirely, aggressively piling sea bream and side dishes into his bowl, until Kim Jun is practically suffocating under the attention. The chairman finally snaps, barking at his wife to stop treating the young man like a toddler, but she brushes the scolding off while the older half-brother, Jin Hyun-cho, eats his meal in dead silence. Dinner kicks off with Hyun-cho congratulating our MC on a massive contract, And as Kim Jun plays along with a polite thank you, the pleasantries abruptly die when Hyun Chol casually mentions a morning call from the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman. The political name drop immediately puts the family patriarch on edge. Haiwon attempts to shut down the work talk before it ruins the meal. The news isn't good. The military faction is complaining about being slighted and is actively maneuvering to isolate the family's business. This triggers a harsh lecture from the chairman, who tears into his son for needlessly provoking the strongest candidate for defense minister, when a little basic appeasement could have saved them this exact headache. Back at the estate, Kim Hae-won asks the obvious question, why provoke the military's top candidate for defense minister directly? Hyun-cho blames his brother for putting the family at war with the entire armed forces, but Hyun-sung makes a cold distinction. They aren't at odds with the military, just with one man. That logic shatters Hyun-cho's patience. He lashes out, demanding to know why it was so hard to appease the single officer who dictates their business fate. The tirade turns vicious, reducing Hyun-sung to a drunken embarrassment who doesn't care about his own blood. Hyun-sung finally snaps, questioning if this is just blind hatred, especially since he's the one who actually secured the export deal they're arguing over. But Hyun-chil screams back with absolute conviction, dropping a dangerous prediction: Han Dong-hu is never going to sit in that minister's chair. The chairman finally snaps, ordering both of them to shut up and sit down, but Han-chol scrambles to hold his ground, pleading with their father not to buy into this nonsense, when the defense minister appointment is a guaranteed lock. The MC doesn't even blink, casually stating that the politician is about to be ousted, a claim that completely blindsides his older brother. He lays out the intel piece by piece. A secret corruption petition from the top brass just hit the Blue House, throwing the president's office into chaos. Hyun-chol can only listen in stunned silence as his brother points out the obvious outcome. A man who has lost the army's trust isn't getting promoted. He's getting investigated. While Hyun-chol frantically asks if their father already knew this, the chairman just stares at his youngest son with a new level of scrutiny, demanding to know how he secured that kind of classified intel. Then, the power dynamic at the table officially flips. The chairman turns his wrath on Hyun-chol, tearing into his strategy director for missing a massive political shift and publicly shaming him for being outplayed by his own younger brother. Hyun-chol swallows his pride and excuses himself from the table, leaving Hae-won pleading with him to stay. As Hyun-sung heads for the door, he admits to himself he probably should have held back a little longer, but the damage is already done. Before he can clear the estate, Hae-won hurries out to press a wrapped bundle of his favorite side dishes into his hands, forcing him to realize the cold stepmother he had pictured doesn't actually exist. He apologizes for ruining the dinner, but she waves the guilt away, blaming the fractured atmosphere on everyone else's stubbornness. The assumption breaks her heart, and she tells him to never say that, promising him she hasn't hated him for a single second. The memory of the stepmother's warmth sticks with him, Hae-won offering the kind of sincere, maternal validation he never expected, promising she loves both him and his half-brother equally. Back in his office, the illusion fades, but her specific phrasing won't leave him alone. She had insisted she never hated either of them. He turns the logic over and realizes how backward it sounds. A biological mother shouldn't have to clarify that she doesn't hate her own son. If anyone in that house was going to feel unwelcome, it should be the stepchild taking the true heir's place. The hostility runs deep, echoing back to a vicious memory where he had lost his temper and accused his brother of despising him, only for Hyun-chil to scream right back that he was a selfish wreck who never cared about their family at all. Staring blankly across his desk, Kim Jun lets the bitterness of his new host's memories settle. The favorite son had no idea what it actually took to survive. He sits alone in the quiet office, weighing the reality of the family war he just inherited. Then he pushes back and plants his feet. Waiting for scraps isn't going to work. His immediate problem is Miletus. Right now, Hyun-chul holds double his equity, meaning any growth he drives for the company will just line his rival's pockets. And since the chairman will never freely hand over a larger stake, he has to seize it himself. He hits the intercom, summoning his secretary. When Kim Ji-ah steps in, he hands her a notebook with a single sweeping directive: liquidate everything on the list immediately. A 30 billion won fire sale. She freezes, demanding to know what just happened at the chairman's estate to trigger a move like this. June finally lays his cards on the table, declaring his absolute intent to take control of Melissus. Jia literally laughs in his face, casually pointing out that his 30 billion won is pocket change for a hostile takeover, a cheerful dismissal that leaves him momentarily dumbfounded. But a brute force buyout was never the play. He plans to pool his cash with the massive royalties from his armor-piercing rounds to build a private research institute. She tries to follow the logic, assuming he just wants to set up a standard parts supply chain. He immediately corrects her. The facility won't manufacture a single physical product. It's designed purely as an intellectual property engine. By cornering the patents on advanced materials, he'll siphon massive licensing fees from the entire industry and weaponize that revenue to buy Miletus out from under itself. GI is left completely adrift, unable to grasp how a company that produces absolutely nothing could generate the leverage to swallow an empire. Hyun-sung frames his grand strategy simply. Think of it like an artist building a franchise. That is exactly how his institute will operate. They won't manufacture a single weapon or material themselves, but anyone using their technology will pay a hefty fee. The true power of the patent system finally clicks. For Jia, and with the business model locked, Hyun Sung puts her in charge of liquidating their cash assets to secure a new facility. She executes the order, immediately overseeing the christening of the new building, managing the contractors on site, and filling the fresh labs with heavy state-of-the-art equipment. Inside, the lead contractor pushes the lab's construction toward the finish line. Outside the new Bundang research facility, Jia reports the final milestone. Once the imported German equipment lands, they are fully operational. Hyun-sung takes a moment to tell his secretary that she's the reason his goals are actually within reach. She waves off the compliment, reminding him that this building is just step one. The victory lands with a sharp high five as Jia cheers their successful conquest of Miletus. Hyun-sung remembers one last detail, pulling an envelope from his pocket and catches his employee off guard by handing over a performance bonus. She quickly protests that her salary is plenty, but he insists on compensating her out of pocket since the research lab was a personal venture, not corporate work. Giving her the rest of the day off, he tells her to wait until she's home to look inside. Naturally, she rips it open right there on the sidewalk, exactly as he expected. Jia struggles to process the 50 million won bonus, but Hyun-sung hands over the real prize, instructing her to hit the department stores and replace her entire wardrobe with luxury brands. He frames it as a practical necessity for their future work together. Out on the busy streets of Gangnam, the transactional high fades, and Hyun-sung sinks onto a set of concrete steps to finally take a breath. The quiet immediately betrays him, dragging his mind straight back to Dr. Kim Hee-won's final, desperate command to run. The weight of the past pulls Kim Jun under, until a sudden voice drags him back. It's an old memory of a younger Kim Hee-won, caught off guard by an unexpected reunion on a Seoul street. Sitting together, his friend probes into the sudden fame he's built in the industry, but he brushes it off as unprofitable noise, easily slipping right back into the casual banter they used to share. But the nostalgia violently fractures, replaced by the day it all collapsed. Hee-won is grappling with Lee Ho-jung, bleeding out on the cold laboratory floor as he trades his final breath to scream at his friend to run with the chip. To think, everything he carries now was bought with that single sacrifice. Hee-won is alive. The realization anchors Jun in place, though from Hee-won's perspective, his old friend is just staring at him like a creep who caught too much sun. Brushing off the awkward silence, Hee-won asks Hyun-sung if he's heard from Jun recently. Forced to play his part in this new reality, he masks his tension and lies, claiming he hasn't heard a word. Hee-won doesn't sweat the lost contact at all, entirely confident that their smartest friend is just holed up in some overseas research lab. But he knows this isn't just a social call, and presses for the real reason he was dragged out here. The proposition is a massive gamble. Hyun-sung wants him to leave his life behind and manage a brand new research facility. Hee-won shuts the idea down cold, flatly refusing to trade a secure defense contractor job for an unproven startup, regardless of how far back their friendship goes. Hyun-sung doesn't hesitate, offering to triple the researcher's salary right there on the curb, but when Hee-won tries to cling to his professional pride and insists he isn't in this for the money, the noble act evaporates instantly, with Hee-won pledging to start tomorrow fast enough to catch his new boss slightly off guard. With the terms accepted, Hyun-sung lays out his vision for a massive weapons lab, installing Hee-won as director and assigning him to recruit top-tier talent from across the country. The initial staffing requirement of 80 people completely breaks the young researcher, dropping him to the pavement, while Hyun-sung promises a future of patented dominance if he just follows his lead. The familiarity of the aura hits Hee-won hard. Watching the man take absolute command of the room, he can't shake the feeling that he's staring right at his old friend. The Americans are pushing to get their pre-made rounds shipped first, proving exactly how impatient their military leadership has become. Jia offers to step in and manage the floor, but Hyun-sung keeps the boundary firm, knowing executive interference will only make the shipping staff panic. She pivots to the morning's real priority. Dr. Hee-won requested a personal visit today. Hyun-sung instantly drops the logistics worry and lights up, well aware that a sudden summons from the lab means they finally have a research breakthrough. The moment Hyun-sung gets the alert, he redirects Jia straight to Bundang, eager to verify the newly completed core material. Arriving at the research lab, though, the project's sheer toll becomes obvious when Kim Hee-won drags himself into the hallway. The exhausted lead researcher greets his boss as a greedy capitalist overlord, then casually lobs a metallic block at him. Hyun-sung scrambles to catch it, expecting dense weight, but the metal yields in his grip like a sponge. The tactile memory floods back. In his previous life, he had exhaustively tested this exact compound when the rival Punchin group developed it first. One squeeze is enough to confirm Hee-won actually pulled it off. They finally hold the nanowire shock absorber, the only barrier capable of shielding internal smart munitions from 20,000 Gs of muzzle pressure. Fishing for approval, young Kim Hee-won leans over his workstation to show off the results. The doctor brushes off the compliment, well aware his partner practically handed him the key insights, and instead pushes for the one secret Hyun-sung refuses to share: the actual source of this impossible technology. The concepts he's been given shatter everything he knows about science, and as the shock settles into real fear, Hee-won asks if his partner sold his soul to the devil to get them. Hyun-sung doesn't deny it. He sits back in the shadows and delivers a quiet challenge. If he did, would Hee-won run? There is no way Hee-won is passing up a project this genuinely exciting. He throws himself entirely into the new partnership, promising to build absolutely anything June needs. Watching him walk off, June knows he just secured his greatest asset and his most trusted friend. It's a massive debt carried over from a past life, and this time around, he fully intends to pay it back. Back in the lab, Hee-won passes along an update on the semiconductor progress, advising the pair to check out the new tech. But Hyun-sung is already moving on to the next objective, ordering Jia to lock down their shock absorber patents on a global scale. The directive reminds Jia of their recent tantalum microcoding, and she reports that two major corporations have already reached out for licensing rights. Hee-won prepares to celebrate the lab's first massive payday, only for Hyun-sung to instantly kill the deal. 10 billion won on the table, and he's walking away. Hee-won completely snaps, throttling his friend over the lost fortune, but Hyun-sung just calmly tells him to relax. Hyun-sung draws a hard line on the tantalum microcoding, flatly refusing to sell an upgrade that would massively enhance neighboring artillery capabilities. Behind him, Hee-won practically withers under the agony of the 10 billion won they just threw away. But the lost cash isn't what's bothering the young CEO, who realizes neighboring powers aren't supposed to be interested in barrel coding until the early 2000s. The truth hits him. His own regression has accelerated historical progress, and if the timeline is already shifting, his massive advantage is going to shrink. He barks Hee-won's name, snapping the lead researcher out of his morning spiral, and orders him to push the team even harder. That demand finally breaks the exhausted scientist, who grabs his boss by the collar and screams that a tyrannical CEO's blind orders don't magically spawn miracles. Hee-won instantly pledges his undying respect, though the director just calmly asks to be put down. It's the exact push the team needs, culminating in a successful rocket launch that officially puts Miletus on the map. But ambition doesn't stop at one victory. Back at Jeju Group headquarters, Chairman Jin Hyun-fil wants to know exactly why his son is asking for a sit-down with the head of Samjong. Hyun-sung lays out the strategic reality, explaining that Samjong is the only manufacturer capable of producing the precision sensor modules required for a new weapon he wants to build. The chairman catches the slip immediately. Why is he just now hearing about a secret weapons program? Pinned under his father's heavy stare, Hyun-sung quickly walks the timeline back, swearing he was only waiting on a feasibility check and that nothing has actually started yet. Hyun-sung kicks himself internally for rushing the pitch before even securing a lab to build it in, but the chairman waves off the hesitation and presses for concrete details. Stepping up to the desk, Hyun-sung introduces the Smart Shell, a guided artillery round with a 150-kilometer range. The chairman leans forward, deeply skeptical of the technical viability. To him, the concept sounds exactly like a standard missile, and he immediately demands the price tag. When Hyun-sung drops the 45 million won estimate, the old man recoils, convinced the military would never pay that much for a single shell. But compared to an anti-ship missile costing over 1 billion won, the Smart Shell is a massive bargain, carrying the added potential to adapt directly into existing naval guns and replace expensive surface-to-surface weapons entirely. Jin drops a claim that leaves the executive reeling. He's aiming to build naval smart shells that even the US military will beg for. It sounds absurd until Jin breaks down the history, explaining how the Americans already burned 2 trillion won trying to develop this exact technology. only to have the fragile electronics inside their guided shells shatter under massive muzzle pressure. The hardware was always the bottleneck, but Jin presents a solid metallic block to prove that hurdle is already cleared. The executive stares at the material in a cold sweat as Jin lists off the rest of the completed package, from Mach 3 propellant to next generation explosives. With the core materials handled, there's only one missing piece left on the board: precision electronics, and that is exactly why Jin needs an audience with Chairman Lee Young-moon. The executive studies the material in his hand, noting that Miletus hasn't been developing anything this advanced recently, and asks if it came from Hyun-sung's private lab. The question lands like a physical blow. His facility was supposed to be completely off the books. When Hyun-sung demands to know if his own father is investigating him, the older man scoffs, pointing out that hiding an operation requires at least a little subtlety. A sudden, massive liquidation of his wife's bond portfolio wasn't exactly going to slip under his radar. Hyun-sung presses him on why he kept quiet, if he knew the whole time. The realization hits Hyun-sung hard, stripping away his confidence as he grasps just how badly he underestimated the man sitting across from him. Then his father drops a single word that completely derails the confrontation. Hyun-sung realizes he's being tested, and lying now will only backfire, so he drops the unvarnished truth. He plans to use the lab's revenue to buy Miletus shares and take over the company outright. The chairman accepts the bold strategy, promising to set up a meeting with Chairman Lee immediately. A wave of relief hits Hyun-sung, but before he can even finish stammering out his gratitude, the chairman cuts the celebration short with one more unresolved issue. Panic spikes in Hyun-sung as he realizes his impossibly accurate foresight is starting to draw suspicion, and a simple cover story about establishing a lab is no longer going to cut it. The chairman sparks a cigarette, immediately demanding his cut of the profits. When Hyun-sung floats a 30% split, the old man plays the victim, complaining about the steep price tag for mere technology. But Hyun-sung knows how to negotiate. He throws in exclusive production rights, giving Miletus full leverage over market pricing and future competitors. It's a shrewd play, and his father takes the deal with a satisfied laugh. With the terms settled, he dismisses Hyun-sung to brief the secretaries for the next meeting. But just as his son reaches the door, the chairman calls his name. The casual business tone vanishes as he drops a massive warning. Give this project everything, because the heir to Miletus hasn't been chosen yet. A corporate empire's future compressed into one sentence. The succession war is officially open, and Hyun-sung braces himself for the bloodbath ahead. The executive shuts the negotiation down, making it clear that this is his final word on the matter. Jin takes the rejection without a single word of protest. But instead of walking out of the office, he steps forward, deciding it's time to force the issue himself. At Samyang Garden, the formalities begin the moment the two chairmen exchange greetings. But Chairman Lee Young-moon's attention quickly shifts to the younger Jin Hyun-sung, noting this is the famous second son he's been hearing about. The older man lays out a smooth welcome, dropping a calculated mention that even his own heir has taken an interest in the boy. Hyun-sung plays his part perfectly, offering a polite thanks while privately weighing what he knows about the Samjong Group's 30-year-old successor. Then Lee drops the pleasantries entirely, abruptly pressing him on his core business plan for the MEMS modules, and Hyun-sung stutters out a panic confirmation. It's a disastrous slip. He needed to hold equal footing in this room, but that single unexpected probe just broke his rhythm and left him sounding like a rookie. Hyun-sung takes a second to appreciate the maneuver, recognizing the sheer boardroom presence that will one day turn Lee Young-moon into a global titan. The pitch relies on MEMS, microscopic 3D mechanical systems built onto silicon, and Hyun-sung finally drops the pleasantries, asking directly for custom sensor modules for his new weapons. Lee immediately flags the technical hurdle, pointing out that semiconductor-based gyroscopes usually lack the required precision. As the server arrives, Hyun-sung pushes back, insisting his design demands extreme miniaturization and promising he already has a method to fix the accuracy gap. The chairman tests him, warning that an order this specific means Samjong would have to spin up an entirely new defense division just to handle it. Hyun-sung hears the unsaid warning about one-off favors and immediately puts the U.S. military on the table, explaining that his smart shells are built for export. U.S. validation will guarantee allied contracts, creating a permanent self-sustaining pipeline of business. That leaves the older man with exactly zero objections. Chairman Lee opens the file, dropping the private dining room into a heavy, drawn-out silence. Kim holds his breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on him as he waits for a verdict. The chairman finally speaks from behind the folder, weighing the sheer, absurd scale of replacing traditional missiles with artillery shells, and warns the younger man that this concept is a massive overreach. Then the folder hits the wood. The chairman isn't shutting the project down, he's completely hooked, declaring the design a literal blueprint for the future. Fully sold on the vision, Lee eagerly takes on the contract, calling the new weapon a monster worth building. Over dinner in a private room, Chairman Lee Young-moon jokes that Samjung Group might as well scrap its entire defense sector, laughing that he can't possibly beat Jin's son in the current competition. Chairman Jin plays the humble card, clinking glasses and insisting his heir still has plenty to learn. But Lee isn't entirely joking. He admits the defense division's profits pale in comparison to what semiconductors are pulling in. As the older chairman considers shifting their entire corporate focus, Hyun Sung quietly sips his drink, knowing full well that historically, Samjeong will eventually hand its defense sector over. It just shouldn't happen for another 18 years. The chairman directly asks if the semiconductor pivot is a good move, leaving the young man sweating as he wonders why he's suddenly being put on the spot. He asks him to read Samjeong's future next, treating the corporate strategist more like a parlor shaman. But Hyun Sung takes the opening anyway to deliver one sharp directive: do not abandon the CPU market. The chairman freezes, completely blindsided as Hyun Sung casually names their highly classified alpha chip project and lays out the exact play. If Samjeong buys the struggling co-developer D2C and keeps pushing the CPU line, they will own the industry 2 decades from now. Lee recovers his composure and points out the harsh reality of the semiconductor war. The project stalled because Micron Shift refused Windows compatibility, and as long as they remain allied with Intel, Samjeong's hands are tied. Hyun Sung pushes back, warning that dropping out now will make re-entering the market later an astronomical expense. He already knows the real history. He knows the chairman won't listen. Right on cue, Lee retreats to his conservative safety net, arguing that their memory chip profits are strong enough without bleeding cash to revive a dead CPU design. It's exactly the response Han Sung expected. Now he just has to steer the old man into the real trap. Hyun Sung offers a pivot. If Samjeong is truly abandoning design, they should target the CPU foundry market instead, catching Chairman Lee off guard. The logic is clean. If Samjeong stops designing its own chips, outside companies won't have to worry about intellectual property leaks. But the chairman immediately spots the flaw, pointing out that their competitors already boast vastly superior manufacturing capabilities. It's a bitter reality to swallow, and he openly admits that even the upcoming 180 nanometer process feels like an impossible dream for them right now. Hyun Sung lets that admission sit for a second before dropping the hammer. He already has the 90 nanometer process, and he's willing to hand it over. The shock scrambles the old man's brain as he tries to process a technological leap that shouldn't even exist yet. While traditional scaling stops at 130 nanometers, Hyun Sung casually explains that his lab has already cracked the ceiling by enhancing electron mobility. Just like that, the industry's limits are rewritten, leaving Chairman Lee struggling to even process the sheer scale of the breakthrough. The older man desperately searches for the catch, demanding to know why anyone would share tech capable of dominating the global market instead of just producing the chips themselves. Hyun Sung laughs off the suspicion with plain economics, explaining he only needs the semiconductors to miniaturize weapon components and certainly doesn't have the capital to build factories, when Samjeong is already equipped for the job. The realization finally clicks for the chairman. The kid wants Samjeong to act as his foundry. Hyun Sung confirms it without hesitation. He structured this from the very beginning to enter the fabless market with zero overhead, and the chairman feels the full weight of being completely outmaneuvered. He finally sees the young man for what he is, not just some capable rookie looking for a partnership. He is a predator, already casting a massive shadow over the entire industry. Before committing, Chairman Lee has one final question. He knows Samjeong sits well below the top global giants in the current market, meaning a man with technology this valuable could partner with anyone in the world. Hyun Sung doesn't try to flatter the older man, laying out the cold reality instead. Samjeong is desperate, and that desperation gives him the exact leverage he needs to extract the absolute maximum payout. The raw, unapologetic calculation lands heavy on the chairman. He finally understands what kind of predator is sitting across the table. They might be allies today, but he makes a quiet, ironclad mental note. Samjeong can never afford to turn him into an enemy. The morning broadcast shakes the financial world as Samjeong Group announces a massive pivot away from CPU design and straight into the foundry business, backed by a staggering 30 trillion won investment over 5 years. Taking in the sheer scale of the move, Jin Hyun Sung has to respect Chairman Lee Young-moon's momentum, well aware of the gravity behind a decision that large. Back in the negotiation room, Lee finally caves to the aggressive terms, agreeing to a 40 billion payout split between stock and cash alongside a 2-year exclusivity guarantee that Hyun Sung smoothly accepts. The Samjeong chairman presses for one final assurance regarding their sub-45 nanometer tech research, and Hyun Sung plays his cards perfectly, promising Samjung first priority on the future rights. Eager to secure the advantage, Lee immediately locks down the verbal contract, making it absolutely clear he won't tolerate any backtracking. 40 billion won is just the opening act for the research lab, and with Samjung absorbing global outsourcing for the 90-nanometer process, the incoming revenue stream is about to hit astronomical numbers. With operating funds officially secured, Jin immediately pivots back to his primary objective: smart artillery shells. Once the ordered NEMS modules are finished, production is ready to roll. The real hurdle isn't making the weapons, it's convincing a stubborn military hierarchy to buy them in bulk. At 45 million won per unit, the price gap from a standard high explosive shell is staggering, and he already knows exactly how the top brass will react to an unproven system with that kind of price tag. Then the television delivers an unexpected gift: an urgent report announcing NATO's immediate intervention in the Kosovo crisis. With civilian evacuations ordered and airstrikes greenlit in Serbia, the perfect testing ground just opened up. The timeline doesn't line up. He knows the NATO airstrikes on Serbia belong in March 1999, but the broadcasts are reporting them as imminent right now, a full year early. History is fracturing, accelerating a major turning point, and as he zeroes in on the monitor, a specific detail catches his eye. Joint direct attack munitions are already rolling out. A few days later, Jin Hyun-sung steps into a quiet restaurant and scans the floor for his contact. Jin greets the general politely, noting he arrived early, while quietly sizing up the second man sitting at the table. Hyun-sung definitely wasn't expecting to find General Lee Dong-wook sitting across from him. The older man offers a polite greeting, but the suffocating pressure rolling off him says otherwise. Hyun-sung frantically searches his memory for what could have triggered this hostility, and the memory finally clicks. He'd previously brushed off a direct request from the general with a hollow promise to call him back later. He starts scrambling for excuses, but Lee just takes a slow sip of his coffee and coolly reminds him that he was simply waiting until the team leader had free time. No apologies necessary. The polite dismissal lands hard. Hyun-sung knows the man is furious. Then the general abruptly shifts gears, looking down at his decorated chest to point out the glaring flaw in the situation. A full military uniform implies an official schedule, so why would anyone wear it to a casual gathering like this? General Lee quietly sips his tea, admitting he's totally free, just waiting in uniform for a potential Blue House summons. Jin sweats under the casual observation, realizing he might need to lock down his own facial expressions to survive a conversation with someone this sharp. General Kim shifts the topic to the political landscape, asking about the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, but Jin is already up to speed on Han Dong-hoon's sudden retirement and his jump to the SNU corporate board. Kim finds the career pivot shocking. A minister hopeful settling for a defense contractor gig, though he quickly backpedals to ensure he doesn't offend Jin's entire industry. It isn't, because connections and seniority don't build better weapons, and performance is the only currency that actually moves the market. While Kim balks at the casual disrespect toward a former chairman, Lee just appreciates the unwavering confidence before finally pivoting to the real reason they gathered today. With NATO airstrikes currently throwing the combined forces into chaos, General Lee's presence at a quiet dinner is a dead giveaway that he needs a favor. The general hesitates, warning that his request is going to be a tough sell, but Hyun-sung maintains his professional distance and demands to hear the terms first. The conversation pivots to the military's new armor-piercing rounds, specifically the timeline for when Hyun-sung's firm will transition to only supplying parts. Lee softens the ground by assuring him the 5-year projection is fine, before dropping the actual bombshell. He wants permission to sell the manufacturing technology directly to the United States. It's a massive ask that instantly breaks Hyun-sung's composure, but the general lays out the strategic trade, leveraging the armor-piercing tech to secure a lease on American military-grade GPS. General Lee pushes for the deal, promising full compensation for any losses the Jaewoo Group might take to fix the military's reliance on commercial GPS. But Hyun-sung shuts him down with a flat refusal. He reminds the officers that Jaewoo is a private enterprise with exactly zero obligation to hand its technology over to the state. He understands the squeeze they're in. The U.S. won't share its strategic assets, and Korea lacks the funds to launch a military satellite network during an IMF crisis. Siding with the military might be the only viable path to acquire the U.S. GPS, but Hyun-sung has seen the state make massive promises before and back out when the bill comes due. He drags their recent APF-STS meeting into the light, where General Kim had desperately offered confidentiality agreements while Lee tried to leverage the threat of competing American development. Not in 5 years, not in 10, a verdict that leaves the general sitting in crushed silence. He already has the board set, casually dropping the real prize. He guarantees the U.S. is about to sell them military GPS. Jin drops the verdict in a single word: refused. He asks why a private company should just hand over its lifeblood for the country's benefit. General Han swallows the rejection, apologizing for even making the request. But Jin immediately shifts gears. He casually announces that the United States is about to sell them military GPS. The two commanders are completely blindsided by a geopolitical move of this magnitude, so Jin steps up to guide them toward the television, ready to back his claim with hard proof. Jin hands his recording over to a restaurant employee, pulling the two generals over to a small television to watch news footage of a Serbian airstrike. The broadcast displays the rumored B-2 bomber, a piece of hardware that immediately puts the men on edge. But General Han questions the point of the tape when he sees it's just a standard drop of unguided dumb bombs. Right up until the moment the impossible happens. The supposedly unguided weapons actively correct their trajectory midair, and while the military veterans lose their composure over the footage, Jin quietly enjoys the payoff of his demonstration. Jin Hyun-sung provides the missing piece. It's a J-DAM, a regular munition retrofitted with a precision guidance kit to act like a missile. The strategic disruption hits Han instantly, knowing this tech will upend the entire Air Force. But Kim admits the temptation stretches much further, confessing that even his armored core would kill for that capability. He drops the actual pitch, equipping self-propelled artillery shells with those same guided systems for ultra-long-range strikes. Before Kim can even find his footing, Hyun-sang outlines a weapon that can deploy steering wings, glide over terrain, and wipe out North Korean targets from 150 kilometers away. Hyun-sung drives his point home on the chart, officially introducing his company's ace, the Smart Shell. He lets General Kim study the trajectory data before handing over the full progress report to prove it's designed for the country's self-propelled artillery. The general scrutinizes the specs as Hyun-sung confirms the core systems are already finished. That sets up the actual masterstroke of his plan, trading this proprietary tech to the US in direct exchange for access to their military GPS network. The math finally clicks for General Han, who realizes this entirely bypasses the political nightmare of buying depleted uranium. But Kim finds a logical flaw, questioning why a superpower that already mastered precision bombs wouldn't just build these themselves. Hyun-sung praises the observation, perfectly prepared to explain why the extreme pressure of an artillery launch makes that impossible for them to copy. Artillery shells, unlike standard drop bombs, have to survive the sheer pressure of a gunpowder launch. Jin lays out his countermeasure, a custom titanium nanowire shock absorber built to protect the delicate internal gear. Then there's the size constraint. Cramming all that tech into a 155mm shell instead of a massive aerial bomb. General Kim grips the proposal, declaring that if the data holds up, the military will do whatever it takes to secure it. He rolls up the document and heads straight for the door, promising to brief the Joint Chiefs of Staff immediately. The schematics for heavy artillery set the stakes, but it's at the HS Molecular Research Institute where the real cost of those contracts is paid. Kim Hee-won looks like he hasn't slept in a month as he curses his malicious CEO, and right on cue, Jin Hyun-sung walks in holding a crucifix and garlic to ward off his undead staff. He casually announces he has more work to assign, which makes Hee-won nearly lose his mind as he points to a lab full of researchers, shuffling around like actual zombies. Jin just smiles and tells his team to hold out for 2 more years to capitalize on the momentum. Hee-won snaps, screaming that he won't survive 2 days at this pace, but Jin knows exactly how to manage his lead researcher, dangling a stock option contract and a promise of equity shares that freezes the outrage instantly. Hyun-sung drops the bait, promising a 100-fold return in just 3 years, and the young researcher practically melts at the thought. Entirely defeated by his own greed, Hee-won collapses onto the floor, already asking what impossible thing he has to invent this time. The order is carbon fiber, but when Hyun-sung casually requests the T-1500 grade, the demand takes a second to register. Hee-won snaps, screaming at his boss and demanding to know if they're building a movie cyborg. He scribbles his signature on the agreement anyway, ranting that even the industry leaders in Japan haven't broken the 1,000 threshold, while Hyun-sung calmly reminds him to date the paperwork. If they are actually going for 1,500, Hee-won lays down a hard line. The current lab isn't going to cut it, and he needs a complete overhaul with the absolute latest tech. Hyun-sung tests his resolve, asking if this is genuine confidence or just an excuse to burn cash, which earns him a sharp insult from a man fully ready to back up his demands. Hee-won takes the bait, loudly guaranteeing he can build whatever they need, and Hyun-sung smiles as the hook sets. The quiet victory is interrupted by a sudden ring. He immediately shifts into a professional tone the second he answers the director. who skips the small talk entirely to drop the intel Hyun-sung has been waiting for. They finally track down Kim Jun. In the lab, the director practically shouts into the receiver, demanding to know exactly where Kim Jun is right now. The answer leaves Jin Hyun-sung staring at his glowing screen in pure horror. The man they're looking for is already in the ground, buried in a public cemetery in West Virginia. He already knows exactly what his own corpse looks like, left dead on the office tiles. But across the desk, Assistant Yang reads a very different official narrative, claiming he died in a January car crashes alongside a passenger named Kate. The lie doesn't match the memory. He swallows the discrepancy and asks about her connection to June, keeping his tone carefully detached. Yang checks the file, noting she was his live-in partner, and drops the only detail that actually matters. The woman survived. He forces out a dismissive scoff to cover his tracks, completely blindsided by a supposed roommate he has never even heard of. The news breaks in the research wing, sending a younger Kim Hee-won into a blind panic as he thrashes against the staff, holding him back, screaming that he's booking a flight to the US to see the fallout for himself. But Jin Hyun-sung meets the breakdown with absolute ice, ordering him to stand down until they can verify the intel. Patience is the last thing on Hee-won's mind when the casualty is Kim Jun, and he snaps, demanding to know how his colleague can accept the loss of their friend so easily. Then the thrashing stops, replaced by a sickening realization as the weeping researcher looks closely at his partner, pleading to know how he can be so completely unaffected by the tragedy. The memory of Hee-won's bitter accusation still echoes, but the investigator's cold delivery of the crash's details makes the final pieces click. The timeline aligns perfectly. January 5th wasn't just the day he crossed into this era. The implication reshapes the reality of his second chance, forcing him to wonder if he took over Hyun-sung's life, did the man who died on that road take his place in return? The crushing regret of missing his friend's final moments still eats at him, carrying the heavy wish that he had never left the man to face the world alone. Now, he's just mourning the deeply scarred soul whose place he took, letting the dream fade as sheer exhaustion pins him to the office floor, until Jia's sudden arrival snaps him violently awake. Still disoriented, he listens to her explain that he slept right through her knocking and immediately apologizes for losing his focus when they can least afford it. Jia's voice breaks through the numbness. She tells him he doesn't have to hold it all together. Sitting amidst the scattered files, she makes it clear that the paperwork can wait for a proper goodbye. She gives him full permission to fall apart, urging him to grieve until there is nothing left before he ever tries to be Mr. Hyun-sung again. The sound of that title lands with an unexpected weight. A strained laugh breaks his silence, and he admits it's been far too long since anyone actually used his name. Jia lightly deflects the vulnerability, teasing that a secretary can't exactly drop her boss's formal title on a whim, though he makes it clear he wouldn't mind if she did. Jia laughs off the moment, warning that the chairman would have a fit if he heard them, before quickly pivoting back to business to run through the schedule. Kim Jun agrees, knowing this isn't the time to ease up. The first item is a sudden luncheon hosted by the Prime Minister, triggered by the U.S. Department of Defense dropping a massive dollar payment for their new armor-piercing rounds, which Kim Jun recognizes as a state-level victory lap for bringing in $1 billion during a foreign reserve crisis. He immediately clears his schedule to attend, prompting Jia to bring up the wardrobe situation, noting that showing off in an expensive suit during an economic downturn would be a PR disaster. She suggests hitting a department store after work to find something modest. Her proactive attention to detail genuinely impresses him, and he readily agrees to head out with her later, letting her excuse herself as she leaves the actual payment records sitting on his desk. Kim Jun checks the latest financial reports to see if the U.S. military payment cleared, and finds exactly 56 billion won waiting for him. Proof that Chairman Jin doesn't miss a beat. With the research lab's funding already covered by other avenues, this entire deposit is pure surplus. He runs through his options, quickly ruling out the stock market, which he knows won't move for another 5 years, and writing off a standard bank deposit as a complete waste of leverage. That leaves real estate, and with the IMF crisis currently cratering property values, the timing couldn't be better. His memory fills in the gaps, recalling a specific commercial property near Bang Bang intersection that is about to drop to half its value before quintupling over the next 4 years. With 56 billion, he can easily snap up a prime Gangnam building, hold it until the market corrects, and use the massive return to secure a critical 4% stake in Miletus. Before he can finalize the math, a voice calls out from the doorway. Jia pops into his office with a simple offer: cut out early so they can make the department store before it closes. Kim Jun doesn't need to be asked twice. Inside, Jia takes total control of the trip, scanning the luxury displays before steering him into the menswear section to put together a new look. He lets her play stylist, sliding into the tailored jacket she selects. She steps in close to fix his tie, and he leans down to let her work, letting the quiet proximity stretch between them. When she finally steps back, she's absolutely thrilled with the result. A fractured apology catches Kim Jun off guard, and he turns to find Gia panicking at the display counter over a wallet she swears she brought. Does nothing to stop Gia's anxious spiral. Kim Jun watches her unravel over a simple mistake and decides to step in. The clerk tries to play peacekeeper, assuring them that lost property rarely walks off in a luxury department store. Gia isn't hearing it. She frantically digs through her purse, terrified that her wallet was stolen right when she needed it most. June sympathizes with the derailed shopping trip. With the purchase settled, he plays the gentleman and offers to carry the bags to the car, but Gia cheerfully turns him down, striding off and leaving him standing there with empty hands. Gia drops her head into her hands, absolutely desperate over whatever it is she can't afford to lose, while the clerk scrambles to maintain order in the luxury shop. Kim Jun reaches out quietly, sliding his card forward to cover the young woman's tab. The sudden generosity nearly makes her shout, forcing him to shut it down before she draws a crowd. He isn't looking for an audience or a display of gratitude, making it clear that this is just a quiet favor to spare the girl's pride. He sets the strict terms of the rescue. She is to wait until he's entirely out of the store to hand over the items, a quiet demand that leaves the clerk completely flustered and eager to comply. June exits the store, leaving the clerk bowing in his wake, completely satisfied with the quiet departure. That satisfaction lasts exactly 3 seconds before Jia cuts off his path, leaning in to demand if he just ran into his soulmate. He tries to defuse the interrogation with the truth, explaining that the encounter just brought up some old memories. It's a terrible excuse. Jia immediately presses him on what kind of memories he could possibly be hiding, sending him into a desperate panic. Rather than cause a scene in the corridor, she marches toward the car, leaving him to trail behind and weakly maintain his innocence. The clerk gently calls Jia back to the counter to drop a bombshell. The stranger from earlier already covered her entire purchase. The sheer generosity stuns her, at least until her memory catches up with the man's face and she finally recognizes Jin Hyun-sung, the second son of the Jae-woo group. The clerk passes along his reasoning, explaining that the situation had reminded him of his own past. The rumors always painted the heir as a notorious careless playboy, but this quiet gesture just rewrote that entire script. Her husband rushes over with the missing wallet in hand, carefully passing back her mother-in-law's only keepsake, while Gia melts with genuine relief. To return the favor, she pulls out a Silver Diners Club card, nearly sending the clerk into shock. The poor woman stammers through a panicked explanation of the store's strict refund policy, but Gia just smiles and asks for the most expensive men's wallet they have. Across town, the doors open for the Prime Minister's corporate luncheon. Inside the banquet hall, for the keynote address, a voice cuts through the crowd, calling out Kim Jun by his executive title. Chairman Lee Young-moon stands up to welcome him, loudly declaring him the star of the show, while Kim keeps up the polite formalities. The surrounding tables immediately start whispering, putting together that this is the second son of the Jae-woo group, and that today's luncheon is actually a quiet celebration of his recent armor-piercing rounds deal. Noticing the sudden weight of the room's scrutiny on the younger man, Chairman Lee pats his shoulder, advising him to ignore the chatter and just focus on networking. But the spotlight shifts seconds later when the gossip pivots to a new arrival, someone who rarely bothers with these events. The crowd immediately folds into deep bows as an older man with a cane walks through the double doors, carrying the kind of gravity that instantly silences a room. Watching the entire hall bend to the newcomer, Kim asks who just caused the stir, and Lee gives him a name with serious industry weight: Chairman Han Young-ho. June decides to hang back and make his introductions once things calm down, realizing that whoever Chairman Lee is going out of his way to greet must carry serious weight. The old man at the center of the attention might just look cranky, but the deep bows from the other guests confirm his undeniable status. A new arrival suddenly shatters June's quiet observation. A sleazy-looking executive approaches the group to casually greet Chairman Lee before his attention drifts to June, asking who the young man is. The polite inquiry sends a spike of panic straight through our protagonist. He knows exactly who this is: Kim Pan-woo of the Woo-young group, and the very man responsible for ruining his life's work. Years ago, June's covert team had been secretly developing a nuclear submarine, right on the verge of finalizing a functional compact reactor. But Pan-woo, acting as the National Defense Commissioner, deliberately leaked the highly classified operation to the media just to bury his own corruption scandal, bringing down enough international pressure to crush the project for good. The hatred spikes hard enough to choke him. He wants nothing more than to tear the treacherous scum apart right here, but the reality of the formal event forces him to swallow it and plaster on a polite front as Kim Pan-woo smoothly acknowledges his status as the Jaewoo Group's second son. But Pan-woo isn't letting him slip away so easily. He halts the young man, casually dropping the real reason for the ambush. He's heard about Jun declining to share his new tantalum microcoding technology with Matsubashi. Masking his boiling suspicion with sheer bluntness, he confirms the refusal and challenges the older man's sudden interest. Pan Wu immediately leans into a patronizing lecture, warning the small research lab not to get too arrogant over one invention and risk crossing a global powerhouse that holds actual political sway. Kim Pan-woo waves the concern away, laying out the terms as if he's offering a favor. Selling the technology at a reasonable price, he argues, is the smartest long-term play to forge ties. He even has the nerve to frame the surrender as being for Kim Jun's own good, but the disguise falls flat. Jun stares back, rage boiling as he silently brands the man a money-obsessed traitor. The conflict centers around a single classified asset, tantalum gun barrel coating, a military technology capable of shifting the balance of national defense by drastically extending artillery lifespan. Kim Pan-woo leans in with some heavy-handed advice, warning Kim Jun that picking a fight with the Japanese political powerhouse like Matsubashi over one tiny lab's research is a guaranteed losing bet. He frames a cheap buyout as a smart networking move, pitching the surrender as if he's doing the younger man a massive personal favor. Jun keeps his mouth shut, realizing the older executive has zero grasp on the actual stakes. Handing this over would immediately skyrocket Japan's artillery capabilities. With South Korea's military edge being the only real leverage it holds in the region, Jun quickly concludes that the man trying to lecture him is just a complete idiot. Instead of backing down, Kim Jun casually twists the knife, suggesting Woo Young handle the development themselves, while knowing full well they lack the technology. The insult lands instantly. Kim Pan-woo bristles at the blatant disrespect, but before the argument can explode, Chairman Lee forcefully shoves Kim Jun back to kill the tension. Keeping a firm hand on the younger man, the chairman reminds him of the stakes. This room is full of powerful connections, and wasting the night on petty grievances is a terrible play. Kim Jun flawlessly slips his corporate mask back on, giving the chairman the opening he needs to pivot and float the idea of private drinks to discuss actual business. The political calculus of the room shifts. The second chairman, Han Young-ho, strolls over to interrupt the discussion. But the real surprise comes when his daughter singles Kim Jun out, handing him a small gift bag as thanks for his help a few days prior. The memory finally clicks, though matching the frantic woman who lost her wallet with the polished heiress standing in front of him takes a second. Beside them, Jin Hyun-pil goes into immediate damage control. Chairman Han effortlessly asserts his dominance by questioning Jin's late arrival, forcing the older executive to sweat through flimsy excuses about speech rehearsals. Desperate to prove his deference, Jin grabs his son by the neck and shoves him into a sharp bow, leaving Kim Jun to swallow his pride and stammer out a greeting. Chairman Han drops the revelation into the open, leaving Jin completely blindsided by the news that their children somehow crossed paths. Bypassing the fathers entirely to address the young man directly, Han issues an invitation for a private meal that carries the undeniable weight of a summons. The sheer scale of that political leverage sends the older executives into quiet hysterics, even as Jun internally groans at the exhausting prospect of high society networking. Lee Young-moon instantly folds and offers to cancel their own arrangement to clear the runway, but Jun attempts a polite escape by using that exact prior commitment as a shield. The excuse throws Lee into a silent panic over becoming collateral damage, a reaction our boy finds highly amusing coming from a supposed corporate titan. Any remaining room for negotiation vanishes when Han asserts his authority, making it perfectly clear that refusing his personal hospitality is not on the menu. The old man huffs in satisfaction, completely ignoring how obvious it is that he just strong-armed his way into a meeting. The arrangement is sealed on the spot as Han orders his daughter to pass along the address. Heejin scrambles to pull out her card, clearly mortified by her father's bulldozer tactics, and admits that her story about the department store incident was what sparked the sudden interest. She hands over the contact info, apologizing for the imposition. Chairman Lee presses the issue, warning Jun that Han is a top-3 real estate magnate moving trillions daily, someone even Lee's own father had to rely on. Jun brushes the advice aside, doubting he'll ever need a private loan, but he agrees to keep the man in his network. A desperate shout cuts through the banquet hall. Han shuts the interruption down cold, demanding collateral, while the desperate man begs for one last chance. June recognizes the groveling executive as Kim Pan-woo. The math does itself. If Pan-woo is begging for cash in public, Chairman Han is the only thing keeping Wooyoung Heavy Industries from going under. Armed with that vulnerability, June steps up to a sprawling mansion gate and presses the buzzer. Heejin meets June at the estate gate, but he's immediately caught off guard by the shift in her presence. Every time they cross paths, she carries a different atmosphere. Today, the soft elegance leaves him speechless and paints a heavy blush across his face. She catches the stare and playfully asks what he's looking at, sending him into a flustered apology. Amused, she turns and leads him through the grounds, noting that her father is waiting out back. Stepping onto the massive lawn, June announces his arrival to the chairman, but he can't quite hide his awe at the estate. It's basically a private park, a quiet, overwhelming reminder of exactly why this man holds the title of Cash King. Out in the estate garden, Chairman Han waves his guests to a seat to start with tea, but the hospitality comes with a suffocating weight as the old man's relentless scrutiny puts June entirely on edge. The tension snaps the moment Heejin steps in, sharply scolding her father for staring holes through people. Han brushes the reprimand off as a simple habit of studying faces, prompting June to test the waters and ask what his own expression gives away. The chairman lets the silence stretch out before casually dropping the exact truth, that June's exterior doesn't match what's inside. The observation lands with terrifying accuracy, leaving the younger man quietly panicking over the sheer intuition sitting across the table. Heejin cuts through the sudden chill by asking where her brother-in-law is, which earns a bitter complaint from her father about securing collateral for one final loan. Listening quietly, June pieces together that the chairman decided to hand over the money after all. A quiet smile touches his face as he names the real target. Someone like Kim Pan-woo has to be dealt with, and this won't be the last time he steps out of line. The audacity of the suggestion catches Chairman Han off guard. He has drawn the line in the sand, and he isn't backing down. Sitting in the chairman's garden, Jin Hyun-sung delivers a flat verdict. Han needs to cut Wooyoung Heavy Industries off immediately. The old man bristles at the sudden demand, but the financial trap is already obvious to Jin. He lays out the math, warning the chairman that pouring more cash in won't save the company, it will only force him into a cycle of defensive lending just to protect his initial investment. He already knows how this plays out. Wooyoung is destined to bounce from one bankruptcy crisis to another, constantly relying on miraculous last-minute bailouts to survive. Looking at the confused old man across from him, the pieces finally click together. Han was the miracle. If Jin doesn't step in right now, a parasite named Kim Pan-woo is going to bleed the chairman dry to fund a toxic political career. Oblivious to his own impending ruin, Han refuses to fold, stubbornly defending Wooyoung's groundbreaking engine technology and demanding to know how an asset like that could be a dead end. In the private garden, Jin dismantles the pitch, revealing that Wooyoung's prized engine technology is nothing more than a discarded design Matsubashi threw away. He presses the reality of the situation, noting that Matsubashi has already developed a far superior model and rendering Wooyoung's alleged breakthrough as worthless garbage. Quietly reeling from the realization that a financial shift of this magnitude completely bypassed his own intelligence network, he leans across the table to demand a source, but Jin just raises a hand, smoothly shutting the inquiry down by reminding the older man that neither of them gives up their channels. Instead, he leaves him with a final warning to reconsider the loan, pointing out that a company already missing payroll doesn't have the internal will to recover. He demands to know if the younger man is ready to stand by a claim that could collapse a giant like Wooyoung. But Hyun-sung just smiles, perfectly insulated behind the excuse that he's only repeating rumors. Swallowing his frustration, the chairman barks immediate orders to his daughter, Heejin, demanding she kill the loan and track down every cent already sent out. That detail catches Hyun-sung off guard. The money has already moved, rubbing his head as the sheer weight of the mess sets in. He only meant to sit back and watch after hearing the Jaewoo Group's notorious second son had helped his daughter, but the situation is rapidly spiraling out of his control. Jin plays to the old man's ego by admitting he was genuinely shocked to see the famously powerful Chairman Lee tread so carefully. Jin already knew the rumors, but having it confirmed reveals the staggering reality of a man who can steer the entire economy from the shadows through countless regime changes without a single public leak. Clear proof that Han's influence is extraordinarily immense. It's exactly the kind of unshakable backing Jin needs to launch his own ambitions. So when the chairman pivots to offer a concrete reward for the tip, Jin immediately waves it off, playing the loyal junior who only spoke up to save the old man from an obvious financial hit. Chairman Han operates on a strict code. If the intelligence on Pan-woo checks out, a massive debt is owed, and in his circles, Every debt demands full repayment. He refuses to settle the ledger with something mediocre, instead floating a single question to gauge Jin's appetite for real estate. The offer hits the exact right nerve, pulling a frantic confirmation from the younger man. With the bait taken, the chairman locks in a prime recommendation. He outlines a commercial tower that tanked from 70 billion down to 40, after the IMF crisis, casually promising to drive the price down to 30 himself. A claim that leaves Jin calculating the sheer impossibility of shaving off that kind of money. The strategy relies entirely on Han's absolute market dominance. He notes that failed auction bids trigger rapid price drops, and if he personally enters the bidding pool, no one else in the city will dare raise a paddle. By intentionally letting the property fail a few rounds, manipulating a 10 billion won discount becomes trivial, a raw display of untouchable influence that finally shows Jin the true scale of the favor he just earned. The mechanics of the scheme are almost too simple. In a high-stakes auction, nobody in their right mind plays chicken with Han Myung-ho, because failing to read the room and bidding against him is a literal death sentence in the corporate world. As the weight of the strategy fully lands, Jun realizes the chairman has been weaponizing his own reputation to freeze out the market, deliberately tanking values just to sweep up the leftovers for pennies. The sheer shameless brilliance of the play leaves him reeling, staring down a man who operates like an absolute devil. But a devil is exactly what he needs right now, and he immediately asks if this kind of ruthless momentum will be enough to clear Kim Pan-woo's debt. He lays the question out with a sudden surge of calculated confidence, and the old man is clearly pleased to see the kid keeping up. He takes the deal without a second thought, and a few days later, they secure their seats at the Seoul Central District Court just as the auctioneer brings their target property to the block. Jun runs the math on a massive Gangnam building that bled nearly half its original valuation after the economic crashes, while the chairman lays out the real leverage. With the lion's share of the eventual payout tied up by Chatel Bank to cover a massive loan, the old man confirms the strategy with zero hesitation, boasting that he's actually being generous by only tanking the price twice. The sheer predatory ruthlessness of his new partner finally lands. 2 hours later, Kim Jun successfully secures the property without a single competing bid, leaving the assistant manager quietly spiraling as he waits for the inevitable backlash. The assistant mentally braces for a corporate war, but Chairman Han cuts right to the chase, bluntly asking if the bank plans to file a formal objection. It's a fair assumption since legal teams don't usually attend auctions just to make small talk. Yet instead of drawing a line in the sand, the lawyer folds into a deep bow. The bank president had sent him strictly to ensure the chairman wasn't offended, a total capitulation that Han casually accepts while the assistant manager stands paralyzed by the sheer scale of the old man's authority. Lee agrees to the terms, but he pushes his luck, probing the chairman on why he didn't bid directly instead of using such a young proxy. It's a mistake that gets him instantly reprimanded. Han draws a hard line, making it crystal clear that Kim isn't just a stand-in. He's a full business partner who commands the exact same level of respect. Flustered, Lee stammers out an apology, while Kim just smiles and plays the flawless professional. Navigating the afternoon traffic, Chairman Han presses Kim Jun on his plans for the newly acquired auction property. Our protagonist keeps it practical, aiming for a quick flip since he lacks the resources to actually manage real estate, a strategy the older man fully endorses. Kim Jun offers a sincere thanks for the unexpected backing, but Han brushes it off as a settled debt. Exposing Pan-woo's embezzlement ultimately saved the chairman's own skin, making this a fair trade. Still, the older man sees over his employees going unpaid for months, though Kim Jun gently reminds him of the real headache. Digging out Pan-woo's offshore accounts is going to be a nightmare. Chairman Han casually dismisses any concern about his missing funds, assuring his guest that he knows exactly how to collect the debt. He throws his head back in a booming, unhinged laugh at the sheer guts of the kid who crossed him, then waves it off as a joke the second he notices Kim Jun bracing for impact in the passenger seat. Jun doesn't buy the reassurance for a single second. The older man drops the act just as quickly, turning his full attention to his passenger with a sudden question. Han leans in and reads the young man with brutal accuracy, stating flatly that his face is practically screaming for a massive lump sum of cash. The blunt assessment catches Jun completely off guard. He wonders if he is really projecting his desperation that loudly, his anxiety flaring if the sheer financial weight of his secret Miletus share acquisition threatens to expose him. Chairman Han reads the young man like an open book, casually laying out the entire strategy from acquiring the Miletus shares to outmaneuvering his brother for an even larger endgame. Jun buries his face in his hands, cursing his own transparency, but he can't hide his shock when Han zeroes in on his desperate need for capital. The offered assistance comes with the steep price tag, a flat 20% stake in Jun's newly established research lab. The sheer speed of the chairman's intelligence gathering sets off internal alarm bells, even as the old man pitches the exchange as a perfectly balanced trade. June holds his ground, making it crystal clear the lab's equity is completely off the table. The firm rejection earns a quiet click of frustration from the older man, until June immediately pivots, admitting he still needs the financial backing and proposing they find another currency to trade. The brazen counteroffer catches the veteran executive entirely off guard. Looking out at the passing financial district, the protagonist highlights the anxiety of holding so many loans in the volatile market, asking for the chairman's portfolio outright so his network can weed out the impending failures. The older man dismisses the idea without even opening his eyes. The morning broadcast drops the hammer. Hansu Group is officially bankrupt. For Chairman Lee Young-moon, the anchor's words aren't just breaking news, but a terrifying confirmation of exactly what he'd been warned about. A thick stack of files hits the desk as the chairman officially caves, handing over his list and promising his full backing if Kim Jun can sort the doomed companies from the survivors. But the executive still needs to understand how he called a collapse the government was trying to bail out just days prior. Kim Jun doesn't miss a beat, feeding him a perfectly rehearsed line about analyzing capital erosion and market trends. It's an airtight cover for simply knowing the future. With the chairman's resources finally unlocked, our lead spends the next few days buried in the data, sifting through 186 companies and billions in loans to carve out the perfect portfolio. Kim Jun slides the completed dossier across the desk, detailing his full market analysis. Chairman Han immediately catches an outlier he has no record of lending to, balking at the idea of throwing capital at a complete unknown. Jun smoothly reframes the pitch as a bet on a founder rather than a company, setting a 20-year horizon for the return. The old man snaps that he won't even live that long. The frustration dies the second June reveals the real strategy. This particular harvest isn't meant for the chairman at all. It's an empire-building legacy for his daughter. The chairman finally concedes the point and demands a full rundown on the mystery prospect, prompting June to introduce Seo Jung-hwan as a former financial planner fresh off a corporate layoff. June explains the man just founded a venture company, but deliberately plays coy, insisting Han needs to judge the potential for himself. He already knows the end game here. This modest startup is the predecessor to Celtrion, a future biosimilar titan guaranteed to print astronomical returns. Intrigued enough to secure a meeting, the chairman abruptly shifts the focus back to their own arrangement, catching June off guard before laying his ultimate offer on the table. He will personally back him at the auction house exactly 10 times. The scale of the return hits June so hard he completely freezes, leaving the chairman waiting in the silence. Lee actually starts to feel a little self-conscious about his dramatic hand gesture, asking if his estimate isn't enough. June quickly smooths it over with a deferential laugh, blaming his silence on his inability to even process a 10 times profit margin. The chairman immediately shifts to the practical side, asking how much liquid capital they have to work with right now. June runs the mental tally. If he unloads the building he just acquired, plus his existing funds, he sits at 76 billion won. Lee crunches the numbers and delivers the verdict. He can take that base and turn it into at least 200 billion. The math clicks into place, revealing exactly how much leverage that buys him. At the current rate, a clean 6% stake in Meletus. It's enough to instantly catapult him to the second largest shareholder in the company, proving that walking into this office was the best gamble he's made yet. Chairman Han locks in his promise, guaranteeing a return well beyond the 200 billion mark. The sheer scale of the ambition finally lands. When the old man jokes about not having enough fingers to count their incoming wealth, Kim Jun matches his energy, perfectly aligned with the vision. Outside the towering Meletus headquarters, the true scale of the game finally settles in. Lounging in the quiet of his office, Kim Jun pieces together the reality of the real estate market. It was never meant for the average person. The entire sector operates as a fenced-off playground for a handful of major players. But that closed loop is exactly what kept the market standing. The Titans inadvertently shielded the nation from foreign speculative capital during the insolvency crisis, simply by refusing to share their monopoly. The irony is heavy, but June doesn't mind the rigged system. Chairman Han Myung-ho, the man who dictates that very monopoly, is now firmly in his corner. And with that kind of backing, failing is no longer an option. But across town, the peace in Jin Hyun-cheol's office shatters when a secretary bursts through the door, interrupting his afternoon downtime to gasp out an urgent update. Hyun-cheol springs off the couch the second she drops the news that Vice President Jin Hyun-sung has personally requested a transfer down to Daewoo Cosmos. He leans forward to weigh the move, trying to figure out why an executive would voluntarily accept the demotion to a subsidiary. The strategic implication clicks into place the moment he remembers Cosmos Aero manufactures engines for military fighter jets. He grips his shirt, unsettled by the realization that Hyun-sung might actually be plotting to develop his own aircraft engines. It's a reckless play. The sheer arrogance of Cosmos Aero trying to develop an engine without knowing how to produce turbine blades is almost funny to Jun. It's an ultra-specialized technology built to handle extreme heat and pressure, mastered by only a handful of companies globally even decades into the future. Back in the office, his secretary is already looking ahead to the looming power vacuum. June shoots the rumor down, reminding her he only just made policy director, and cuts the workday short to head to the courthouse. Outside the bidding room, Chairman Han is waiting to greet him, but the man looks like a looming storm cloud, before finally dropping the bravado. Something unexpected just came up, and Han is thoroughly embarrassed to be hitting a wall right at their very first auction. The chairman swallows his pride and admits defeat, pointing out that another group has already blocked the way. The humility doesn't last long, and he immediately snaps at June for failing to offer any respectful consolation. June doesn't even blink at the tantrum. He dryly asks if the old man is just scolding him to cover up his own embarrassment. The chairman identifies the smiling figure in the center as Lee Ki-ho, another of the real estate big three, and notes that his escorts are likely intelligence agents. That detail immediately puts June on edge. The state has no business babysitting a tycoon at a property auction. Across the room, Kiho's friendly smile gives absolutely nothing away, but the moment he makes eye contact, Jun realizes the man is already walking straight toward them. Unbothered, Kiho introduces himself. He casually brings up the rumors about the young man's remarkable foresight. Jun plays along with the introduction, but Kiho quickly pivots to his real agenda. He wants Jun to drop the auction property. Jun suggests they take the conversation to the hallway. He presses for a reason, but Kiho claims the details are classified. He asks for the concession anyway, putting a heavy promise on the table. If Jun walks away today, Kiho will owe him a favor. Jun reads the man's demeanor. It's neither fake politeness nor a veiled threat. The tycoon just wants to secure the win like a gentleman. Having a heavy hitter like Lee Ki-ho in his debt is exactly the kind of leverage Jun can use. The chairman casually dismisses his assistant's concern, willing to fold on the deal because he's certain his guests will understand. But the guest's name stops Kim Jun cold. Lee formally introduces the haggard man beside him as Kim Chi-soo, a minor business owner from Russia, admitting that this man is the actual reason he's asking for a concession. Realizing he just leaked knowledge his current body has no business knowing, Kim Jun frantically waves the slip-up off as a mistake, but the chairman isn't buying the backtrack, immediately demanding to know how he recognizes a supposedly low-level Russian merchant. Chairman Lee Young-moon watches quietly from the sidelines as the intercom chimes to announce the start of the auction. The weight of his own words hits Kim Jun, who realizes that acknowledging the intelligence agency's operations out loud was a massive risk, but he refuses to back off when he knows exactly who is standing in front of him. Kim Chi-soo is the hidden hero of Korea's cruise missile program. Years ago, his Russian scrap metal business landed a defense disposal contract, an opportunity he used to execute a life-risking smuggling operation that brought an intact weapon back to his home country. That gamble cost him his company when the Russian government finally caught on, making the puzzle of the specific auction click into place. It's the Korean government's secret financial compensation to a burnt operative. Without him, the nation's defense technology would be a decade behind, and now this historical figure is just standing in the hallway, completely bewildered by the young man's sudden reverence. Lee Ki-ho presses the silent investigator for a straight answer, refusing to be distracted when the man casually offers to drop out of the bidding instead. Lee warns that the situation will escalate if he doesn't start cooperating, but the investigator just smiles and lays down a single condition. He wants a direct introduction to whoever is running the second phase of the Bulgum project. The classified bombshell derails the interrogation. Lee struggles to process the security breach, pivoting to play dumb as he orders the man to stay on topic. But the investigator holds his leverage, leaving Lee internally reeling over how a random civilian could possibly know a top-tier secret. The trap is obvious, and it just closed right around his neck. Jun casually plays his hand. He floats a guess out loud. Given who's standing in the room, Chairman Lee has to be the sponsor of the Bulgum project. The investigator shuts him down fast, warning him that conglomerate money won't protect him from a National Security Act charge. But the trap is already sprung. The investigator pivots to Lee and Kim Chi-soo, advising them to get their stories straight for an impending intelligence agency summons. Jun stands quietly in the hallway, watching the two men get escorted out as the weight of the situation finally crushes them. Pushed to his limit, Chairman Lee demands a straight answer, in an end to the runaround. But instead of offering an explanation, Kim Jun presses him on how an ordinary civilian could possibly know about the highly classified Bear project, letting the lead investigator step in with threats of federal espionage charges. The reality of their position sets in as the investigator advises them to prepare a flawless defense for their upcoming intelligence agency summons. With the trap fully closed, Kim Jun turns to walk away, leaving Lee and his terrified subordinate drowning in the silence. Understanding exactly what an intelligence investigation means for his future, Lee desperately calls after them, insisting they have to settle this right now. Lee's assistant warns him that pushing for a source is a dead end. Kim Jun's polite compliance proves the point. Lee pushes forward anyway, demanding to know how a civilian executive uncovered the classified Bear project. Kim shuts him down cold. For a defense contractor, intel is blood, and no intelligence agency is going to force his hand. Knowing a wall when he hits one, Lee pivots to the only question left, Kim's actual endgame. But Lee catches the contradiction instantly. The Bear project is strictly a Russian import operation. Kim's company has absolutely nothing to sell. Out in the corridor, Kim Chi-soo shrinks between the chairman and assistant Yang, feeling the crushing weight of the standoff. But Kim Jun doesn't flinch, flatly stating that his answer remains the same, regardless of who's asking. He drops the corporate reality on them. His top priority is profit, and even if the Bear project produces absolutely nothing to sell, just holding a ticket to a national-scale arms procurement is a priceless asset. He spins the logic effortlessly, pitching that the exclusive connections will inevitably scale Zayu Miletas, which will in turn bolster South Korea's entire defense network. A bold piece of rhetoric that leaves Lee openly struggling to follow the math. The investigator lays out the ultimate playbook for a military contractor, explaining how massive research budgets forge superior weapons that generate huge export profits, which then cycle right back into domestic growth. While Kim Chi-soo listens quietly, Lee Ki-ho sits in stunned silence, letting the weight of the grandstanding hang in the room before completely breaking down into a muffled laugh. The sudden reaction flusters the investigator, who demands an explanation while the tycoon awkwardly apologizes for his lack of composure, reaching out to bridge the gap. He admits the raw sincerity of the speech actually worked, and the tension evaporates from the patriot's face as Lee shakes his hand, confirming he wants to build that exact same future. Chairman Lee finally bites, offering up exactly what Kim Jun has been maneuvering toward, a direct introduction to the head of the Bear project. Kim Jun absorbs the win without missing a beat. They shake on it, officially locking in the connection. Across town, a fresh coffee arrives at Kim Jun's next meeting. He sits across from Chairman Han Myung-ho, who is currently agonizing over his role in forcing Kim Jun to abandon the first auction. When Han asks how to make it right, Kim Jun casually floats the idea of compensation. He buries his expression in his mug, fully aware the auction loss had nothing to do with Han. But if the old man wants to volunteer as a mark, Kim Jun won't stop him. Jun decides to accelerate the timeline, pitching a plan to run multiple auctions simultaneously if he gets the right financial backing. Chairman Han warns him that rushing ruins proper analysis, but the kid shuts the concern down. He will handle the details himself. He just needs the weight of the chairman's influence. The audacity of the demand earns a sliver of respect from the old man. He asks for the final number, and Jun requests a flat $1 billion without blinking. The figure shatters Han's stoic demeanor instantly, and his coffee goes flying. It's been a full 10 months since Kim Jun dropped back into this timeline, and while it feels like barely a few weeks, he's already staring down his second winter. His secretary breaks the quiet, dropping off a stack of requested files and rolling right into a corporate update to confirm the new sensor modules have finally hit the factory floor. But as she pivots to the Research Institute, he cuts the agenda short and reaches into his desk. It's the first snow of the year, and he decides the business grind can pause for a coffee break, a casual shift that leaves his assistant completely off guard. Kim Jun pours the coffee himself, catching Jia completely off guard. She asks if something is wrong, and as he passes her a mug, she points out the obvious. The energy in the room has shifted. He settles back into the couch. The first snow is falling outside, and for once he's letting himself feel a little sentimental. He admits that just sitting here with her is a relief, a rare bit of warmth that sends her hiding her flushed face behind her cup. Unused to this version of her boss, Jia scrambles to pivot back to business, pulling out her paperwork while he gently tells her to take it slow. She plows ahead anyway, launching into the numbers. The Bundang Research Institute is surging, pacing for a 200 billion net profit by next year. She moves to tally their liquid assets, but a sudden vibration on the table cuts the briefing short. Jun takes the call, caught off guard and trying to explain that he's still at the office. The chairman doesn't leave room for debate. cutting him off with a strict order to come home immediately for something important. June agrees, but the line goes dead before he can even process the command, leaving his secretary watching in silence as the tension in the room suddenly shifts. Arriving at the Jin family estate, June is met by his stepmother, who takes his bag and steers him toward his father's study, while dinner is prepared. Inside the room, Chairman Jin Hyun-fil motions for him to sit, but June cuts straight to the point, pressing the older man on why he was summoned with such unusual urgency. The chairman clears his throat, visibly stalling before dropping whatever heavy news he called this meeting for, and pivots the conversation to the development of their smart artillery shells. June confirms that prototype testing is set for next week. Instantly reading the underlying tension, he asks if the domestic military is breathing down their necks over a weapon designed strictly for American export. The older man's grim silence tells him everything he needs to know about the pressure building outside these walls. June braces himself for whatever heavy conversation his father has been putting off. The title at the top derails his entire thought process. It's a formal certificate transferring 4% of the Miletus shares directly into his name. The sheer awkwardness of the gesture takes a second to register. June openly calls him out, realizing his father had been dodging his calls all week just because he didn't know how to deliver a gift. As the chairman defensively barks at him to take it or leave it, June pivots straight back to the succession war. He always assumed Hyun-cheo was the uncontested heir. The chairman insists he hasn't chosen a successor for Miletus yet, leaning hard on the idea that the competition between his sons will be entirely fair. Kim June accepts the sentiment with a polite smile, then pulls out a bank book to casually mention he's been saving up to buy some shares. The chairman's jaw unhinges as the number lands. 1 trillion won. It's enough for Kim June to secure a clean 2% of the company right out of the gate. That kind of buying power obliterates the so-called level playing field, putting him miles ahead of Hyun-cheo. Staring at the impossible balance, his father scrambles for a logical explanation, wondering if his son's sudden financial gravity has something to do with Chairman Han taking him under his wing. Kim June asks if his father plans to stop him, but the old man tries to play the new alliance off as a positive development. That wasn't the question. Kim June steers the conversation right back to the shares, forcing the chairman to confront the reality that his youngest son is about to rig the succession race before it even starts. But from here on out, it's every man for himself. It's a blunt cutoff, but Kim June accepts it with a genuine note of thanks that actually flusters the old man, who grumbles around his lighter and brushes off the gratitude. With the internal boundaries established, the chairman pivots to market intelligence, asking if the rumors about Hyun-cheo moving to Cosmos Euroloro are true. June confirms the play, though he dismisses his rival's ambition to develop independent aircraft engines as completely impossible given their current technological limits. But the chairman holds the missing piece of the puzzle, revealing Hyun-cheo's actual target, a full acquisition of Turbina Sichi to absorb their engine tech. Turbina. The single word shatters June's composure, instantly transforming a foolish ambition into a very real threat. June weighs the chairman's target. A Ukrainian aircraft manufacturer has been bleeding money since the Soviet collapse, and acquiring them now for pennies would instantly crack open the global engine market. But Chairman Jin isn't just dreaming out loud. He takes a drag from his cigarette and tests the room. Is this actually possible? June lays out the brutal geopolitical reality. A deal like this doesn't happen in a vacuum. The US and Russia aren't going to sit quietly while an outside player secures advanced military technology. The American blowback alone makes it a near impossible gamble, promising guaranteed political and physical intervention the second they try to cross the threshold. Chairman Jin knows exactly how greedy the Americans can be, but June pushes back, arguing that the acquisition is simply too valuable to pass up. The chairman ultimately folds, hoping the gamble pays off. The target in question is a highly classified Ukrainian aerospace manufacturer, and securing it is well worth the risk. Meanwhile, at the Incheon Tactical Training Center, the stage is set for a major weapons demonstration. The VIPs are ushered into the observation room as the military prepares to live fire its newest lineup of smart artillery. Settling in front of the monitors, Chairman Lee immediately spots an anomaly, demanding to know why a destroyer is sitting right in the middle of the test feed. Inside the observation room, Chairman Lee Young-moon realizes the day's demonstration is expanding beyond the planned artillery tests, as his director confirms they're rolling out their new smart naval shells on a ship the chairman doesn't even recognize. It's the DDH-972 Ulchi Mundiok, and using a newly commissioned vessel still in training is a subtle flex, though the director admits their hands were tied since every other active destroyer was out on maritime exercises. They only pulled this off because General Lee Dong-wook stepped in to secure the ship, earning a polite nod of respect from the chairman for upgrading the day's spectacle. But the general deflects the praise, revealing the real pressure driving the event. With an observer from the U.S. Army in attendance, securing a top-tier destroyer wasn't a favor. It was an absolute necessity, prompting the general to finally call their silent guests to the floor. The formal introductions begin, with Chairman Lee Young-moon reaching right across the seating arrangement to greet Major General Lambert, the U.S. Army's rep for the test, naming the K-9 prototype before the briefing can even start. But before the general can get too comfortable, Kim Jun steps in to manage expectations, warning the American that the smart shells are running on commercial GPS. It operates at barely half the accuracy of standard U.S. military tech. A handicapped Lambert smoothly brushes off as something they've already factored in. He asks for the raw numbers instead, assuming that reduced accuracy. How far out is the actual impact point? Kim points to the live feed of a small blue car parked on an uninhabited island out in the West Sea, dropping a target distance of 100 kilometers. The range alone breaks the general's composure, leaving him stammering at the monitor as he tries to process exactly what kind of tests the Koreans are about to run. Major General Lambert stares at the monitor, praying the small car isn't the actual target when it's sitting a full 100 kilometers away. When he presses for the margin of error, Kim smoothly confirms their commercial GPS keeps it around 6 meters, a number Lambert knows would drop to 3 with military hardware. Kim just laughs the terrifying breakthrough off, casually asking for some understanding if the payload lands slightly off the vehicle. But the forced modesty only makes the general sweat. A deep geopolitical dread settles into his stomach as he weighs whether the United States can truly afford to let this power operate unchecked. They aren't just observing a weapons test. They are raising a tiger that will one day devour them. Out on the testing field, a tow cable snaps taut. A military transport starts dragging the target car across the dirt, shifting the demonstration's parameters on the fly. Back in the observation room, the general is completely thrown as the corporate representative casually announces they are now simulating a moving tank. The general demands to know why a feature this crucial was left out of the briefing, but the rep just awkwardly blames classified security protocols. The shift in the room's atmosphere locks the general up, but Kim Jun's attention is caught by fresh footsteps entering the hall. The older officer scrambles past him with a hurried apology. Kim watches the military hierarchy fold in real time as the top brass snap to a rigid salute for this new arrival and instantly freezes. 4 stars. That rank changes the math entirely. Stepping back into the silence, the general begins the formal introduction. The mystery guest is finally introduced as General Jeffrey Morgan, the U.S. Navy Chief of Staff. June drops his head, internally screaming that someone could have given him a little warning before dropping a 4-star general into his lap. Morgan smooths over the unannounced arrival as a standard security measure, casually mentioning he had to talk the Secretary of the Navy out of attending in person. Extending a hand, Morgan confirms the real stakes. June's project has officially caught the U.S. Navy's attention. June takes the handshake, nearly slipping into formal military deference, before hastily correcting himself to sound like a regular civilian executive. Out on the Gangwa Island test site, the artillery lines up for a demonstration that General Lee has spent years waiting to see. The order to load echoes across the field, followed instantly by a deafening volley tearing into the sky. As the live feed locks onto the target, a lone blue car parked in the dirt. General Morgan asks for the distance, only to be told it's a full 100 kilometers out, putting the shells in the air for several minutes before impact. In the command center, the tactical officer checks his watch, expecting a full minute before impact, but the screen immediately lights up with an explosion that shatters their timeline. General Morgan watches the feed in silence, the tense rhythm of his finger against the chair, giving away his rising skepticism. Down on the firing line, the self-propelled howitzers are already recalibrating, dialing in fresh elevation and azimuth coordinates to keep up with the impossible speed. Inside the cabin, a masked crewman wrestles the heavy shell onto the loading tray, shoves the propellant charge in behind it, and calls out the ready order. The heavy barrel elevates toward the clear sky. The rest of the armored units instantly follow suit, hammering the airspace with a relentless, deafening barrage. The target zone is completely leveled. Shockwaves tear through the test site, launching shrapnel as the consecutive strikes land. General Michael runs the numbers. The barrel angle resets, and the time-delayed firing hits the exact same coordinate, from 100 kilometers away. The math forces him to admit they are looking at a short-range missile. The older Korean general confirms the assessment, noting this specific capability is exactly what hooked the Pentagon. June tables the technical breakdown for now, pivoting the room's attention straight to the naval gun test. Out on the water, the destroyer opens up with a rapid, continuous barrage. General Morgan immediately questions the tactic, but Kim Jun is already laying out the pitch. He reminds the room of the fatal flaw in modern naval defense. Standard systems are only built to intercept a handful of anti-ship missiles at a time. But what happens when the threat is an entire swarm dropping in at 3 times the speed of sound? Smiling like the deal is already done, Kim asks if it's even theoretically possible to block dozens of palm-sized, precision-guided shells at once. Out on the water, the target vessel is torn apart before the question even finishes echoing in the room. The strategic reality hits Morgan like a physical blow. Every fleet he commands just became obsolete. Down at Camp Market in Busan, the military brass is already moving. General Oh Jong-gun, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, barges straight into the office to demand why the U.S. Navy is suddenly importing their new smart shell. General Lee is just as blindsided, confirming that the Americans are pushing an immediate contract for the SX-1 naval guns. While Lee assumes the successful destroyer test was enough to convince the buyers, Kim Jong quietly studies the chairman, trying to trace exactly how an export approval cleared this fast. The chairman admits the request has actually been sitting untouched for a month, muttering about the fuss over an unfinished prototype before something else suddenly catches his eye. General Lee kicks off the formalities, presenting Hyun-sung to the newly appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Oh. Instead of a standard corporate handshake, Oh grabs him with desperate force. The four-star general acts like a man whose life is on the line, clinging to Hyun-sung and pleading for him to take good care of them. For a brief second, our protagonist actually mistakes the intense grip for genuine hospitality, until the chairman begs him to secure the military GPS system this time around. The illusion vanishes, leaving Hyun-sung feeling foolish for expecting anything other than raw military pragmatism. The tone hardens as General Jeffrey Morgan steps forward to announce his full authorization from the secretary, making his voice the official position of the United States Navy. The negotiations for the smart naval shell open with the U.S., side immediately demanding licensed production rights. General Morgan admits their domestic military contractors are furious about previous imports, and the resulting lobbying pressure has cornered the president into issuing a hard ultimatum. Jin Hyun-sun runs the numbers, trapped between losing the export deal entirely or accepting a heavy hit to the company's margins. Right as he tries to calculate a way out, a physical manifestation of stress drifts across his vision, leading him straight to the real source of the panic. General Oh, who sits beside him chewing his fingernails to the bone over the threat of losing the military's GPS access. The American general finally folds. He agrees to the licensed production, ready to drop a catch, but Hyun-sung beats him to the punch with a steep counter-demand: access to the U.S. military GPS system. The Americans agree a little too enthusiastically for comfort, clearly believing they got off easy. For Oh, this is the realization of a lifelong military dream. It's a rare moment of pure patriotism, and Hyun-sung can't help but admire a man who finds absolute happiness in something that doesn't put a single dime in his pocket. But national interest only goes so far. Hyun-sung hasn't forgotten the personal profits he sacrificed to get to this table. As the Americans gleefully rush to draft the export request, our lead is already calculating how to squeeze out the rest of his compensation. The ink is barely dry on the agreement when Jin drops his final condition. General Oh frantically whispers for him to quit while they're ahead, terrified of losing the GPS deal, but Jin refuses to fold. He's already taking a massive loss on the satellite, and he intends to extract every ounce of value for it. He tells the Americans to lift all weapon mounting restrictions on the F-16 series, a demand that causes General Morgan to scream in disbelief. Unfazed, Jin pushes further, requiring full clearance to integrate Miletus weapons directly into the fighter's native system. It's an astronomical ask. Jin knows exactly why the U.S. hates it. For decades, the Pentagon has used the excuse of protecting source codes to enforce a strict monopoly, ensuring any allied country flying an F-16 has to buy American missiles to arm it. Breaking that invisible wall means more than just a single negotiation victory. It opens the entire global defense market for their hardware. But Morgan catches his breath and spots a glaring flaw in the ultimatum, pointing out that Jae-woo doesn't even manufacture a single air-to-air weapon capable of being mounted in the first place. Kim Jong doesn't back down and confidently lays out Jae-woo's immediate plans to develop a Korean version of the JDAM, but the opposing general remains highly skeptical about the reality of weapon integration. General Oh leans in to whisper a political workaround, pushing the export request through with direct presidential approval, only to be shut down by his colleague. Who doubts the government would ever sign off, or that Jae-woo could even pull off fighter jet missiles in the first place? Oh immediately presses back, reminding him that a company already putting precision guidance into 127mm shells can absolutely build an air-to-air missile. And he drops the real threat. What happens if allied nations start preferring Jae-woo's weapons for their F-16s? The realization lands heavy, and the older general breaks a cold sweat at the long-term implications. General Morgan steps in to kill the momentum, declaring the issue entirely beyond his authority and warning that Congress would sooner cancel the Smart Shell contract than approve such a massive integration. Kim Jun absorbs the rejection without flinching. He knows the sheer scale of the F-16 market completely dwarfs the artillery shells, and he decides right then that he has to force this opportunity open. Kim Jun knows exactly how to work this room, casually offering to rewrite the contract terms to include immediate license production, followed by a complete technology transfer in 2 years. The older general is completely mesmerized by the prospect, swallowing the bait whole, but General Morgan shoves his colleague aside to demand the specifics. June lays it out smoothly. They are offering the specialized metal required to offset extreme barrel pressure, plus a new propellant capable of hitting Mach 3. It's a massive concession, and Morgan weighs the offer carefully, fully aware that a deal this good usually hides a catch. June lets him stew for a moment before dropping his final card, suggesting this tech might just be the key to the US Navy achieving its ultimate dream. Morgan demands to know what exactly he's getting at. June leans forward and delivers the exact concept the military has been chasing for years. The smart shells can be adapted into hypervelocity projectiles. The realization hits Morgan like a physical blow. The weapon they've been desperate to build is suddenly sitting right across the table. The impossibility of the statement lands heavy. He calls for General Michael and orders an immediate direct line to the president. Out on the launch pad, Kim and his team walk away from a successful blastoff, their long-held dream finally taking flight. General Morgan is genuinely shaken, demanding to know how a foreign executive has intel on a weapon the Department of Defense is still researching. Director Jin just waves the accusation away, dismissing the American project as a grandiose concept that anyone could have dreamed up. The real leverage is what Jin brought to the room today, pointing out that for the HVP to actually work, the military needs his smart projectiles. Since the US already possesses the advanced radar, pairing it with Jin's guidance tech turns a theoretical pipe dream into an immediate reality. The strategic weight of the pitch finally lands on General O, who realizes this isn't just about selling a better shell. It's about handing them a complete, functional air defense shield. Jin lays out the technical reality. Korea simply doesn't have the ASA radar technology required, and Oh Jung-gun finally sees the bottleneck. Morgan catches the implication and leans over the table, probing for a massive strategic opening. Can Milidus develop the guidance system itself? Jin plays his hand perfectly, confirming it's already in the works, and Morgan takes the bait. The American general immediately moves to claim the asset, asking for a direct technology transfer if the development succeeds. The room goes dead quiet as Morgan and Michael process the geopolitical price tag Jin just slapped on the table. General Morgan orders an immediate hotline to the president. The sheer scale of the successful launch leaving the U.S. command scrambling while Jin Hunsun's team walks away from the pad with exactly what they came for. 2 weeks later, the reality of what they just pulled off hits the public. Broadcasting live outside Miletus headquarters, reporter Han Ji-yeon drops the numbers on national television. A $1.5 billion U.S. contract for the smart naval shells, backed by full authorization to integrate their weapons into the F-16 platform. It is a total victory that immediately positions Miletus to dominate the global market. Back in his office, Jin takes in the coverage. Promoting Han Ji-yeon as their primary media mouthpiece was a calculated move to control the narrative, and a necessary one given that the rest of the industry is already out for blood. The backlash is already airing on rival networks, where a competing corporate chairman publicly condemns Miletus for monopolizing the technology instead of splitting the windfall with the rest of the Korean defense sector. The broadcast catches Ji-yeon off guard, prompting her to ask who would dare meddle in a contract they just secured. Jin doesn't recognize the loudmouth on the screen, but the math is simple. With trillions of won on the line for the global F-16 market, their competitors are paying to cause trouble. Setting the corporate sabotage aside, Ji-yeon asks about tonight's Joint Chiefs of Staff celebration, and Jin casually instructs her to get ready to leave with him. The weight of that expectation hits her immediately, especially when Jin admits he needs her to navigate the general's spouses and high society politics he isn't equipped to handle himself. It's a serious political deployment, sending her sprinting for the door in full panic over wearing jeans to work today, while Jin just watches her go and offers to downgrade his own wardrobe to match. Ji-yeon realizes her current wardrobe isn't going to cut it for their next stop, scrambling to buy a formal outfit on the fly before they leave. They arrive at Jeryongdae, the third military integrated headquarters, and Jin walks straight into a massive defense export summit. The sheer density of high-ranking brass in one room immediately puts Ji-yeon on edge, though Jin casually reminds her they are standing inside the Korean equivalent of the Pentagon. A commanding voice cuts through the crowd to call his name, and General Oh Jung-gun moves in with the politician's handshake, which Jin fields with perfectly guarded diplomacy. But the four-star commander isn't here to trade compliments, asking for a private word before the event begins. Jin leaves his companion in the lobby and follows the general, bracing for a complication. He assumes this concerns the high-velocity air defense system they just negotiated. It does, but O wants to know if that weapon can be adapted for the regular army. The sheer ambition of the request stops Jin cold. O has already run the logistics, outlining how a swapped warhead and a tweaked guidance system could turn their aerial shield into a massive ground defense network. The pieces suddenly click into place for Jin. The proposed system isn't just theory, it's the exact same air defense network he built on the front lines before his death. A profound sense of relief washes over him as he realizes this technology isn't locked exclusively to American forces. Pulling himself back to the present, he gives the general a cautious green light, reiterating that the advanced radar development has to serve as their foundation. O accepts the prerequisite but presses for the only answer that matters. Can Jae-woo actually pull it off? Jin confirms the technical capability is there, but flags the inevitable roadblock of funding. Thrilled by the confirmation, the general immediately demands a timeline. Jin quotes him 12 months, though he tries to warn the man about the astronomical price tag attached to the radar phase alone. But O waves off the financial concern entirely, revealing that the Joint Chiefs have already moved their chips. Next year's entire defense enhancement budget has been quietly earmarked for this exact system. As the general outlines the military's original intent to import defensive tech against long-range artillery, Hyun-sung struggles to process the sheer scale of the plan. O is already convinced the HVP is a perfect match, aggressively pitching it as their very own Iron Dome. The chairman promises to fast-track a review at the National Assembly, leaving our protagonist quietly railing. He never heard a whisper of this project in his previous life. The timeline is warping. It's a massive butterfly effect, and he can only pray this newly twisted history doesn't drag them toward a disastrous outcome. Forcing himself back to the present, he plays the polite businessman and thanks the chairman for the massive opportunity, though the old soldier brushes off the gratitude to demand the weapons be finished on schedule. The official budget still requires a feasibility study, but O leans in to tease the estimated payout. Director Jin Hyun-sung runs the numbers. The real money in development always burns through endless trial and error, but since he already has the finished technology, those costs disappear. Locking in the deal with the general and promising to deliver exactly what they expect. The Manhwa Systems HF-21ASA radar is a generational leap in tracking, capable of instantly locking onto targets without the lag of mechanical rotation. Stepping into a quiet washroom, director Jin Hyun-sung reflects on how fast this timeline actually moved. He never expected to see this tech deployed so soon. The initial push was pure survival. They desperately needed an early warning system for the ever-expanding arsenal of North Korean missiles that can now easily cross continents. But seeing a threat coming doesn't matter if you can't stop it. A radar without interceptors just means watching your own death approach in high definition. That reality had stalled the project completely, right up until the American Navy commissioned their new HVP systems. If Jin can adapt that tech for ground use and pair it with the ASA radar, he isn't just building a sensor. He's building a Korean Iron Dome. The ASA radar system is going to be an absolute goldmine, with applications stretching across everything from Aegis ships to fighter jets and air defense. But with Chairman O setting the project launch just a year away, director Jin Hyun-sung knows they have to start laying the groundwork immediately to compress that development cycle. His calculations are cut short, and a stranger steps forward to offer smooth congratulations on their recent F-16 weapon integration and smart ammunition exports. Jin accepts the praise politely, though he's frantically trying to place the face. The man picks up on the hesitation and leans into it, asking if Jin remembers where they met before bringing up a year-end party from several years back. Jin tries to laugh off the awkward social oversight, silently wondering how anyone expects him to recall a single face out of dozens from years ago. The man doesn't let the slip slide, introducing himself as Moon Ji-hoon, executive director of SEU. The title lands with immediate weight. Of all the people to run into, it had to be a rival executive. Concluding that, since he doesn't recognize the man, he can't be anyone significant, just another suit with an irritating demeanor. The disrespect lands, and Jin walks away, firmly categorizing the stranger as a waste of memory. A sudden memory of Chairman Han's old jokes about reading a person's character surfaces, making Jin miss his former mentor. His quiet moment ends when the executive's voice cuts through the hall again, this time openly accusing Jin of causing massive damage and showing zero remorse. Moon Ji-hoon demands someone take the fall for his derailed munitions program, but Jin Hyun-soon refuses to entertain the nonsense. Just another executive running on raw emotion to air his grievances. Jin cuts him off cold, telling him to take his weapons issues straight to the Americans. He lands a parting insult about the sheer incompetence of Moon's team. But before the man can stammer out a defense, a familiar voice interrupts. Jin Hyun-ji steps in, playfully asking why he isn't thrilled to see her. All of Jin's hard-edged authority evaporates the second he recognizes who just crashed the conversation. Kim Jun recognizes the woman immediately. Oh Hyun-ji, the ex-girlfriend of the body he's currently occupying. Thanks to the double dates the original Hyun-sung used to drag him on, he knows her entirely too well. She ranks at the absolute bottom of his list of people to deal with today, and he flatly demands to know why she's here. Brushing off the cold reception, Hyun-ji cheerfully reminds him that the daughter of a three-star major general is guaranteed an invite. She leans heavily into Im Won-hyun to provoke a reaction out of our lead, bringing up a party from 4 years ago where they supposedly met. The protagonist refuses to take the bait, dropping a blunt excuse about his schedule and walking away mid-sentence. The short exchange confirms exactly what he already knew. She hasn't changed a bit, still perfectly content keeping a rotation of men firmly in her orbit. Hyun-sun remembers exactly what this woman put the original owner of this body through. The endless emotional games that finally drove him to break it off. He knows her new boyfriend is just the latest fish in her pond, and he has no intention of joining the catch. But Hyun-ji grabs his arm before he can walk away. The sheer contempt he shoots back freezes her in place. He warns her not to act like they're close, dropping all pretense of warmth and demanding she get straight to the point. For a split second, the heavy authority in his tone rattles her, carrying an impossible familiarity that reminds her of someone else entirely. Kim Jun. She forces the thought down, falling back into her usual routine and playing the wounded victim, who just wanted to say hello. The act drops the moment she plays her real card, casually offering to introduce him to her three-star general father. Hyun-sung sees the entire board instantly, knowing the military reshuffle is approaching and realizing she's just trying to leverage his connections to secure a fourth star for her family. He knows her father has peaked. A three-star general is the absolute ceiling, and dreaming of a four-star rank through mere connections is a lost cause. Having mentally dismissed the man as a proper soldier, June is ready to wrap this up, flatly asking Hyunji to introduce him to her lover. The sudden accusation triggers instant panic, and she grabs his arm to clarify if he means the guy from earlier. She desperately insists they are just friends, clinging tighter when he tries to shake her off, and wonders out loud if his coldness is actually jealousy. As she presses in, the contact triggers something buried deep in this body, old memories of Ji-hoon warning her away from Hyun-sung. A traumatic echo surfaces, repeating a desperate promise to never let it happen again. June catches her by the jaw, thrown completely off balance. He knows he despises this woman, but the sudden rush of conflicting emotions, a messy blend of love and hatred, isn't his. The feelings belong to Hyun-sung. GA completely ignores the tension, stepping right up to them with a dangerously familiar greeting. The sheer audacity of the interruption shatters Hyunji's confidence in an instant. The director scrambles to maintain some professional distance, but Jaya simply brushes past the formalities and steps between them. As she takes his arm and leads him away, she throws one last look over her shoulder, making sure Hyunji understands exactly who holds the power in this room. Hyunji realizes the emotion twisting in her chest isn't just contempt, but a dangerous obsession, smoothly wedging himself between them to steer his boss away under the excuse of a family arrival. Once they're out of earshot, Jin apologizes for dragging his subordinate into this, deeply rattled by the sheer predator energy radiating off that woman, arriving at his father's office to deliver a report. Hyun-sung's momentum stalls the second he spots an unexpected guest on the couch. Yoon Sang-min offers a warm greeting, casually bringing up the recent promotion to policy manager. Hyun-sung plays it humble, politely asking if the executive has fully recovered from his illness while internally sizing him up. This is the CEO of Miletus, his father's closest confidant and the mastermind behind the entire corporate group. Thanks to that medical leave, this is technically their first direct meeting, but digging through his inherited memories gives Hyun-sung one crucial detail. Yoon was the only executive who never treated him with prejudice. Unaware of the calculation happening across the room, the older man just crosses his arms and smiles, teasing Hyun-sung for suddenly acting so formal. Director Jin Hyun-sung walks in, keeping up corporate formalities, but CEO Yoon waves off the professional respect, since the room is empty. Hyun-sung tries to start a formal report to the chairman, only for his father to immediately shut down the stiff title and force him to use family terms. Yoon politely offers to step out. but Hyun-sung stops him. This pitch involves Yoon's company, meaning the CEO needs a seat at the table. Yoon catches an unfamiliar acronym in the proposal. His father doesn't buy the premise, openly questioning the physics of intercepting targets with basic shells. Hyun-sung brushes off the skepticism. As long as the projectile speed beats the target, the math works. They just need the right radar arrays to guide it. Yoon listens in silence, weighing the massive technical hurdles. He finally speaks up, reminding the young director that even the American military hasn't cracked this technology yet, and presses him for a guarantee. And the chairman buys in. At those odds, passing it up would be a mistake. But Hyun-sung pushes further, arguing they should front their own capital and launch the project today instead of waiting on the military's official budget allocation in case of another betrayal. CEO Yoon Sang-min steps in to tip the scales. He backs the early start, reminding the room that the ASA radar market is endless, even if the military backs out. And the logic lands. The chairman officially greenlights the immediate development of the air defense system under Yoon's command. The chairman officially greenlights the project, and Hyun-sung doesn't miss a beat in securing his mandate. Yoon Sang-min finally asks the question that's been on his mind, wanting to know why his companion feels like a completely different person. He points out the drastic shift in tone, forcing our protagonist to quickly cover his face and toss out a weak excuse about finally acting his age, so no one can read his sudden panic. It will be the official announcement of his reinstatement, and after a gruff half-congratulation and a firm pat on the chest, Sang-min leaves him to process the victory. Sang-min drops a surprisingly cheerful farewell on his way out the door, leaving Hyun-sung to process the sudden shift in tone. The evening rush fades into a quiet night and bleeds right back into the morning commute. By the time Hyun-sung steps into the 1998 management strategy meeting, the room is already full. The company president calls him out from the front, forcing Hyun-sung to catch a slip of the tongue, swallowing a family title just in time to salvage his professionalism in front of the entire executive board. Hyun-sung steps into the boardroom fully prepared to wait outside as an apology for his delay, but the president waves him right in. He points directly to an executive seat, catching the young director off guard since those spots are strictly reserved for the upper brass. Assured that it's fine, he takes the chair anyway, settling in and scanning the room to gauge how the rest of the board is taking this blatant breach of protocol. The president ignores the tension entirely, shifting the conversation to check on the whereabouts of Hyun-sung's brother. Miles away, Jin Hyun-chil is already mid-flight to Ukraine, sent specifically to finalize the Turbina Sich acquisition now that their Russian negotiations have collapsed. Back in the boardroom, the president praises the maneuver that made Hyun-chil the new Euro CEO, before abruptly cutting his own sentence short to swallow a careless slip of the tongue about something called Miletus. Jin Hyun-sung presses his uncle on whatever secret he's been sitting on since yesterday, but when the old man stonewalls him, he pivots straight to the Turbina acquisition. He knows it's a massive gamble, considering any company holding critical military technology is going to draw eyes from entire nations. He lists out the inevitable interference from global superpowers, prompting his uncle to wonder if Hyun-chil actually has an ace up his sleeve to pull this off. Jin plays the dutiful family member perfectly, claiming ignorance while insisting he genuinely hopes the deal succeeds for the national benefit. But behind the rhetoric, the Turbina prize represents a very personal piece of leverage. Securing that aircraft engine technology would set off massive ripples for Jin's own future plans. His uncle just smiles, playing right along with the boardroom theater and offering his own hollow hopes for Hyun-chil's success. Hyun-sung plays along, maintaining the polite facade of a man who knows his place. But the memory of his brother still lingers, a grim visit behind bars where Han-chil advised him it was safer to just accept his current lot in life. It's a bitter piece of advice to swallow, and it evaporates the second an aide announces the chairman's arrival. The executives rise to attention, holding their silence until Chairman Jin Hyun-fil takes the head of the table and calls the strategy meeting to order. Bypassing the normal agenda, Chairman Jin Hyun-fil opens the Miletus board meeting with an immediate problem, announcing that the executive director seat is vacant and asking the room for a recommendation. Before anyone else can make a play for the open authority, the president rises from his chair and formally puts policy manager Jin Hyun-sung forward for the massive promotion. The words shift the entire balance of the room. Hyun-sung just stares, completely unprepared to be handed the keys. The executive strategy meeting opens with a massive void to fill. The executive director seat for Miletus is officially vacant, and the floor is open for nominations. President Yoon Sung-min doesn't miss a beat, rising to his feet to formally recommend his own nephew, Director Jin Hyun-sung, for the job. The nomination catches Hyun-sung completely off guard, and he immediately tries to wave his uncle down, painfully aware that a promotion to executive director at his age crosses the line from aggressive to absurd. But the president holds the floor, pivoting the conversation to the company's future, a portfolio entirely dependent on cutting-edge military hardware. He argues that surviving the transition to advanced shells and HVP systems requires more than just technical knowledge. It requires someone who already has the military's ear, making his nephew the only logical choice. The chairman absorbs the pitch and calmly asks the room if anyone intends to oppose the motion. The silence that follows is heavy as the older board members exchange nervous glances, acutely aware of the aggressive power play being rushed right past them. The boardroom holds its breath. At the head of the table, his father delivers the verdict. Hyun Sung is officially taking over as the executive director of Milefis. Out in the hall, he immediately presses his uncle for answers, fully aware the rest of the board is going to riot over getting passed up. Sung Min plays defense, claiming he tried to stop it, but the chairman refused to budge. The logic isn't tracking for Hyun Sung, who knows his father doesn't just hand out sudden promotions without an angle. But his uncle isn't finished, gripping his shoulder to drop the real weight of the maneuver. Along with the title, the chairman is handing him a massive 4% share bump. President Yoon Sang-min lays out the final numbers. 12% of the company's shares, officially pushing Jin past his own brother. It's a massive victory, but the old man makes it clear that this kind of leverage comes with absolute expectations. Over at the Meletis Research Institute, the congratulations roll in, though the true weight of his new position is best summarized over a urinal by a blunt researcher who points out that Jin is basically the vice president now. The man doesn't hold back his criticism either, openly mocking the sheer absurdity of a conglomerate heir securing an executive director seat in a single year. Jin offers a deadpan, strictly legal warning about avoiding real-world corporate comparisons to keep them out of trouble, before washing his hands of the small talk entirely to order the immediate assembly of a new development team, anchored by radar experts. In the washroom, the researcher braces himself for the inevitable, demanding to know what impossible project his relentless boss is cooking up next, before Jin drops the acronym for a massive new radar network, nearly putting the man into the sink. He outlines a military commission for an advanced interception system, smiling at the 2 trillion won price tag, while cheerfully warning that the engineering team is about to go through hell to reconfigure the warheads. The researcher accepts his fate without a fight. But as they step out into the corridor, he decides to press a different kind of advantage. As Jin scrambles to deflect the suspicion, sweating while he loudly insists she is nothing more than a competent employee, the researcher pushes his luck, casually threatening to make a move on Jia if Jin isn't interested, and earns a quick reprimand for it. But the joke actually rattles Jin, since he knows for a fact this guy is supposed to marry someone entirely different. The thought creeps in, is history already twisting around him? Before he can press the issue, his colleague bolts down the corridor to claim his Christmas vacation. Jin watches him go, trying to convince himself Jia would never fall for a guy like that, even as a gnawing dread settles in his gut. Inside the office, Jia waits calmly, completely oblivious to the timeline-altering panic happening just outside her door. But the personal crisis has to wait as Jin pivots straight into the technical briefing, laying out the glaring flaw in their defense grid. The military's counter-battery radars are far too outdated to integrate with the new HVP system. He drops his solution on the screen, a dual-band ASA radar, a technological leap so ambitious the board immediately questions if running S-band and X-band simultaneously is even possible. Director Jin Hyun-sung doesn't just want to meet the current technological standard. He intends to push the timeline forward by 2 entire decades. His lead researcher spells out the sheer cost of packing thousands of modules into a single array, realizing the resulting hardware might actually outperform standard Aegis systems. Jin knows exactly what kind of target that paints on their back. He immediately orders a total overhaul of the lab's security and requests formal military protection for the facility. The sudden mention of armed guards sends the researcher into a panic. Though Secretary Kim notes her boss hasn't lost an ounce of his composure, he sets a hard November deadline to match the military's upcoming announcement and wraps the meeting. The munitions factory needs his attention next, leaving the frantic scientist to scramble and dump his final tasks onto the secretary before they leave. Inside the lab, a researcher hands Secretary Kim a box of pastries, trying a little too hard to impress her. Director Jin watches the awkward exchange from the back of the room, weighing whether he should mention that the man flirting with her is actually her mentor's cousin. Kim gives Assistant Yang the order to head to the Smart Shell factory, but Jin stops them before they can open the car doors. He asks for a quick minute, he leaves his staff by the sedan and walks off to find a quiet corner of the lot. He sparks a cigarette and lets the weight of the afternoon finally bleed out of his shoulders. Hyun Sung runs the numbers on his latest windfall, knowing the ASA development is a heavy financial sinkhole that will swallow his entire $200 million profit just to keep the lab running. But it's an investment he has to make, calculating that once the HVP is complete, the contracts will pour in, making an immediate facility expansion his only real play. The problem is the timeline General Han laid out, which leaves him with the dead year before the military's enhancement project officially launches. Hyun-sung isn't about to sit on his hands for 12 months, tossing a cigarette as he starts combing through his memory for major historical events from this era. Hyun-sung jolts as a government agent boxes him in, verifying his identity before firmly requesting a private word. Executive Director Jin Hyun-sung stalls out the moment two government agents step into his path, asking for a quiet word. He never gets a chance to answer, as his secretary Yang sprints into the plaza. Yang throws a blind punch to protect his boss, but the agent catches the strike and launches the man into an overhead throw. The senior agent barks a warning to stop before someone gets hurt. Rather than letting gravity finish the job, the younger agent shoots a hand out, snags Yang by the lapels midair, and drops him cleanly onto his own 2 feet. The younger agent immediately apologizes, blaming his reflexes for this sudden takedown, while Jin can only watch his massive assistant get handled like a rookie. Whoever these men are, they aren't standard corporate muscle, and the seamless shift into a non-lethal restraint hold proves it. The older man steps forward to defuse the tension, formally introducing himself as Im Hyosik, the first deputy director of the National Intelligence Service, sent directly by the chairman. The title hits Jin hard. It means this man is running the Polar Bear Project, even if the agency's modern name doesn't quite line up with his timeline. Director Jin Hyun-sun scans the room, taking in the empty tables and the manufactured silence of the venue. The feeling of being caged sets in fast as a government agent stands firmly between him and the only exit. The sudden change of location makes perfect sense now. This isn't a wine bar at all, but an undercover NIS base. Deciding to test his boundaries, Jin asks if he's actually free to leave, dropping a casual reminder that his secretary outside is a former national judo champion who wouldn't hesitate to break down the door. Im shuts the threat down with a flat, polite warning not to try it. The pressure in the room is heavy enough that Jin Hyun-sung has to force it down, while Im Hyosik keeps his tone perfectly level, reminding the businessman that a real detention wouldn't look like a quiet sit-down. Jin tries to seize whatever initiative is left, laying his cards out to negotiate for a specific asset inside the Polar Bear Project. Hyosik shuts the door immediately, casually pointing out that Jin doesn't have the leverage to make demands. Instead, the deputy director pivots the interrogation, pressing Jin on exactly how a civilian uncovered a state secret in the first place. The realization lands hard. Jin is completely outmatched against trained intelligence. It doesn't help that his own internal knowledge is falling apart. The agency across the table shouldn't even be using the NIS acronym for another year. With history tangling around him and no safe moves left, Jin takes a blind leap, offering up enough intel to save the agency from a disastrous operation if it finally buys him a real seat at the table. Im Hyosik tries to play dumb, leaning across the table to ask what unnecessary operation Jin could possibly mean. The denial dies in Hyosik's throat as the reality of the leak sets in, the deputy director's composure shattering completely. Jin points and laughs at the man's bulging eyes. Hyosik slams his fists onto the table in a full meltdown, demanding to know who leaked the intel when his own superior hasn't even given the green light. While Assistant Yang stands guard outside, Jin happily downs his drink, latching on to that last panic slip. If the mission isn't authorized yet, it hasn't even started. The reality of the situation hits Hyosik as Jin lays out the agency's exact plan to smuggle and dismantle an ICBM, a strategy the former director casually shreds by pointing out the hard limits of reverse engineering. When the deputy defensively pushes back, he walks right into a trap. Jin barks back that he used to run that exact agency, dismissing the claim as pure institutional arrogance. Spelling out the brutal physics of atmospheric re-entry, Jin uses a simple analogy to prove that having raw materials and a finished product doesn't mean you can recreate precision internal components. It is a bitter lesson written in wasted funds as he reminds the room that South Korea has already tried secretly smuggling Russian missiles, only to fail against the exact same technological wall. Jin lays out the harsh history behind the Hyunmu. 2A, explaining how the military was forced to quietly acquire Russian Iskander technology to build their own short-range arsenal. A reality that makes Hyosik curse as he finally understands why those foreign generals felt untouchable enough to sell off a massive ICBM. But just as he pivots to discussing contingency operations, Jin casually asks if the military would like Jae-woo to make the Iskander for them. Hyosik completely misses the phrasing at first, assuming the company simply knew about the government's backup plan to purchase the weapons. until the actual verbs register and his brain stalls out. Jin doesn't stutter, smiling as he clarifies the sheer scale of his offer. Jaewoo doesn't need to facilitate a purchase because they can manufacture a ballistic missile of that caliber entirely in-house. The classified data on tactical ballistic missiles reads like a doomsday manual. Sitting across from the first deputy director, Jin lays out the terrifying reality of the Iskander, a 2-ton warhead hitting Mach 10, making it the single most devastating short-range weapon on the planet. Im Hyosik can only process the sheer scale of the numbers in stunned silence. Then Jin drops the actual hook, offering to build that exact monster for him. Jin lays out the specs for a weapon that rewrites the battlefield. A 2-ton warhead hitting Mach 10 across an 800-kilometer range. It's the ultimate sales pitch, and he promises to build the military's wildest dream from scratch. First Deputy Director Im Hyosik reels from the sheer scale of the offer. Jin leans into the deception, faking a tearful breakdown with a quick hit of eye drops, because he knows a tragic narrative always closes the deal. A ballistic weapon of this magnitude would shatter their established treaties with the United States, practically begging for a regional crisis. Jin easily talks him off the ledge, clarifying that these specs are just the technical ceiling and advising the administration to build a restrained version first, while they negotiate for official clearance. The sheer scale of the decision forces Im Hyosik to stall, promising to consult his superiors and resume negotiations the following day. At the center of the delay is the Iskander, a short-range ballistic missile infamous for its evasive mid-air maneuvering. By the next morning, the ripple effects reach the NIST headquarters in Naegok-dong. An Si-hyun takes the lead, introducing himself as the head of national intelligence. Jin stammers out a greeting. Where is his actual contact? He somehow bypassed the middlemen and landed straight in the final boss's office. The panic officially peaks when the Minister of National Defense cheerfully recognizes him from a recent party. The absolute top brass of Jin's own chain of command is running this meeting. Kwak Ji-young presses for hard proof regarding the Iskander technology. Jin recognizes him instantly. This is the heavyweight who ran the defense agency back when Jin first started out. Instead of arguing, he sets up a slide presentation and walks the room of top brass officials through the raw data. The moment the projector clicks off, he drops one absolute condition. Everything they just saw must be scrubbed from their memories before they leave the room. An Si-hyun guarantees their silence. Kwak, however, zeroes in on a completely different issue. The blueprints they just reviewed don't actually match the Iskander. Studying the trajectory schematics, Kwak spots the obvious Iskander influence, but questions the structural alterations, knowing even a slight shift in shape can ruin a missile's aerodynamics. Director Jin doesn't hide his pride, declaring the blueprint a masterpiece of future technology, the Hyunmu. 4. He credits Jaewoo for the complete overhaul, proving this isn't just a stolen replica. The Minister of National Defense absorbs the strategic foresight of the design, which includes extra capacity to scale up payloads and fuel tanks if geopolitical tensions suddenly spike. More importantly, the redesign provides crucial diplomatic cover, offering a plausible defense of independent research when Russia inevitably investigates the smuggled technology, but immediately spots the ultimate bottleneck. None of these critical components can actually function without a massive leap in cutting-edge materials technology. When Kwak presses for a timeline, Jin lays out the baseline. A standard ballistic missile takes a decade to develop, but Miletus has already secured the necessary material and design leaps. He drops an audacious promise, guaranteeing a fully operational 500-kilometer class weapon ready for a live test launch in exactly 6 months. The sheer speed of it stuns Kwak, who immediately pushes further, demanding the estimate for an 800-kilometer variant. Jin refuses to add a single day to the schedule, confirming the blueprint was already built with that exact upgrade in mind, though it introduces one massive bottleneck. They need a dedicated GPS system for guidance. The Minister of National Defense jumps in with the obvious fix, suggesting they just install American receivers since they already have access to the US military network. Jin immediately shuts down the naive strategy, outlining the geopolitical trap. Relying on American tech means Washington instantly discovers their secret long-range project, giving the US leverage to extort their flight data, or worse, the absolute power to kill the GPS signal mid-flight the second they disapprove of a launch. The current path ruins the missile's strategic value. Jin has one ready, GLONASS. The Minister of National Defense snaps to attention, asking what that means, and Im Hyosik provides the translation, Russia's satellite positioning system. The strategic loophole immediately clicks into place. Unlike the American network, the Russian system comes with zero obligation to share usage data. For Jin, this is a necessary pivot. the exact historical maneuver that will eventually free their missile program from U.S. oversight. The minister lays out the administration's stance, noting the president's preference for domestic development, before asking if Jin is willing to share the project with the government's own research agency. Jin shuts the idea down immediately, refusing to hand over tech they acquired at massive risk just so the agency can swoop in and take the credit. His observation that they don't even have the bandwidth for ballistics lands hard, leaving Kwak Ji-young sputtering. The minister concedes the point and agrees to push for independent development, but an aide quickly jumps in to flag a security issue. He scrambles to clarify that the joint proposal wasn't because the agency is actually capable, but simply because they have classified facilities, a backhanded defense that leaves Kwak feeling utterly betrayed by his own side. While the minister awkwardly comforts the devastated rep, Jin assures the room that the core technology will be housed at his secure Bundang lab. It's the smartest play on the board because with China and Japan both monitoring the government agency like hawks, keeping the development private is the perfect way to dodge international scrutiny. NIS Director An Si-hyun gives the official green light, locking their initial strategy into place. First Deputy Director Im Hyo-sik moves to adjourn the meeting, but Jin hasn't played his real hand yet. He halts the room with the request to pitch one final proposal, and given the political capital he's built this afternoon, An hands him the floor without a second thought. An runs the numbers and realizes the logic is flawless. Jin raises a hand and names the prize he's been after all along, a seat at the table for the second Bear project. Director Jin makes his pitch, confidently offering them the chance to purchase the Black Shark. Im Hyo-sik tosses the floor over to Jin, testing to see if the director has a specific target in mind for the defense budget, a sudden pivot that instantly rattles the older board members. Anticipating the skepticism, Jin breaks down the brutal reality of their current doctrine. South Korea's forces are so completely skewed towards stopping North Korean ground troops that they are effectively blind to modern armored warfare. He throws the decision squarely back across the table, challenging the committee to either adapt to global deterrence trends or keep building a localized, outdated army. The committee is openly skeptical as one of the members points out. The obvious flaw, the Black Shark doesn't fit their military infrastructure at all. Jin cuts him off, clarifying that he isn't pitching a direct adoption of the Russian hardware. What he actually wants is the core technology beneath the chassis, specifically the coaxial rotor engine. If he can pair that level of weather-resistant stability with the radar and weapon systems he is already building, the end result wouldn't just match the Apache. It would outclass it entirely. The board isn't moved, warning that while a desperate Russia might sell off raw hardware, extracting their closely guarded technology is a completely different geopolitical game. Jin refuses to drop it, insisting they have to at least test the waters with financial incentives before walking away from a generational upgrade. The debate dies right there. The senior official at the head of the table steps in, shelving the helicopter ambition until they secure approval for their ballistic missile program, and politely dismisses the room. Jin walks out of the headquarters ready to put the meeting behind him, until a sudden flash of recognition stops him cold. Assistant Yang picks up on the hesitation, but Jin brushes the concern aside and stares at the granite wall. The architecture feels a little too familiar. It's a silent monument to the agents who gave everything and left no name behind. A life he knows firsthand. He died exactly like that, swallowed by the shadows for the sake of the nation. That private weight shatters when An Si-hyun comes jogging across the courtyard, calling his name. The director of the NIS himself. An casually drops an invitation for dinner, which Jin cautiously accepts, only to find the hook is already set. An wants to eat in his private office to discuss matters off the record, and the food is already on the way. The National Intelligence Service operates on a rigid promise to protect the country, but when they bring someone in, the local takeout is usually just a prop. Director Jin Hyun-sung sits stiffly in the agency's office, watching An Si-hyun play the gracious host to try and lower his guard. An laughs at the bluntness, smoothly pivoting the comfortable dinner chat into a targeted probe about Jin's current security detail. Jin keeps his answer casual, mentioning his single bodyguard and a recent recruitment post. But An quickly cuts through the deflection, making it clear he isn't asking about the new radar facility's perimeter. He wants to know who is keeping Jin himself alive. An leaves no room for debate, insisting on full intelligence agency security for the classified project, which Jin knows is just a convenient excuse to keep a leash on him. He accepts the trade-off anyway, figuring government surveillance is better than corporate leaks. With that settled, the NICE director pivots to Jin's proposal to acquire a Russian attack helicopter technology, handing over the approval so casually it catches Jin completely off guard. But government backing always comes with a catch, and the moment Jin asks for the terms, An names his price. Jin has to personally serve as the strategic advisor for the procurement. That means building the entire negotiation playbook from the ground up, essentially leading the talks with Russian officials himself. A massive diplomatic headache Jin immediately tries to pawn off on actual foreign affairs experts. An spells out the parameters. The Bear Project isn't a standard diplomatic procurement, it's a shadow operation. And with American eyes watching closely, open military cooperation with Russia is strictly off the table. Jin understands his assignment as an unofficial emissary, but he needs to know the payoff for putting his neck on the line. The reward is massive, guaranteeing Riwu Miletus the nation's future attack helicopter contract. But the catch drops the room into tension when On reveals it's a joint development that pulls director Kwok into the mix. Jin immediately pushes back, warning that bureaucratic appeasement will just bleed the timeline dry. And he argues that trying to keep everyone happy will only tank the endeavor, a point he makes with obvious frustration when An forces him to clarify his phrasing. Noting how firm the businessman is playing this, An pauses the negotiation to make a quick phone call. He relays the demand for exclusive helicopter rights, openly discussing the political weight of presidential approval. Jin starts doing the math. The list of people the Director of National Intelligence answers to is incredibly short. He cycles through the highest offices in the country as An wraps up the conversation. Thrown off by the sudden pivot, Jin tries to drag the conversation back to his own demands, but An shuts the confusion down. The request is already green-lit. Jin points out the massive procedural hurdle of actually securing the president's signature, completely missing the shape of what just happened. The man on the other end of the line wasn't the prime minister. An already has the approval. The truth finally lands on Jin as An casually confirms the impossible. The man on the other end of that line was the president. An laughs off the shock, insisting that with the VIP's word secured, they just need to nail the negotiations and let the paperwork sort itself out. Arriving at Jiwoo Group headquarters to deliver the massive update to his father, Jin's momentum dies the second he steps into the office and spots Chairman Lee already sitting on the couch. The older chairman casually shuffles a medical checkup form into his hands, wrapping up a private conversation about management, and excuses himself, brushing past Jin on his way out. Walking into the office, Director Jin Hyun-sung immediately asks why the head of their general hospital was just here, though his father waves the concern off as a simple, routine checkup. The chairman turns his back and orders him to drop it, demanding yesterday's report instead. Hyun-sung complies, pivoting to his discussions with the National Intelligence Service. Morning at Miletus headquarters begins with a surprisingly cheerful greeting, catching Assistant Yang off guard before he can even ask if the previous day's mess was handled. The exhausted assistant manager, still trapped in the wig and dress from his undercover work, apologizes for the delay, assuring him the situation is completely wrapped up. As it turns out, the reality of that assignment had been considerably less calm. 2 days earlier, Secretary Kim Jao was in the back of the corporate car, screaming a desperate warning right as the director was violently launched into the air directly in front of their windshield. Jin cuts off the rising panic, calmly explaining to his staff that he has to leave with the National Intelligence Service. Jia tries to hold her ground, despite running on zero sleep, but Jin lays out the procedural red tape. He can't tell her a thing until Riwu Miletus is officially confirmed as a ballistic missile developer, and she signs a non-disclosure agreement. She accepts the shutdown with a heavy sigh. Changing the subject, Jin asks her to prep a visit to the headquarters so he can meet the chairman, earning a thoroughly exhausted string of yeses. Out in the city, the corporate gears are already turning. Settling into the back of his car, Jin makes the call to Chairman Han Myung-ho, smoothly apologizing for breaking their last promise and leveraging the recent chaos as his excuse. Chairman Han Myung-ho probes for details on the rumors swirling around the director's recent movements, but Jin Hyun-sung easily deflects the inquiry. The older man sighs. He already guesses the intelligence department is involved and cuts to the chase to ask what Jin actually needs. The answer catches Han completely off guard. Jin wants him to lie to his father and claim he lent him a staggering 1 trillion won for a fabricated real estate investment. Han agrees to the alibi, but he immediately leverages the moment, demanding a private sea fishing trip so they can talk business away from prying ears. Jin accepts the terms without hesitation, securing his cover story just as an office clerk bows him into his next meeting. Hyun-sung manages to placate Chairman Han over the phone. He drops his professional mask for a single second at his father's door. The words die in his throat the moment he realizes the chairman isn't alone. The director of their general hospital is quickly gathering a stack of medical records. Hyun-sung immediately presses his father about his health. The chairman brushes the visit off as a routine review, pivoting straight to business and demanding the intelligence update. When the chairman brings up the ballistic missiles, June notices a slight tremor in the older man's hand. The chairman covers the physical slip with bluster, complaining about how embarrassing it was to field a call from the defense minister completely blind. The chairman laughs off the concern, blaming the shaking on simple fatigue and a recent clean bill of health from the doctors. June plays along, predicting the old man is too stubborn to die before 90, but internally, the timeline just clicked into place. In his previous life, he remembered hearing about Chairman Jin's obituary right around the time he took over as ADD director. The man in front of him is running out of time, completely unaware of his own impending expiration date. The chairman snaps back to business. The minister confirmed the Russian Iskander technology is real, and the patriarch demands to know exactly where his son found the funding to pull off a stunt of that magnitude. Hyun-sung delivers the lie smoothly, claiming he borrowed the capital directly from Chairman Han Myung-ho. The chairman dreads the entanglement, but Hyun-sung plays dumb to detention, prompting a sharp lecture on the dangers of mixing massive financial leverage with personal ties. If that relationship sours, they'll be abandoned when it counts. The old man crushes his cigarette and asks for the final number, only to freeze when the answer lands. 1,000,000,001. He demands to know if his son has lost his mind. A trillion isn't nearly enough to legally purchase ballistic missile technology from Russia. Hyun-sung doesn't flinch, clarifying that he didn't buy it from the Russian government at all. He smuggled it straight out of their military. That explains the steep discount, as corrupt generals are easily bribed, but it immediately opens a geopolitical trap. The second that missile is revealed, Moscow is going to scream theft. Hyun-sung tries to smooth things over by guaranteeing his contingency plans are set, but his father pushes right past the reassurance, demanding to know when Chairman Han's loan will be cleared. The director waves the debt off as a highly conditional deal, though the old man's worsening cough interrupts the excuse, driving home his point that the money needs to be returned immediately. Testing the waters, Hyun-sung playfully asks if his father plans to foot the bill, entirely unprepared for the immediate agreement. The casual offer actually breaks through his confidence, especially as the chairman explains that since backdoor dealings tie up the corporate accounts, he'll just drain his personal slush fund to cover the difference. Watching the old man reach for another tissue, Hyun-sung drops the financial talk and pushes for a thorough hospital visit, only to be quickly shut down by his father blaming the lingering weakness on an old bout of childhood tuberculosis. Chairman Jin drops a heavy envelope onto the glass table, advising his son to clear his debt with Han Myung-ho immediately. Hyun-sung checks the contents and freezes. Bearer bonds, stacked in billion-won units. His father had planned to bail him out from the very beginning. The old man leans forward, delivering the core rule of his empire. Losing money is acceptable, and failing in business is just part of the game. But a man can never afford to lose trust. The quiet weight of that backing leaves Hyun-sung speechless. They spread out without a word, locking down the perimeter and seizing every boxed asset in the lobby. The research lab is officially compromised as enforcement agents move in to seal the entrance. A panicked researcher dials Hyun-sung, desperate to report the sudden raid, but the line is already hijacked, feeding back a bizarre, glitching pop song instead of an answer. The lobby of the Bundang HS Research Institute is quietly taken over by a wall of dark suits, sending a frantic researcher straight to his phone to demand answers from his director. When he challenges one of the agents on the floor, the man casually gestures to a monitor displaying a live skeletal scan, just a routine test of their new X-ray system. On the other end of the line, Director Jin Hyun-sung orders his employee to back down and let the National Intelligence Service work. He ends the call, weighing the terrifying efficiency of the president. Being tapped for a massive project and placed under immediate federal surveillance in a single day sends a clear message. But as his car pulls up to the curb, Hyun-sung recognizes the upside of the extreme lockdown, knowing the NIST will catch any physical leak before it gets out the door. He steps out and turns back to his passenger to lay out the new reality. Everyone signs a strict confidentiality agreement today, and then he can finally reveal exactly what they are about to build. The assistant manager, still trapped in his disguise and running on fumes, balks at the mention of a strict confidentiality agreement, but Director Jin ignores the grumbling as they pull up to the HS research lab. He warns that Washington will never let a geopolitical violation like this slide, but Jin barely blinks, smoothly predicting that an upcoming diplomatic renegotiation will lift the cap within a year. When the frantic scientist demands to know how he could possibly foresee classified international policy, Jin just leans back and tells him to have a little faith. Seamlessly pivoting to their actual assignment, engineering the solid fuel tanks and bulkheads. The physics of a functional ballistic missile usually demand years of development, but Director Jin casually drops a 6-month deadline. The lead researcher knows his boss isn't bluffing and instantly pivots toward the door to scrape together a missile team. Jin pushes right past the panic to ask about the radar division, only to get screamed at. Those teams were assembled yesterday. He officially pulls sleep off the table for the foreseeable future, elevating all server management to top national security. The lab floor is already a graveyard of burned out scientists. One man literally prays over his collapsed colleague. The lead researcher brushes off the security paranoia, confident that the intelligence agency's daily x-rays and body searches are enough of a deterrent. Jin refuses to leave room for assumptions. He remembers Lee Ho-jung. Even under intense surveillance, the traitor had managed to sabotage the data chip, and Jin still hasn't figured out the mechanics of that breach. The memory carries a body count. Back during that incident, even Ho-jung hadn't anticipated the true cost of his own treason, his composure shattering the moment he found Dr. Kim bleeding out on the floor. In his final moments, bleeding out on the floor, Kim Jun had exactly one thing left to give the traitor who sold him out: the middle finger. But death wasn't the end. Now, miles away in a luxury estate, the quiet of the dark house offers zero comfort, and the memory of his own murder keeps him wide awake. He replays the breach, watching the tactical squad tear through the facility doors, trying to piece together who actually bankrolled Ho-jung's betrayal. The timeline math kills that line of inquiry immediately. He sits up to stretch, realizing the man who ruined him is currently just a clueless middle schooler with no answers to give. Sleep is a lost cause tonight, so Kim Jun figures he might as well get a head start on organizing the system data. Halfway through the sweep, an unfamiliar file stops him cold. He rereads the label just to make sure he isn't hallucinating. Quantum encryption technology. The exact breakthrough he needed had been sitting right here all along, offering a framework that will render the Institute's server completely untouchable. But the thrill vanishes the second he remembers who originally engineered the code. Ho-jung, another ghost from his past life, dragging up old trauma to ruin a perfectly good win. He swallows the bitterness and dives into the math anyway, using the unpredictable quantum randomness to build his absolute defense wall. Because the raw technology of this era isn't advanced enough to build a true radioactive isotope random number generator, Kim Jun settles for his algorithm-based backup instead. A degraded version, sure, but one that passed military stability tests right before his death. A future quantum setup could theoretically crack it, but against the processing power of the current timeline, the math forms an impenetrable fortress. It's a bitter irony, relying on the legacy of his past enemies to secure his own survival. Ordering an immediate system-wide rollout to permanently lock down their servers. The researcher stares at the overlapping logic gates, completely shook and entirely out of his depth. Hyun-sung admits he can't fully explain the new tech either, leaving the burden entirely on the document and his lead developer. He tries to make a clean exit, but his friend stalls him, asking where Secretary Kim went. The excuse that she's already waiting in the car doesn't quite track, but the researcher's mind is clearly somewhere else entirely, as the weight of the day catches up with him. The truth finally spills out. Kim Ja just dumped him. He's shattered, looking for a lifeline, but Hyun-sung offers a completely deadpan goodbye and heads for the door, leaving his friend outraged at the utter lack of basic human sympathy. But Hyun-sung pauses, casually using his future knowledge to lay out the man's exact timeline. A new millennium romance in exactly 1 year. A marriage, 2 kids. It's the perfect comfort. Right up until the director adds the real catch. He's going to work him so hard for the next 12 months, he won't have time to feel the heartbreak anyway. The researcher realizes exactly what kind of devil he's dealing with. Arriving at Gimpo Airport under his executive cover, Kim Jun meets his NIST contact, Deputy Director Im Hyosik. On the escalator, Hyosik drops a quiet warning about U.S. intelligence snooping around the negotiations. The shift catches Kim Jun off guard since the Americans had previously backed their arms project, but Hyosik clarifies that this second round is simply too massive, carrying enough weight to provoke China or Japan. Ultimately, Washington just wants to protect its own market share. Hyosik leads Kim Jun into the designated space, guaranteeing the room has been thoroughly swept for wiretaps, so they can speak freely once the Russian delegation arrives. Mikhail, the Russian defense minister, steps into the room with a calm apology for his tardiness, explaining he had to shake off a heavy tail just to make the meeting. Director Jin watches the newcomer step into the secure room. Recognizing the man immediately as Mikhail, Russia's defense minister, Jin has to admit the tradecraft is flawless, noting that the powerful official looks exactly like an ordinary laborer out for a morning stroll. An steps forward to shake his hand, acknowledging the massive risk of making such a long trip without a security detail, though Mikhail jokes it felt more like a vacation, until the foreign intelligence agents started swarming. He adds that without Iran running interference, the tails would have followed him straight to the door. Watching the exchange, Jin feels the true weight of the room settle over him. If neighboring powers are pushing this hard just to track one man, their fear of the new military tech is genuine. making this negotiation the only thing keeping history from repeating itself. Jin doesn't wait for permission to speak, stepping forward to claim a seat at the table as the lead negotiator for the project's second phase. The Russian minister bristles, furious at the off-script addition. The South Korean official scrambles to play damage control, ushering them toward the couches, but Mikhail has already lost his patience, muttering that there's always some kind of trouble with these arrangements. While the official tries to smooth things over, Jin locks on to that single complaint. Always. Im explains that their government expanded the negotiation scope, prompting Mikhail to demand if this upstart belongs to the Ministry of Defense. Im Hyosik opens the meeting by presenting Jin Hyun-sung as a defense industry executive, but Minister Mikhail immediately bristles at the presence of a private contractor in a highly sensitive intergovernmental negotiation. The Russian diplomat doesn't hold back, snapping that the Korean media already jeopardized the entire project by leaking its existence to the public, confirming exactly what Jin had suspected all along. The rumors of Russia demanding total secrecy were true, and the current diplomatic deadlock makes perfect sense. Mikhail tosses the revised agreement onto the table, making it clear that his country is already taking a massive loss on the deal and refuses to give another inch. While the senior Korean official scrambles to de-escalate the tension, Jin casually slides the dossier toward himself, scanning the inventory list to see exactly which command tanks and armored vehicles are still left on the board for Phase 2 of the Brown Bear project. Director Jin casually reviews the file, brushing off the Russian delegation's complaints by pointing out the massive debt they still owe. Scanning the trade list, he spots a multi-purpose transport helicopter. The discovery changes the math. South Korea might finally acquire its highly coveted coaxial rotor technology. The sudden leverage sends senior official M into a panic, but Jin smoothly cuts his colleague off, pushing the defense minister to hear the new terms out. Mikhail refuses, furious at the attempt to reopen a finalized deal just to shave a minor fraction off their debt. Jin knows exactly how the Russians view this deal. From their side of the table, expanding the trade list just looks like more assets being seized to cover a bad debt. So he flips the script, making it clear that he isn't there to bleed them dry, but to offer a genuine exchange. Mikhail is immediately skeptical of the word favor, but he dares the director to make his pitch. Jin doesn't hesitate, laying claim to the Black Shark's coaxial rotor technology and its core source code. In return, he puts something massive on the table, a millimeter wave radar system on par with the legendary Apache longbow, capable of tracking over 100 threats simultaneously with pinpoint precision. It's an aggressive opening move, but he guarantees the performance will match the promise. Minister Mikhail nearly comes out of his seat, his entire geopolitical calculus breaking over the idea that Korea could produce millimeter wave radar on par with the longbow. Jin takes the outburst in stride, smoothly reminding the Russian that they don't bluff at a table of this magnitude. The reality hits the defense minister hard. Russia still relies heavily on French imports for this exact technology, and Korea just handed it to them. To settle the debate, Jin slides over a prototype test video from their research lab, letting the veteran scrutinize the data. Mikhail taps the lid, confirming the wave tests and internal structure are absolutely authentic. But he immediately shoots down Hyosik's rising optimism. A lab test is just a lab test, and it proves nothing about real-world field performance against the longbow. Jin openly admits they lack the infrastructure for proper field testing, but inwardly, the skepticism doesn't touch him. He knows from his past life that this exact radar was successfully developed 3 years before ASA even hit the market. Minister Mikhail kills the proposal flat out, refusing to hand over the Black Shark's core technology for an unproven radar. But the Russian minister won't bite, worried that an American inspection could trigger a massive technology leak. Jin is forced to concede the point, while Im Hyosik realizes the Americans really would tear this deal apart. The negotiation is slipping away, leaving him desperately searching for a loophole to save it, until an entirely different blueprint flashes into Jin's mind. He startles Mikhail by suddenly bringing up the Helix, the Ka-32A helicopters South Korea is already slated to receive, and outlines a quiet workaround. Secretly modify one of the incoming Ka-32As into an attack variant, handing over just the mission computer and its source code instead of risking the Black Shark. The technical risks are piling up for Mikhail, who hesitates at the thought of putting the Black Shark's brain into a civilian frame. But Jin shuts the idea down immediately. Every military helicopter Korea owns was supplied by the United States. The reality of that monopoly settles over the room. Sensing the hook sinking in, Jin tells the minister to take his time running the numbers on a deal this lucrative. But before the math even matters, Mikhail drops the one question that could kill the entire negotiation. Is Jin absolutely confident the Americans won't find out? Hyosik doesn't back down, staking the entire National Intelligence Service on the outcome, which finally pushes Minister Mikhail to cave. He accepts the risk, laying out a plan to hide the mission computers inside a spring shipment of relief helicopters. But the concession comes with a brutal ultimatum. Since Russia is putting its own core source code on the line, any underperformance during the radar tests will trigger a devastating penalty for Korea. The gravity of that promise settles over the room as Saihyun and Hyosik realize exactly what they just signed up for. Mihail lays out his terms, agreeing to install a mission computer in one of the upcoming disaster prevention helicopters. The compromise comes with a razor-thin margin for error. If the Korean radar falls short, the delegation exposes their core software, and the financial penalty will be devastating. Against all odds, Director Jin's massive gamble pays off. Back at the National Intelligence Service headquarters, the acceptance hits the room like a shockwave, forcing a skeptical official to backtrack and apologize for ever doubting the strategy would work this fast. Back at the NIS headquarters, an official demands to know how a millimeter wave radar rivaling the longbow was developed in complete secrecy. Jin plays it off smoothly, claiming he simply wanted the prototype to clear lab testing, but the official presses him to confirm the hardware can actually handle Russian software. The room reels at the sheer scale of the gamble. A Russian minister handing over core technology for an unproven asset is almost unthinkable, but Jin lays out the reality of the board. The radar is practically a miniature AWACS. Since the US fiercely gatekeeps its tech, this is an irresistible shortcut for Russia. The room is tense as the NIS official questions whether handing over critical strategic technology is a risk they can actually afford. Jin Hyun-sun weighed that exact threat, but realistically, the buyers are only a few years away from developing their own millimeter wave radar anyway. With that window closing, he argues it's time to cash out, especially since the product on the table is deliberately downgraded. General Han balks at the diplomatic fallout if Moscow realizes they're being handed second-tier equipment. Han admits he pitched their tech as a true longbow rival, though he still doubts the buyers will take his word as gospel. The intelligence officer presses the immediate risk, warning that a collapsed negotiation will carry a devastating price tag. Jin Hyun-sun lays out the reality of the deal, explaining that a stripped-down version of the tech still holds onto its core functionality. The only piece of the puzzle they actually need is the flight control system for the coaxial rotor, and Jin guarantees the Russians won't dare tamper with it. Jin spells out the catastrophic risk. Messing with the flight control system guarantees a major accident, forcing their hand to leave those core performance specs entirely untouched. The director runs the numbers in his head, calculating that while durability might drop, his own research institute has the local tech to bridge that gap. The full weight of the exchange finally lands on the table. If Jin's read is accurate and the millimeter wave radar components are in that package, South Korea isn't just buying foreign scraps. They are acquiring the exact blueprint to build their own domestic attack helicopter. Jin plays the pivot off like a minor oversight, dismissing the standard millimeter wave specs to drop a massive operational bombshell. His company's new attack helicopter is going to carry an ASA radar. The military officials nearly jump out of their seats, instantly recognizing the absurdity of mounting destroyer-tier technology onto a standard aircraft. Jin counters with the cold reality of modern combat, explaining that current systems are already losing ground to advanced surface threats. The senior official struggles to grasp the scale of the pitch, demanding to know if miniaturizing that kind of naval hardware is actually feasible. When Jin guarantees it without a single second of hesitation, the brass immediately panics. The presentation halts right there as the director scrambles to lock the room down, officially classifying every word Jin just spoke as a state secret. Jin plays the perfect partner, assuring the table that he knows exactly where the line is drawn. The official takes the reassurance with obvious relief. With the main discussion settled, he announces a quick call to the former president and steps into the adjoining room to make the report. And a few minutes later, the meeting resumes. The official sits back down with the wide smile to deliver personal congratulations straight from the top, a detail that actually catches Jin off guard. But the real prize drops a second later. The entire development project for the nation's new large attack helicopter is going exclusively to Daewoo, fully funded for next year. Jin is caught entirely off guard by the speed of the approval, knowing the defense budget had already cleared congressional review. But the senior NIS official lays out the pivot since the US outright refused to sell them Apache helicopters. They simply rerouted that feasibility money into their own domestic development project. It's a relatively small sum for now, but the minister considers it a monumental first step. Jin calculates the long-term stakes, well aware that building a fleet from scratch is a massive, multi-year gamble where a single delay usually kills the funding entirely. Crossing this initial threshold changes everything, essentially locking the development budget in for guaranteed annual allocation. The celebratory mood evaporates the second the minister shifts to a far more confidential tone, revealing that Security Command just caught wind of neighboring intelligence agencies acting suspiciously. The ballistic missile project has put a massive target on their backs, and the minister wants to know if Jin has spotted any surveillance in his own orbit. Jin doesn't even blink, keeping his cards perfectly hidden as he calmly claims he hasn't seen a thing. Jin Hyun-sung notes the NIS has been shadowing his every move, a presence the agent next to him defensively labels as protection. The facility's director steps in to shift the balance, arguing that a classified weapons project really ought to fall under military jurisdiction to guard against infiltration. Surprisingly, the NIST director folds without a fight, offering the stick to foreign intelligence while the military secures the ground. A compromise the defense minister eagerly accepts. With the security boundaries drawn, the meeting adjourns. He asks his driver to head straight home, his mind already dreading the sheer exhaustion of having foreign spies actively hunting his research. The fact that their ballistic missile development has already leaked to neighboring countries feels like a critical failure. Until Jin remembers the timeline, historically speaking, this is exactly when the early Hyunwoo missile was supposed to surface. Director Jin isn't planning to hand over the standard prototype of his era. He's skipping ahead, pulling the advanced Hyunwoo designs from decades in the future. He knows exactly why the weapon earned its reputation as a strategic masterpiece, and he fully intends to make the entire globe witness that power firsthand. From the lab, a nervous researcher calls Hyun-sung to report a sudden influx of black-clad men at the entrance. With foreign intelligence agencies currently snooping around, the higher-ups have decided to lock the facility down. Knowing Hyun-sung wanted to buy in, he suggests this is the perfect opening, and the director fully agrees, entirely unbothered by the fact that the broader global market is currently crashing. His own successful business launches had inflated the company's valuation out of reach for years, but the economic shockwaves from the Kosovo War have finally dragged the price back down to his ideal entry point. Director Jin Hyun-sung sets his latest acquisition strategy in motion, instructing Jia to put their primary brokerage firm on notice for a major block of shares. She turns to make the arrangements but catches herself before leaving the room. A sensitive piece of corporate intelligence just crossed her radar. CEO Jin Hyun-chil quietly slipped back into the country 2 days ago. Hyun-sung checks his documents and brushes the update off. As far as he's concerned, the rival's return has nothing to do with their current takeover. He tells Jia to stay focused on their own work, but a sudden ring on a secure line cuts the directive short. The caller ID flashes on his desk. The chairman's secretary, his father. An unannounced call from the patriarch this early in the morning is never a casual check-in. The timing is too perfect. Hyun-sung swallows his apprehension and picks up the line. Out in the hallway, Assistant Yang breaks the news that the Turbina acquisition has hit a wall, and the fallout hits Director Jin Hyun-sung's office like a bomb. He screams in disbelief over Lockheed Martin refusing to renew their contract, leaving the president of Cosmos Euro to lay out the fatal math. With their entire revenue stream relying on supplying aerospace parts to Lockheed, the company is effectively paralyzed, and Jin Hyun-sung scrambles to figure out what happens to the factories built exclusively for this supply chain. Lighting a cigarette, the president confirms the trigger. The moment Turbina's CEO agreed to the merger, Lockheed pulled the plug. The shape of the trap finally comes into focus. They were played, and this engineered collapse is exactly why Jin Hyun-chil returned. Director Jin Hyun-sung finally understands exactly why a global giant like Lockheed is coming after them so hard. They barged into an industry the U.S. practically owns. From Lockheed's perspective, it's a matter of wounded pride, like a kitten trying to steal a tiger's kill. When Jin asks for an update on the ongoing negotiations, the president of Cosmos, Euro, delivers the bad news. Lockheed is completely stonewalling them. If Lockheed won't answer the phone, Jin knows they need to find a power broker who can force them to the table. He stands up to go make the call, but catches himself before walking out. The older man brushes off the concern, calling him a fool for taking so long to ask, but insisting he's perfectly fine. The president of Cosmos Euro has had enough, ordering Jin to hang up and get back to work. But the director begs for just one more minute. The line connects, and Jin immediately flags down General Michael. The general is off duty and pleasantly surprised by the check-in, until Jin skips the small talk to beg for an urgent favor. That kind of desperation from a man like Jin puts Michael on edge, but he promises to help if he can. From his desk, the president watches the director make his pitch, waiting to see if this last-ditch effort actually holds any weight. On the other end of the line, General Michael admits he had his reservations the moment he heard about the attempt to acquire Turbina. The situation has spiraled entirely out of hand, leaving Director Jin desperate for any possible resolution. Michael confesses this level of corporate sabotage is way above his pay grade, pointing out how much leverage they had to surrender just to secure their last munitions contract. With the walls closing in, Jin grasps at the only option he has left, asking if completely abandoning the merger will satisfy their enemies. Michael can't guarantee it, but tells him it's their best shot. He breaks down the real reason for the pushback. Nokeed, a major American defense player, has been monitoring Korea's technological leaps during a joint jet development project. They realized the aerospace tech was becoming a legitimate threat, and the Turbina acquisition was the final trigger for an aggressive shutdown. With Michael offering a helpless apology for his lack of influence, Jin absorbs the blow and ends the call, promising to reach back out once he finds a way to control the damage. Hyun-sung lowers his phone, telling his father they have no choice but to fold on the merger. But the chairman snaps right back. He already offered Noki the surrender, and the Americans are flat out ignoring it. The true weight of the situation finally drops on the younger Jin. No Kid isn't trying to put them on a leash. They're going to completely crush the company just to send the message to the rest of the market. The chairman turns away, swallowing his pride to admit this disaster is entirely his own doing. He had arrogantly provoked the largest defense contractor in the United States, never expecting a single countermove to bring his empire to its knees, prompting his son to rush in and try to share the blame. Every news network is suddenly reporting on Euro's rejected contract renewal, a fatal corporate blow that the Jins themselves only just found out about. The chairman seethes, knowing exactly who fed the media the kill shot. The reality of the situation finally lands on the president of Cosmos, Euro. They aren't just taking a financial hit, they are being systematically erased. The fatal blow hits the news cycle when the American defense giant, Lockheed Martin, officially severs all ties. The market reaction is immediate, sending Cosmos, Euro, and its holding company Meletus into a brutal freefall that leaves their investors ruined. By the next morning, the panic breaches the boardroom at Jaewoo Group headquarters. Executives scream across the table as short sellers swarm the stock, demanding to know why their CEO hasn't even shown his face. The outrage boils over into demands for someone to take the fall, pinning director Jin Hyun-sung under the impossible task of answering for a total collapse. A 1998 business strategy meeting instantly derails into an open mutiny, leaving chairman Jin Hyun-fil to sit in silence as the board demands he step down. The boardroom erupts into absolute chaos as executives scream for CEO Jin Hyun-cheol's head, demanding he answer for the affiliate stocks plummeting into the ground. Short sellers are already swarming the remains, but the sheer speed of the market shift sets off alarms. The timing is too perfect, reeking of a coordinated strike from the shadows. Desperate for a lifeline, CFO Yoon proposes a massive stock buyback to put out the immediate fire, only for CEO Yoon to shut the idea down cold. He warns the panic room that whoever is coordinating this squeeze has enough capital to crush a simple buyback, treating the move like a useless temporary bandage, which pushes the cornered CFO to snap back and demand a better alternative if they're just going to sit around and watch the company burn. Yoon immediately spins the crisis, suggesting they used a lost contract to finally shed their reputation as mere subcontractors and convince the market they are a cutting-edge developer in their own right, a move that would freeze investor panic and bleed out the short sellers. To pull this off, the board needs two things: a scapegoat to take the fall and a brand new face for the company. The CEO of Cosmos Euro is quickly nominated for the chopping block. As for the future, Yoon reaches across the table and locks onto Jin Hyun-sung's wrist, hoisting the executive's arm into the air to forcefully declare him the official successor of the Jaewoo Group, leaving the new golden boy completely blindsided. Inside the Jaewoo Group headquarters, the boardroom is already busy with the bloodletting. CEO Yoon smoothly offers up the first sacrificial lamb, suggesting they dismiss CEO Jin Hyun-cheol just to appease the angry public. But that's only the appetizer before he pivots to the real target, suggesting the chairman himself step back from management to reassure their investors. The weight of the maneuver settles over the table as one anxious executive asks the obvious question: is Yoon trying to hand the reins to Executive Director Jin Hyun-sung? Yoon confirms the choice without hesitation. A stern-faced loyalist backs him up, arguing a sudden exit will only panic the market, sparking a bitter debate across the table over whether they are actually innovating or just pretending to change. Yoon plays the peacemaker, lowering the temperature by agreeing that an overnight replacement carries too much risk. It's a textbook setup for his actual demand, a compromise where the chairman keeps his title but surrenders his authority while they drastically increase Jin Hyun-sung's shares to lock in the succession once and for all. CFO Yoon presses for a hard number on the proposed share transfer, and the CEO doesn't hesitate. He demands at least 10%. It's a precisely calculated threshold, enough to create an insurmountable gap that will force both the media and the market to finally acknowledge the executive director as the undisputed successor. The rest of the board freezes in their seats. A play this aggressive is career suicide if it fails, and every man at the table knows it. The chairman sits in heavy silence, letting the anticipation stretch to its breaking point. Then, he quietly folds, ordering them to proceed with the transfer. One board member scrambles to process the sudden shift, asking if Jin Hyun-sung is truly being crowned successor. The chairman bypasses the panic entirely, pressing the CFO for the raw math and confirming that a 10% transfer will hand Hyun-sung a commanding 22% stake. Survival instinct kicks in fast across the table as the executives race to voice their enthusiastic support. Hyun-sung watches the opposition fold without lifting a finger, accepting their forced surrenders one by one. Desperate to regain control of the room, CFO Yoon insists they need a massive share buyback to stop the impending stock crashes. But CEO Yoon shuts that escape route down instantly, demanding to know if the company actually possesses the capital to burn that many shares. The CFO's panicked stammer delivers the verdict. They are completely out of money. The tension in the boardroom is heavy until director Jin Hyun-sung breaks it with a sudden pivot, asking what would happen if the major shareholders bought up the stock themselves. While the rest of the table processes the shift, Jin offers to step up as the figurehead, using his personal funds to create the exact same effect as a company buyback without draining their actual reserves. He formally requests the board's blessing to absorb the released shares. CFO Yoon takes the bait immediately, thrilled by a solution that carries zero legal risk and guarantees good press. Jin keeps his expression neutral, but internally he realizes the trap just snaps shut perfectly. He gets to sweep up the plummeting stock at rock bottom, completely unopposed. It is a golden opportunity handed down from the heavens, paving a clear runway for his ultimate ascension. Director Jin Hyun-sung curses his luck as the stock tanks with every purchase. At least the PR strategy is holding the line. Articles are spinning the succession plan as a massive win. Operating profits remain stable, and he expects the short sellers to crashes once the price bounces back. Nokid is the only player with enough capital to bankroll this reckless game of chicken. His assistant breaks the optimism. The short-selling forces are digging in, threatening to crush the company regardless of its actual earnings. With shareholders starting to panic, Jin asks if Nokid is still maintaining their silence. She confirms the total blackout. The CEO is running himself ragged trying to open a dialogue, but the other side refuses to engage. Jin weighs the math. If Cosmos Euro collapses, the entire corporate group takes a devastating hit. Even a successful defense will bleed their resources dry. Jin Hyun-sung runs the short-selling numbers and realizes Nokid Martin isn't acting alone. The sheer momentum points to a coordinated attack from multiple U.S. defense firms, all trying to bleed his company out over their continued weapon exports. He remembers General Michael's explicit demand for domestic U.S. production, a concession his company thought they had navigated quietly, but clearly, the rest of the market never got the memo. The weight of the crisis fully lands. The recent corporate acquisition was just an excuse to attack, meaning Jin bears more responsibility for this disaster than anyone else on the board. If he caused it, he has to end it, and he settles on a brutally simple strategy. If he can completely destroy Nokid, the other firms will scatter to protect their own assets before taking any real losses. He places a direct call to General Michael, swallowing whatever pride he has left to ask the American commander for one more extremely difficult favor. Director Jin Hyun-sung makes his move, calling to secure the personal details and direct line for the head of Nokid Martin's Korean liaison office. Calling in a difficult favor from a military contact, Director Jin Hyun-sung requests a direct number for the chief officer at Lockheed Martin's Korea branch. The line rings out over the city, before connecting, catching Jin off guard when the liaison answers in fluent Korean. Noting the faint foreign accent underneath the careful pronunciation, he formally introduces himself as the head of Daewoo Miletus. The line disconnects, leaving director Jin Hyun-sung staring at his cell phone, fuming in disbelief. The guy actually just hung up on him. He immediately dials Lieutenant General Michael, screaming at the military contact who brokered the introduction and demanding to know why his target is suddenly dodging the call. But Jeremy Jung doesn't even pretend to respect the effort. The executive waves off the greeting with casual arrogance, letting Jin grumble about how hard he was to pin down. Jeremy cuts straight to the reality of the situation. He only showed up to save the general's reputation and has zero interest in hearing Jin's pitch. Before the director can even try to negotiate, Jeremy shuts the door entirely, making it perfectly clear that borrowed military leverage means nothing against a corporation woven into the core of American power. Jeremy leans back and enjoys his absolute advantage, mocking Jin for clinging so desperately to a dead contract. The director lets the insult land. Then he loosens his tie and flips the script, wondering aloud who the desperate one actually is. The American's casual arrogance shatters. He snaps, but Jin crowds him into the sofa before he can recover. If this was truly over, Jeremy should have just walked away, not started a shadow war. Jeremy loses his nerve. Sweating, he tries to deflect the accusation, rambling about how short sellers are simply market bottom feeders who naturally pick apart weak targets. Jin lays out the cold financial reality. Short sellers don't play chicken with stable companies because the potential losses are infinite. Feeling the walls close in, Jeremy accuses him of deliberately risking everything just to make an example out of Euro, but the pressure is too much and he grabs his briefcase to run. Jin cuts his escape route off with a single threat. Keep pushing, and the U.S. Navy Chief of Staff gets a phone call. The name drops the room into dead silence. Jin plays his final card, promising to terminate their HVP technology contract with the Navy, sacrificing his own F-16 integration just to pin the catastrophic fallout on Lockheed Martin, a suicide tactic that makes Jeremy completely lose his mind. He begs to know what they did to deserve this, but Jin just tells him to listen carefully. He's about to show him exactly what it means to go down together. The math is undeniable. The HVP saves the Navy $90 billion, and if Jin pulls the plug and points the finger at Lockheed, Jeremy's firm won't survive the retaliation. Jin doesn't blink, laying out the exact pressure point. Lockheed's fragile standing with the Navy and what they stand to lose if this operation goes south. He reaches into his suit, fully committing to the nuclear option, deciding that if his company is doomed to ruin, they're taking Lockheed with them. He tells Jeremy to call the chief of staff right now and hand him the $90 billion bill. The absolute brinkmanship works, breaking Jeremy instantly as he throws a hand up in surrender. The executive begs for just 2 weeks to quietly take care of the mess. But that specific timeline catches Jin's attention, and he pauses, letting the pieces finally click into place. A cold sweat breaks out on Jeremy's face when Jin calls it out. It wasn't the U.S. headquarters that initiated the short selling, but the Korean branch acting on its own. 2 weeks is exactly the window Jeremy needs to buy back the shorted stock, scraping it off the bottom to cover his massive losses before his own bosses find out. Jin leans in to close the trap. The fact that Jeremy calculated the timeline so quickly proves he orchestrated the entire attack himself, and Jin gives him exactly 3 days to fix the mess if he wants to keep his head. With the threat delivered, Jin walks away, already mapping out the fallout. Once the short covering begins, the stock is going to skyrocket, burying Jeremy in debt he can't possibly pay back after burning the company's money on a reckless gamble. But that isn't Jin's problem. Jeremy is left alone in the booth to sit with the crushing weight of his own ruin. The assistant rushes into the office reporting a massive spike in Meletus' stock and a steady recovery for Euro. Director Jin barely blinks, casually noting that his recent threat must have landed. That single word pulls the air out of the room. The assistant immediately accuses him of triggering another disaster during his sit-down with Lockheed's representatives, feeling a chill run down her spine as she realizes their recent attacker was actually Korean. Jin corrects her from across the room, guessing the man's mindset was strictly American, and waves off the past to focus on Euro's next move. He asks if Lockheed has reached out about a contract extension. When she confirms they haven't, he drops a stack of folders into her hands for summarization. He had hoped they would return with a pragmatic offer now that the dust had settled. Still, he isn't sweating the lost part supply deal. The impending attack helicopter project plays on an entirely different level. Jin knows that if he wants to prevent another attack, he has to dig into the core of American politics, but he hits a wall the second he tries to map it out. He has zero connections with that kind of pull. His assistant, Jia, breaks his concentration. The world stops. The box doesn't hold a friend. It holds Kim Jun, his own corpse from a past era. Back in the office, his assistant pulls director Jin Hun-sung from his thoughts to deliver an urgent update from the airport regarding his friend's recently arrived coffin. The news lands with quiet weight, signaling to Jin that the wait is over and the disciple he has been anticipating is finally within reach. Out at the cargo terminal, Jin arrives with a full security detail to claim the body, following a dock worker through the massive loading bay straight to a sealed crate. The sight shatters Lee Ho-jung's remaining composure, and he breaks ranks to sprint toward the coffin with a devastated cry, while Jin watches in heavy silence. The warehouse echoes with Ho-jung's broken sobbing as he cries out for his late friend, but when a worker asks if Jin wants to verify the remains himself, he declines. He signs the release forms in silence. People used to call him cold-hearted in his past life. The truth is much simpler. He just doesn't have the courage to look down at his own rotting face. He watches his oldest friend collapse against the coffin, bearing the grief of a death Jin secretly survived. A smooth voice cuts through the heavy air, assuring them the identification is already guaranteed. The stranger approaches with an extended hand, claiming he oversaw everything from the original burial to today's transfer. Jin's composure shatters the second he sees the man's face. The name slips out before he can stop it, Ryan. But when the stranger just looks confused, Jin immediately pivots to ask if they've met. He forces a polite apology for the mistaken identity while his mind reels. A man who died young in a brutal accident. Seeing a ghost in a modern cargo warehouse shouldn't be possible, so Jin buries the shock under a corporate facade, formally thanking the man for bringing Jun's remains back from the States. Ryan returns the warmth, relieved that Jun won't be left in a foreign grave, while noting he's already heard plenty about the director. He waves over his companion. The woman steps forward, and the name alone is enough to stop the director cold. The NIS intelligence briefing clicks into place. An Si-hyun's background report had explicitly listed a woman named Kate as Kim Jun's cohabitant. She introduces herself as Jun's partner, forcing Jin to scramble for a composed greeting. Jin locks up under the weight of it, forced to stand there while she repeats her heartfelt thanks. By the time they relocate to the Korean funeral home, snow is already falling. Standing in front of the digital board, Jin Hyun-sung faces the final, undeniable proof that his past life is over. A worker offers one last blow as the coffin slides into the incinerator. The reality shatters Ryan, sending him breaking against the glass barrier just as the heavy steel doors seal shut. As the couple leans on each other to survive the sudden grief, Jin endures the silence beside them. He carries the surreal, crushing weight of attending his own funeral, forced to watch the people he left behind mourn a man who is standing right next to them. Later that evening, over a couple of drinks, Ryan apologizes for imposing on a host he barely knows. Jin easily waves the hesitation off, assuring the grieving man that anyone close to Kim Jun is always welcome under this roof. Ryan takes the hospitality in stride, openly amused by the idea that a friend of a friend is automatically family. But director Jin Hyun-sung is already probing for timeline inconsistencies. He brings up a past phone call, asking about a supposed accident that left Ryan in a coma, which throws his guest completely off balance. Ryan quickly dismisses the memory as a case of mistaken identity. Hyun-sung waves the mistake off with a polite apology, but internally, the confirmation hits hard. History has definitively rewritten itself. He might be glad to have a friend back from the dead, but every quiet shift in the timeline feeds a growing sense of unease. Needing to map out the rest of his old life, he asks how his past self originally crossed paths with a woman named Kate. Ryan recalls her as a waitress at their regular spot, a lonely girl from the countryside who bonded with Jun because they were both so isolated. The explanation only deepens the disconnect. Hyun-sung struggles to accept that the Kim Jun of this era is actually him. He barely understands the concept of loneliness, let alone the idea of dating someone to cure it. Kim Jun reflects on Kate, absolutely certain she couldn't be further from his actual type. It leaves him sitting at the table, deeply frustrated by the impossibility of figuring out who the Kim Jun of this era really was. Ryan swallows his pride to ask a massive, shameless favor on her behalf. When Kim Jun presses for details, Ryan explains that the survivor's guilt is already crushing her before dropping the real weight of the situation. She has pancreatic cancer. With barely 6 months left, Ryan naturally assumes she returned to Korea to be buried next to the man she loved. Hearing her true final wish to simply face death in her mother's embrace strips away every defense Kim Jun has left. Ryan outlines a contingency plan in case Kate decides to be buried next to Jun, and Kim steps up immediately to handle the Korean hospital bills. They raise a glass to the arrangement. Ryan admits he is completely out of his depth in a foreign country, but his gratitude gets cut short by a sudden ring. Kim waves him off to answer the interruption, then listens as his guest paces by the cabinet. The one-sided conversation drifting back to the table doesn't sound like engineering. Ryan drops the name of a senator, followed by a firm rejection of a massive bribe. Watching his old friend, the reality of this second chance finally lands. This was a man he lost in his past life, handed back to him through an impossible twist of fate, leaving Jin Hyun-sung to listen in as the MIT grad drops the word senator and insists that no amount of money will fix the caller's problem. The contradiction is glaring. Engineers don't talk like this, until Jin remembers a crucial detail. Ryan's father was a lobbyist. Ryan finishes his call and takes a seat, casually confirming the title himself. Jin decides to play it close to the chest, taking a slow sip from his mug while innocently asking how an engineering major ended up navigating the political machine. Ryan lays out the quiet realities of abandoning his science career, A pushy father and a sheer lack of faith in his own lab work drove him to pivot toward a field where the money was better, and the playbook was already written. Jin isn't buying the modest act, pointing out that the high-stakes world of a lobbyist actually fits his friend's thrill-seeking personality perfectly, securing an easy promise to throw defense contracts his way. Later, walking through the district, a colleague shifts the focus to the defense giant No Kid and their ruthless track record. Jin already sees the pattern, mapping their moves as a component supplier directly to the hostile dismantling of the French firm Palermo. Ryan fills in the brutal details of how the American Titans swarmed the European fighter jet project to crush the competition, dropping a rumored $10 billion price tag that leaves Jin shaken by the sheer, terrifying scale of the battlefield. The colleague finishes recounting No Kid's ruthless track record, noting how a previous hostile takeover only ended when the French government stepped in to block a foreign tech leak. Ryan realizes just how narrow Jaewoo's escape was, though he still views their own counterplay as a reckless, all-or-nothing gamble. His colleague disagrees. She sees a fatal miscalculation in No Kid forcing Jaewoo out of the Turbina deal, knowing that if they back off, China is next in line to snatch up the aviation tech. That turns No Kid's corporate bullying into a massive national security headache. As Ryan points out that the firm is rapidly losing public favor, Jin finally chimes in to confirm he steered the situation exactly that way. The admission catches Ryan entirely off guard. Jin already looked 3 steps ahead, knowing Beijing would make a play. He factored in the inevitable federal response, banking on the US government stepping in to force an allied takeover. Jin breaks down the harsh market reality of the acquisition, noting that to the West, Turbina is just overpriced garbage with outdated tech. Handing Ryan a coffee, he maps out the trap. Russia will never let a Ukrainian asset go west, meaning they'll either seize it themselves or rig the board for China. The sheer scale of the conflict leaves Ryan speechless, as Jin asks what the US government is supposed to do next. The solution is elegant, pushing the Korean businessman Jaewoo back into the ring as a neutral buffer, so the federal government can step in and force the hostile defense contractors to accept Jin's team as partners. Having outlined a complete geopolitical pivot, Jin casually drops the actual lobbying work squarely into Ryan's lap. Ryan just listens, a quiet realization settling over him regarding their enemies at No Kid. Their biggest mistake wasn't picking a fight, but failing to put this monster in the ground when they had the chance. His colleague promises to see the request through to the end. The plan moves forward on an uninhabited island in the South Sea, home to a classified ballistic missile test facility. It's the morning of April 4th, 1999, and director Jin Hyun-sung is sweating in front of the news, begging the broadcast to hurry up as the anchor announces the rejection of President Clinton's impeachment. A wave of deja vu washes over him as the delay sinks in. If history were following its original course, that impeachment should have been rejected 2 months ago in February. The timeline is lagging. Before he can spiral into what that means, his assistant steps in to announce their guests have arrived, forcing him to swallow the panic and step back into his role as a composed executive. Director Jin welcomes the VIPs to the southernmost test facility. It's finally time to launch the Hyunwoo ballistic missile. A government official lays out the reality of what they've built, a 2-ton warhead with an 800-kilometer range, completed in total secrecy. They plan to officially announce a vastly downgraded version to keep the world off their backs, leaving the CFO dreading the inevitable fallout. The official shrugs off the looming diplomatic nightmare with the US. And Russia, real deterrence is worth the headache. To keep the weapon from crossing into foreign waters, a researcher outlines the strategy to fire it at the steepest trajectory possible. A military officer catches the implication. Atmospheric re-entry. Jin confirms the steep angle is a deliberate stress test for the heat shielding and gyroscopes as the warhead leaves and returns to orbit. The military brass is floored they even managed to secure the mobile launch vehicle in a matter of months. Jin credits the blistering pace to the engineers at Hyunwoo Rodam, though he admits the rush timeline means the chassis still needs heavy refinement to handle the missile's true ceiling. But the vehicle holds together well enough for today. Jin initiates the countdown. The final countdown clears, and the ignition sequence triggers with enough force to vaporize anything caught in the immediate blast radius. The heavy mobile platform anchors itself against the recoil, sending the payload straight into the upper atmosphere. Watching from a secure distance, the official is left speechless by the scale of the weapon they just committed to the board. The payload climbs past the cloud layer and pushes straight into the upper atmosphere before gravity takes over, dragging the weapon back toward Earth to gather speed and hit terminal velocity in a burning plunge. But the quiet dread shatters into sudden celebration the second the test clears. The test projectile streaks down from the sky. It's driven by an atomic spin gyroscope, a piece of highly classified military technology designed to hold a flawless trajectory under any conditions. Back in the command center, the development team holds their collective breath as the final telemetry locks in. The tension shatters into absolute celebration the second the impact registers on screen, with the director realizing they've just achieved precision on par with a fully guided cruise missile. The room is in total disbelief over the missile's pinpoint accuracy, forcing Jin to reveal that they aren't using standard optical tracking, but an atomic spin gyro, a piece of future tech that's practically god tier for the 90s. Bootstrapping those specs into legacy hardware required massive magnetic shielding, a brutal workaround that left Dr. Kim Hyewon dead on his feet. The older official practically shakes with anticipation as he asks how it stacks up against American ICBMs, and Jin assures him it's far superior, completely bypassing the extreme manufacturing time and low yields of mechanical variants. As another official points out that the US is already struggling to replace failing parts in their own arsenal. Jin predicts America will eventually be forced to adopt the exact tack South Korea just secured. The strategic weight of the upgrade finally hits the room. With this level of precision, they now hold a weapon capable of sinking an aircraft carrier. One of the government officials shuts the concept down immediately, arguing that adjusting for a moving target when a weapon drops at over Mach 10 is a physical impossibility. Director Jin Hyun-sung silently recalls a similar bluff from China years ago, knowing full well that a carrier would drift hundreds of meters in the 10 minutes it takes a missile to cross the ocean. Even knowing it was a bluff, the US Navy had pulled their fleets back anyway, entirely out of fear that a malfunctioning dud might just get lucky and hit them by accident. Another official absorbs the reality of the situation, realizing that the world's naval superpowers would be in full panic mode if this technology were actually viable. Jin knows the theoretical workaround, maneuverable hypersonic glide vehicles, but he assumes that level of tech won't make it out of the research lab in his lifetime. The PA system cues up the second phase of the test, but Jin cuts the announcement short. One launch is all they need today. It's a relief to the budget, since the government men quickly point out that a 5 billion won payload can't exactly be treated like a firework. The single shot delivers exactly the data they wanted, but the success instantly shifts the room's anxiety to the political fallout waiting for them back on the mainland. Spiraling over international surveillance, one official notes that the US Aegis destroyer in Okinawa has definitely already tracked their trajectory. Jin simply waves off the concern, promising that both nations are already being handled. Jin is confident in their diplomatic groundwork, already knowing exactly how they'll placate the Russians. His team has been bracing for the international fallout since the Hyunmoo project began, and watching it finally tear into the sky is the ultimate payoff. But back in the government offices, the scale of that success hits like an earthquake when a sweating official reports the missile's actual range. 298 kilometers. It's a number so staggering the military general completely loses his temper, screaming that it has to be a fabricated report. Sai-hyun takes the chaotic debrief over the phone, amused to hear that the Allied Forces commander showed up in person to demand answers. It could have been much worse, considering the administration fully expected the US ambassador to storm the Blue House over the sudden escalation. The only reason the situation hasn't spiraled is because the president stepped in, stalling the Americans by officially adopting the missile debate as a major agenda item for his July summit with Clinton. The call ends with a click, leaving Jin Hyun-sung with one massive wave of relief now that he knows the timeline is holding steady. He settles onto his desk, already looking ahead to the upcoming summit where the US will inevitably try to cap their missile range. But Jin's solution makes the poor guy recoil in horror. Just deny everything. Without a physical warhead in American hands, there is no proof. When the assistant manager spirals over the threat of forced inspections, Jin shuts the panic down, reminding him that classified strategic weapons belong to a sovereign nation. More importantly, the current limitation is just a non-binding guideline, leaving the US with zero legal justification to interfere. This was the play all along. Orchestrate a very public incident to force the Hyunmoo missile's true power into an open secret without breaking a single treaty. It's a geopolitical masterstroke, leaving the assistant manager to drop into a panicked crouch, entirely shook and regretting the day he ever signed a confidentiality agreement. Director Jin Hyun-sung admits his real concern isn't the immediate fallout, but the United States using this momentum to back them into a corner over the missile technology control regime. While it wouldn't impact their domestic weapons, Jin knows the treaty's strict limits on satellite components could quietly cripple their future space industry, a long-term worry his assistant manager laughs off as a bit premature for a country barely off the launch pad. Pivoting back to the immediate threat, Jin questions why Russia hasn't made a move yet, only for his desk phone to interrupt the thought. He stares at the receiver, noting that the timing is a little too perfect, and the ringtone practically smells like vodka, before finally answering. The call shifts the board entirely, pulling the focus straight to the National Intelligence Service headquarters. Director Jin Hyun-sung barely has time to exchange pleasantries outside headquarters before An Si-hyun interrupts, physically dragging his colleague away before he can even object. Forced into a hustle, Jin demands an explanation, and An drops the critical intel. A Russian cargo shipment hits Busan port tonight at 8. Jin instantly runs the numbers and panics, knowing the drive down the peninsula will take at least 8 hours. But An counters that they still have plenty of time, introducing a dumbfounded Jin to his actual ride, a hovering military transport chopper. Strapped tight into the cabin, whatever dignity the director had left completely evaporates, leaving him screaming over the roar of the rotors as they tear into the Seoul skyline. As the pilot calls back a 30-minute arrival warning for Busan, Director Jin fights down severe motion sickness while An snacks on chips beside him. An promises the turbulence gets easier with practice before shifting to the real problem waiting for them at the port. Their scheduled contact has been swapped out for the head of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. Jin asks if this sudden escalation is fallout from the Hunmu situation, and An confirms the suspicion, though he notes Russia is already locked in by the Phase 2 goods. He laughs the tension off, figuring the absolute worst-case scenario is a cancelled Phase 3. En route to Busan port, An Si-hyun drops a complication on Director Jin. Their contact has changed from Mikhail to the actual head of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Agency. An presses him for the actual strategy, and Jin finally lays out the play he's been keeping close to his chest. Whatever the director proposes is bold enough that An decides they need the president's verbal sign-off before they even step out of the chopper, especially with the restricted docks already locked down and waiting for their arrival. While the team locks down the secondary dock outside, Deputy Director Lim escorts Executive Director Jin straight to the prize, leaving Jin practically vibrating at the prospect of examining a genuine double reverse rotor. As the ground crew swarms the gunship's hull, a rogue technician eyes the mission computer with plans to hijack the millimeter wave radar data. But the Russian handler intercepts the group to buy time for calibrations, formally introducing himself as SVR operative Alexei. An Si-hyun takes the lead in the hangar, formally introducing himself as the director of Korea's National Intelligence Service, before pointing to Jin and dropping a brand new title, External Advisor for the Bear Project. An suggests they move to a prepared safe house, drawing a polite thanks from Alexei, though the Russian operative hides a quiet smirk. The sudden promotion catches Jin completely off guard. By the time they arrive at the suburban exterior of the safe house, he realizes the intelligence agency must have already pulled his entire background file to weave him into this operation so seamlessly. An ushers them into a concrete-walled underground room, promising total privacy. Alexei studies the reinforced ceiling, clearly impressed that the normal-looking house above them is just a shell for a subterranean bunker, while Jin takes in the full scope of the architecture. The place isn't a retrofit. The two-story property was designed from the ground up for exactly this kind of shadow meeting, but the Russian operative sitting across from him tells him he can finally drop his guard. He lays out the sleight of hand. They loaded decoy containers onto a Syrian-bound ship, slipping the real cargo away on an unmarked vessel, while the Americans chased ghosts. An praises the sheer scale of the diversion. Still, the operative's manufactured smile sets Jin on edge right as the man abruptly shifts the conversation, asking why no one has questioned his presence instead of the defense minister. The casual mood evaporates instantly as the two executives brace for the real agenda. An takes the opening, asking what exactly warranted the SVR director's personal touch, and the Russian answers with a single code name: Iskandar. Jin tries to keep his voice steady as he demands an explanation, leaning into the bluff to claim they expected this pushback since their own system mirrors the Iskandar. Alexei mockingly traces the missile's flight path, before mimicking its steep drop, taunting them that anyone watching that trajectory would call it a Russian weapon. But then the operative shifts gears, playing dumb about the external design to hand them a convenient sliver of plausible deniability. An leans in to whisper his confusion, but Jin already sees the shape of the trap. The Russian is deliberately covering for them to build leverage. Dropping the act, Jin cuts straight to the real point and asks exactly what Alexei wants. Alexei smiles and drops the exact name of the prize he's after, the atomic spin gyro. An and director Jin immediately launch into a synchronized routine of terrible acting, waving their hands and swearing they have no idea what he's talking about, that show a strike landing dead center on a target less than 10 meters across. The Korean officials freeze as the reality sinks in. Someone managed to photograph their highly classified weapons test from orbit. Jin elbows his partner when An points out the obvious consequence, acknowledging that if Russian intelligence has these images, the Americans definitely know too. The secret is officially blown. Dropping the charade, Jin concedes the point and asks the only question that matters now. Is Alexei expecting them to hand over the gyro technology itself? Alexei thinks he holds the leverage, offering to sweep the Iskander tech leak under the rug for what he considers an equivalent exchange. Director Jin Hyun-sung lets the offer hang in the air for a quiet moment, before dropping a counter demand so steep it borders on insult: the entire Sujet fighter production line. The sheer audacity leaves the Russian representative stammering, which is exactly what Jin wanted. He uses the shock to illustrate that Alexei's initial terms were just as ridiculous, forcing the diplomat to reset and propose a deal grounded in reality. Scrambling for a win, Alexei pivots to smart bombs, but Jin systematically closes that door too, citing strict U.S. interference. The negotiation fractures as Alexei completely loses his composure, demanding to know if Russia is expected to just sit back and let themselves be robbed blind. But Jin never intended to push them out the door empty-handed. He knows Korea can't afford to antagonize a nation they still plan to siphon resources from, and he finally prepares to lay his real offer on the table. Jin shifts the entire negotiation, proposing a genuine partnership between Russia and South Korea. Alexei takes the bait, asking what true cooperation actually looks like, and Jin seizes the opening. He pitches a joint operation to develop a next-generation anti-air missile. It's an unprecedented gamble, but if the deal lands, it secures a future where his team leads the industry into a brand new era. So the chairman lays out a massive pitch: South Korea and Russia joining forces to develop a brand new anti-air missile. The sheer audacity of the offer shifts the energy in the room, cracking the Russian operative's composure as he realizes just how dangerously informed his target is. But Jin waves off the tension, framing his deep state intelligence gathering as simple corporate transparency for the sake of mutual benefit. He knows exactly where Russia's defense sector is hurting, a technical bottleneck stalling Almaz's SAM development, and he positions Jae-woo as the perfect partner to pull them out of the mud. Alexei sits in silence, weighing the scale of the ambition as Jin proposes they jointly develop long-range anti-air missiles. The director already knows the historical playbook. In the original timeline, this exact geopolitical dynamic led to a massive breakthrough, birthing South Korea's Cheonggung surface-to-air system alongside Russia's Vityaz. But merely repeating history is a waste of a second chance. Jin aims higher, pushing for a stake in the upcoming S-500 high-altitude defense project, knowing that accumulating that tier of technology is the only way to secure a domestic interception system for North Korean ballistic missiles. The proposal on the table isn't a standard military contract. It's a pitch for a high-altitude missile defense system, targeting the intercept blind spots that traditional technology misses. Alexei weighs the pitch, asking exactly what glaring flaw in their current missiles this team thinks they can fix. Jin drops the diplomacy entirely. He flatly states they're here to compensate for Russia's outdated semiconductor technology, a blunt assessment that nearly gives An a heart attack. The insult should have ended the meeting. Instead, Alexei actually considers it. Jin reads the shift instantly, knowing he holds the only viable solution to their hardware bottleneck. The Russian brass will likely agree, especially since splitting the bill appeals heavily to a cash-strapped military budget. Alexei promises to run the report up the chain of command, but the conversation is just getting started. Alexei admits he never expected South Korea's intelligence network to run this deep. The unearned compliment has An sweating through his suit, but Director Jin maintains a flawless poker face. The Russian agent lays out the bait, promising serious mutual gains if Seoul leans closer to Moscow. Jin smiles, already calculating his leverage. Giving them one piece of trust today guarantees a massive return down the line. The broader strategy is already working, quietly severing the military pipeline between Russia and North Korea. With the aircraft supply officially secured, Jin immediately pushes for a timeline on the millimeter wave radar testing. Down in the research bay, a senior scientist warns it will take at least 3 months just to analyze the incoming source code, though Kim Jun is already locked onto the glowing monitor. Alexei lays out the Russian position, hoping the radar integration will finally allow the Black Shark to match the Apache's ground capabilities on the export market. Jin connects the dots immediately. But the operative isn't finished, dropping a massive concession onto the table by promising to hand over the original production technology rather than a stripped-down export version. The unprecedented scale of the offer shatters Jin's composure. Even NIS director An bristles at the sudden diplomatic generosity, demanding to know why Moscow would willingly surrender their crown jewels. Alexei deflects the suspicion with a relaxed shrug, pointing out it's the exact same logic South Korea used when they proposed a joint missile program. Jin plays along with a forced laugh, He knows the Russians are setting up a 10-to-1 extraction scheme, but the potential for future tech exchanges is just too lucrative to pass up. Before they can negotiate terms, Alexei abruptly calls time on the meeting. Lingering any longer only invites American surveillance. But right as he prepares to leave, the operative tosses out a calculated hint. A previously impossible trade might actually be on the table. An Si-hyun goes on immediate high alert. Alexei names his real price, offering the Russian Sukhoi fighter jet in exchange for South Korea's atomic spin gyro. The sheer scale of the demand leaves Jin paralyzed. As An scrambles to play defense, Alexei casually notes that Moscow needs the tech for a new strategic weapon, making it perfectly clear that his superiors will be in touch. His mind races through the timeline, frantically weighing the geopolitical nightmares of tactical nuclear ballistics. He never saw this bombshell coming. Having delivered his message, Alexei simply walks out, completely ignoring An's desperate demands to sit back down. An asks if they can just sweep the threat under the rug, but Jin shuts that hope down immediately. They are heading straight back to Seoul. Later that night at the National Intelligence Service headquarters, An locks down their floor. Desperate for a read on the situation, An presses Director Jin on why Russia actually wants the atomic spin gyro. Jin offers the safest technical answer, improving tactical nuclear accuracy, but he can't shake a much darker suspicion about hypersonic missiles. An immediately sees the trap closing, realizing that if they hand the tech over to Moscow, Jin guarantees the United States will step in and crush them exactly like they do North Korea. The reality of that geopolitical nightmare lands, leaving An completely rattled. He curses Alexei for dragging them into a blind spot where they can't even tell if they're holding a scam or a gold mine, trying to buy a few seconds of quiet to steady his nerves. In the NIST briefing room, Director An decides to escalate the call straight to the president, laying out a final proposal to trade their atomic spin gyro for the Russian Sukhoi fighter jet. The weight of the decision settles over Deputy Director Lim. An knows his deputy is sweating American retaliation, but he dismisses the threat of any immediate blowback. When Lim presses for a reason, An points out the obvious Russian endgame. They want the gyro to develop tactical nukes, but since Moscow's current budget is stretched thin, the director calculates the true threat is at least half a decade away. Lim agrees with the logic, but he still can't shake the dread creeping in at the back of his mind. A hypersonic cruise missile. The concept alone drops Deputy Director Lim into a cold sweat, the true scale of the disaster finally catching up to him. Director An tries to rub the headache out of his brow and rationalize the threat away, figuring that even with their stolen gyro technology, Russia is still years out from a successful launch. Lim pivots to a desperate tactical gamble, pushing a wild compromise where they force the Russians to agree to a delay on any live tests. An struggles to follow the logic, so Jin spells out the trap. If the Russians cross the line, South Korea will publicly claim the technology was stolen, creating the perfect leverage to keep Moscow in check. The strategy clicks, and An finally presses for a hard answer on the exchange. Jin gives him a simple yes. Russia will eventually develop the atomic spin gyro on their own anyway, so they might as well sell it while the price is at its peak. There is a catch on their end, though. Even with Russian fighter jet technology in hand, they can't actually deploy it yet without jeopardizing their current supersonic trainer co-development with Lockheed. With the deal locked, An prepares to take it straight to the president, sealing the pact under strict confidence between the three of them. The launch confirmation comes in, and as the helicopter holds steady against the sky, Dr. Kim Hee-won points out the obvious. The dual reverse rotor is handling the heavy crosswinds perfectly. With the software transfer finished and the Russian source code successfully adapted to their radar, the developer behind the fix, Choi In-bae, delivers a flawless operational report, prompting Director Jin to ask for the kid's name. Hee-won proudly introduces his recruit from KASTE, admitting he had to move fast to snatch him up before Lockheed could scout his talent, though Jin doesn't need much convincing since adapting verified code to a brand new aircraft speaks for itself. Out on the airfield, Choi In-bae reviews the data while Dr. Kim watches, absolutely convinced the young developer is a genius for knocking out a flawless software update in just a few months. Director Jin needs to know if the boy's background is clean, and Kim confirms his record is spotless. He even rejected a massive scouting offer from Lockheed just to work with them. A developer who can't be bought is exactly the kind of asset Jin is looking for, and he admits he's starting to really like this guy. 2 weeks later in his office, Jin reviews the millimeter wave radar test results from their disaster response helicopter. After 30 test flights benchmarked against the longbow system, the detection range is pristine, with the new algorithm boasting perfect primary threat identification. His assistant brings up a minor glitch in target distinction, but Jin knows exactly where the problem lies. The flaw traces back to the original software, meaning they can just ship the error data back to Russia for a direct patch. With the testing phase complete, Director Jin instructs his assistant to lock in a briefing with the head of the NIS. Meanwhile, at the airport arrivals terminal, Alexei steps through the gates with a formal greeting. An Si-hyun welcomes him, lightly pointing out how fast the man flew over the second the results dropped. Scanning the obvious scientists rolling their luggage behind the armed agents, An notes that the Russian director is moving completely in the open today, instead of bothering with a cover visa. Alexei brushes off the risk, explaining that the Americans are far too distracted by a massive headache in China to monitor Korean airspace right now. That casually dropped intel instantly commands Jin's full attention, and he presses for the details. Alexei leans in with the latest drop. A massive Chinese cyber attack just gutted U.S. defense contractors, pulling every American intelligence asset in Asia away to contain the fallout. An Si-hyun eagerly presses for the damage report, and the two of them practically celebrate the chaos. With Alexei's American tale suddenly vanished, Jin is left staring at his allies, bewildered by just how happy they are about a global security crisis. But Jin knows exactly what's actually unfolding, recognizing the timeline from his past life, when embedded student spies were finally dragged into the light. Oblivious to the real scale, Alexei just grins at the thought of stolen American aviation tech, a rare display of emotion from the usually robotic agent. When the conversation pivots to Jin's operation, Alexei advises caution, completely unaware of the irony. Jin just pities him. China isn't going to spare Alexei's faction when the inevitable backstabbing begins. Out loud, Jin brushes off the concern, assuring them his servers are locked behind quantum algorithms, and the research is too heavily segmented for a single leak to matter. Plus, his entire team is under strict government surveillance, a slip of the tongue he barely catches before An forcefully coughs and rebrands it as protection. Alexei suggests they move off the grid to a more secure location, prompting a quick relocation to an NIS safe house in Incheon. Once inside, Jin hands over the hardware containing the millimeter wave radar test results. CEO Yoon runs the diagnostics while Alexei watches closely. The verdict lands fast. The data is flawless, easily exceeding their baseline expectations. Alexei finally secures the ultimate prize, confirming they have their hands on the KA-50 Black Shark. Yoon runs the initial verification and clears the data, confirming the quality actually exceeds their baseline expectations. With the green light given, Chairman Jin calls for the hardware. Alexei relaxes, eager to finally close the deal, presenting the open briefcase to show off the complete production technology for the Black Shark. Jin steps up to perform his own layer of due diligence. He clicks through the directories until a single anomaly breaks the pattern. He spins the laptop around to face the sellers, demanding an explanation for an unexpected folder sitting right in the middle of their classified tech. Alexei opens the next directory, noting it holds the combat systems. Alexei shuts that down immediately. The KA-50 utilizes a helmet-mounted sight, meaning the linked weapon systems are a mandatory part of the package. The logic tracks, but the sheer weight of the acquisition finally lands for the chairman. Getting the targeting system is one thing. He never expected the Russians to casually hand over the production tech for the weapons themselves. The R-73 isn't just a standard payload. It boasts thrust vectoring and canard wings for absolute directional control, making it the world's first fifth-generation air-to-air missile. It is a piece of engineering so advanced the American equivalent won't catch up for another 2 decades. Even American experts admit their air-to-air missiles lag behind the Russian Archer system, which means Moscow is effectively handing Seoul another one of its technological hearts on a silver platter. Alexei brushes off the shock, proudly framing the packaged combat systems as proof that Russian loyalty outweighs America's transactional mindset. But the deputy chief isn't distracted by the shiny new toys. Watching the exchange, he openly questions why An wants the atomic spin gyro this desperately, realizing the director's endgame has to go far beyond tactical nukes. An lets the silence stretch, resting his hands on the metal case. An formally accepts the offering. Alexei takes the opening immediately, dropping the diplomatic warmth to confirm his committee has already greenlit the core trade. The deputy chief is still sweating, muttering a quick warning to his subordinate about dropping surprises without a signal, but Alexei is already laying Moscow's real offer on the table. A complete transfer of their latest Sukhoi fighter technology. The weight of that concession lands. The software is the core of the jet's power, meaning Russia is quite literally handing over the keys to the kingdom. Even Alexei admits his own government's choice to give away $50 billion in development feels insane, but desperation changes the math, crippled by an economic crisis and terrified of being permanently crushed by American military power. Moscow needs an undeniable strategic weapon to claw back their global standing. And to build it, they absolutely must have Korea's atomic spin gyro. The pieces snap together in An's head. That confirms it. Knowing exactly what kind of weapon they are trying to build, he politely asks the director to clear the room of his subordinates. An Si-hyun cuts the conversation short, ordering the lower-level agents out of earshot. The deputy chief quickly clears the room, recognizing that whatever An is about to drop is strictly off the books. The real reason Russia is desperate for the atomic spin gyro finally comes to light, and it has nothing to do with standard tactical nukes. It's the missing piece for a hypersonic cruise missile. That realization hits the chief like a physical weight once he factors in a nuclear payload. The strategic math on this new weapon is brutal. Whoever fires first wins, and if both sides get it, the world ends in mutually assured destruction. An Si-hyun and the deputy chief are trapped in a no-win scenario. Kill the deal and risk immediate diplomatic fallout, or hand over the technology to a nation guaranteed to misuse it. The logic is airtight, and the deputy chief reluctantly caves to the original plan. Back in the meeting room, Director Alexei is already waiting for the surrender. The deputy chief officially commits to the exchange, offering their atomic spin gyro for the Sukhoi fighter. Alexei smiles, graciously promising that Russia will remember this friendship. But the NIS isn't handing over a blank check, and the deputy drops a hard condition, a guarantee that no weapons utilizing the gyro will see public deployment for the next 5 years. The warmth instantly drains from Alexei's demeanor as he rejects the terms, calling the demand a direct interference in internal affairs. An Si-hyun lays out the geopolitical reality. The US already knows about their gyro technology, and if Russia weaponizes it, Korea will face the backlash. Alexei leans over the desk to test the waters, asking what happens if his country succeeds and decides to flaunt their new toys to the West. An doesn't miss a beat. He reveals Korea's playbook with complete confidence. They'll simply deny everything and claim Russian intelligence stole the tech. Then he drops the final ultimatum. If the US sanctions Russia over the supposed theft, Korea will join the international dogpile without a second thought. The sheer audacity of the threat draws a genuine laugh from the operative, who takes a moment to process the ruthless logic. He turns back, probing for any hidden traps before committing to the deal. But An holds the line with a simple confirmation. Alexei draws a hard line. This isn't something he can greenlight on his own, so he'll be taking the intel straight to his superiors. He turns toward the door, warning the two NIS agents not to expect a quick turnaround. The political climate back in Russia is complicated right now, and navigating it takes time. Walking away, he lets out a weary sigh, lamenting a ruined opportunity. It's a rare trip without American intelligence tracking his every move, and he was genuinely looking forward to trying a famous Korean body scrub. But the bombshell they just dropped means he has to fly straight home, leaving the Korean agents offering up awkward apologies. Fixing his jacket, Alexei takes his leave, promising to reach out the moment he has an answer. The evening news breaks a massive national defense initiative announcing that a domestic attack helicopter development project has been awarded directly to Cosmos Euro. Pundits immediately tear into the idea as a technological pipe dream, though defenders argue they have no choice since the US refuses to sell them Apaches. The real corporate shockwave hits when Jaewoo Group confirms President Yoon Song-min is stepping down from the holding company to personally run the project. Out on the street, walking down the street, CEO Yoon presses his nephew on the recent helicopter contracts, teasing him about lining his own pockets. Hyun-sun gets entirely lost in the fantasy of a half-trillion-won payout, an indulgence his uncle shuts down by telling him to wipe his chin. But the numbers aren't a joke. The lab's recent growth has been massive. With a current valuation of 1 trillion won, Hyun-sung plans to leverage this momentum to overtake the country's largest defense contractors within a year. He mentions his siblings' recent division transfer with total apathy, drawing a gentle reprimand from his uncle. The secession battle is over, and the grudge needs to die with it. Hyun-sung tries to downplay the rift as mere awkwardness. Dropping the previous subject, Hyun-sung presses CEO Yoon for the truth about his father's health, but the older man keeps his back turned, brushing the cough off as nothing more than bad monks. Hyun-sung knows a coordinated lie when he hears one. His father's personal doctor had fed him the exact same line, which completely ignores the severe weight loss and chronic coughing he's seen with his own eyes. Frustrated that he lacks the leverage to force the chairman into a hospital, his thoughts are cut short by an incoming call. He answers outside the Cosmos Aero building, and Ryan dials in with a major geopolitical update. China is finally making its move to acquire Turbina Sich. Taking a seat on the steps, Hyun-sung isn't surprised by the blatant power play, calculating that a move like this right after a major hacking incident is going to leave America furious. From his office, Ryan confirms the US government is furious. The recent hacking incident had already spiked international tensions, and this latest move is just poking the bear. The news lands exactly how Jin wanted. Lockheed is taking the public heat, with critics arguing the entire mess could have been avoided if Jaewoo had just been allowed to acquire Turbina. Resting on the steps outside Cosmos Aero, Jin listens to Ryan admit that Washington's stance is shifting just as he predicted, with some officials now pushing to reach out to Jaewoo first. Ryan asks if this alters their strategy, but Jin holds his ground. The acquisition is too symbolic to abandon. If the US officially allows the buyout, it serves as a silent blessing for their independent fighter jet development. Combine that political win with the company's heavy helicopter engines and large turbofan tech, and the deal becomes a strategic necessity. The roadmap for his aerospace division is massive, stretching from tactical control aircraft all the way to commercial airliners. But there's a serious bottleneck. Turbina's engines tap out at 1200 degrees, lagging far behind the heat resistance of Western firms, meaning he needs their help to bridge the gap. On a call with his lobbyist friend Ryan, Jin confirms he hasn't changed his mind about taking their offer, prompting Ryan to drop a quiet piece of intel from his side of the ocean. A major American competitor is currently celebrating. When Jin presses for details, Ryan refuses to clarify, offering only a vague warning that the entire market landscape is about to shift, before abruptly cutting the line. Jin realizes his friend just hung up mid-sentence out of paranoia over wiretaps, which is a completely fair precaution. When one man is a lobbyist and the other sells weapons to the American military, assuming the NSA is listening in is just the cost of doing business. Jin Hyun-sun weighs what kind of global event could actually shake up the market right now, landing on a massive US military stealth fighter initiative, the exact development pipeline that eventually birthed the F-35. He knows historically that contract always lands with no kid, but quickly brushes the thought aside since American aerospace drama is a pointless distraction. His real mandate is locking down the Russian negotiations to jumpstart their own domestic fighter program, a strategy session interrupted by a sudden call. He answers expecting routine business only to get an immediate high-priority summons straight to the Blue House. A message from An Si-hyun flashes across the screen, demanding an immediate face-to-face meeting. Caught completely off guard, Jin presses for details on why they are suddenly heading to the Blue House. An refuses to risk an open phone line, promising to send Deputy Director Lim as an escort before dropping the real reason for the panic. Papa Bear called. Shortly after, Jin waits alongside Lim, listening to the Deputy Director openly admit he wants to quit. Between the recent millimeter wave test failures and this blind summons to the president's office, the man is stretched to his limit. The deputy chief is a wreck, entirely convinced this sudden Blue House summons means something disastrous just went down in Russia. Jin tries to laugh the tension off, half joking that it might be time to cash in that corporate bailout favor, but their speculation gets cut short when Director An rushes down the hall. An doesn't even give them a second to breathe, warning them that the president is already waiting inside, a fact that sends the deputy into a complete tailspin. Jin keeps it strictly professional as they settle in, letting the national security advisor skip the pleasantries and get straight to the briefing. A former Russian security secretary just bypassed normal channels to ring the president directly. The topic was a strategic tech exchange, and the Russians have officially agreed to Korea's terms. A hard guarantee to avoid any testing and keep the technology completely under wraps for the next 5 years. The national security advisor points out the obvious reality. The Russians are desperate, pushing for an immediate response, and the president is already fully behind the exchange. An supports the move in principle, but the diplomatic slight rubs him the wrong way. Sending a mere former security secretary to handle a matter this massive feels like a calculated insult to test their boundaries. The advisor quickly corrects that misread of the situation. There is no lowballing happening today because that former secretary is Vladimir Putin himself. Inside the Blue House, Director An bristles at the optics, taking offense that Russia would send a mere former national security secretary to a high-level meeting. But the president's advisor quickly steps in to correct the misread. The envoy isn't just some retired official, it's Vladimir Putin. Intelligence confirms the man is positioned to become acting president within the year, making him the absolute authority in waiting. The indignation vanishes from An's face the moment the name registers, completely replaced by the sheer weight of the political reality. With the hierarchy clearly established, the South Korean president cuts through the remaining formalities to secure the deal. He orders the prearranged tech exchange to begin immediately and drops the execution on Deputy Lim. The command instantly spikes the official's heart rate since every single piece of technology they are about to hand over was developed solely by Jae-woo. The president finally lays out the terms for the newly acquired tech, deciding to let Jae-woo keep the ownership rights while the government strictly controls its export. It's a fair compromise, and it forces Chairman Jin to swallow a massive sigh of relief. He knows exactly the kind of bullet they just dodged, well aware that a total state seizure of the assets would have been a bureaucratic nightmare. Watching the man across the table, Jin realizes the president isn't just pushing paper. He has the quiet gravity that makes people naturally fall in line, and that focus immediately zeroes in on a new target. The president brings up the fighter jet blueprints Jin had previously advised putting on ice, arguing that sitting on an asset of that caliber is a waste. Jin weighs the reality of their manufacturing limits, pointing out that their resources are already stretched thin by the ongoing supersonic trainer project. The president doesn't want to pivot, though. He wants to run both, suggesting they let the trainer project continue in the open while quietly spinning up a shadow program to develop parts from the Sukhoi tech. The National Security Advisor lays out the playbook: fix the chronic durability issues with the Russian jets in secret, then take the project public once they have a working model. The president acknowledges the bind, knowing that a public assembly request would instantly draw U.S. interference. It's a staggering sum, but Jin warns that running dry mid-development would kill the initiative entirely. The president doesn't blink, casually suggesting they skim the difference by quietly inflating military facility upgrade costs. The reality of the conversation finally hits Jin: state-sponsored defense contract fraud. It perfectly explains the random, untraceable funds that used to miraculously appear during his old days at the agency. With the president promising to find another 100 billion as a buffer, Jin accepts the terms and locks them into the Shadow Project. Jin catches himself mid-thought, realizing that if they're going to build an aerospace industry from scratch, they might as well aim for the ceiling. He gets the president's full attention and pitches an absolute moonshot, developing a domestic 4.5 generation fighter. So Jin breaks it down. They are talking about stealth and armament capabilities, just one step below the American F-22. A domestic stealth jet sounds like pure science fiction to the administration, but Jin promises their newly acquired Russian tech makes it a very real possibility. The ambition on the table isn't small, and as Hyun-sum opens the KF-2-1 blueprint, he confirms Jae-woo has already locked down the core design, composite materials, and stealth tech. The president can hardly process the sheer scale of the proposal. Hyun-sung casually adds that their radar is easily adaptable for fighters, leaving only the internal weapons bay to figure out, a hurdle he promises they can handle incrementally alongside the airframe. The geopolitical weight of the pitch finally lands. A domestic fighter program has always sounded like an impossible fantasy, yet it's being handed over on a silver platter. If they actually pull this off, South Korea can scrap its entire import plan and build an independent military force, completely free from U.S. reliance. Deciding to table the logistics for now, the president shifts gears and offers a massive show of trust, asking Vice President Jin to join his upcoming U.S. visit. Securing a spot among the 30 elite business leaders making the trip is a monumental geopolitical win, sending Hyun-sung into a massive internal victory lap. But the president offers him an out, promising to leverage the full weight of his office to shield Jin from the Americans if he wants to stay behind. It's a generous offer, but Jin turns it down in favor of a much colder, pragmatic solution. He proposes selling the gyrotech directly to the United States. They are going to find out about the Russian deal eventually anyway. The logic is bulletproof, and the president concedes that handing the Americans the same technology might soften the inevitable diplomatic fallout. An takes that as his cue to wrap up the meeting, openly relieved that Jin's compromise just made his own job infinitely easier. But right before they part ways, An remembers one last hanging thread, pivoting to ask about the status of the HVP development project that the U.S. Navy keeps harassing their military over. With so many moving pieces on his plate, Jin realizes he completely lost track of the HVP system. It was a massive defense contract the president had promised to deliver on, and a core pillar of the future they were trying to build. Back at Miletus headquarters in July of '99, his secretary drops a major update. Dr. Kim Hee-won has requested a visit today to oversee the final assembly of the prototype. Jin is floored. The research team managed to shave 3 entire months off the schedule, and he knows showing up empty-handed to a victory like that is out of the question. Instantly wiping away any lingering complaints about working for a demon, the man morphs into the world's most affectionate employee, aggressively fawning over his boss's health, until Hyun-sung cuts to the chase, offering a blank check for dinner to celebrate the project's success. Bypassing the standard request for premium beef, the researcher names a very specific craving: He's been eyeing a new crab place right next to the lab, and as Hyun-sun checks the storefront's exclusive Yeonpyeong menu, he realizes this might actually be a top-tier meal. Standing outside the restaurant, Jin Hyun-sung realizes this is his first time having crab since his reincarnation a year and a half ago. But tracing that timeline backward suddenly triggers a much bigger problem. It's 1990, and the month is July. The realization wipes the mundane thought away instantly. The Battle of Yeonpyeong is happening right now. Inside the facility, the lead researcher is one breath away from collapsing, cursing his devil of a boss, right up until Si-hyun slaps a thick envelope against his forehead. The physical weight of the cash works like a holy relic, instantly wiping the exhaustion from the man's face as he pivots into a subservient greeting. 200 million won resurrects the rest of the zombie-like staff in seconds. Si-hyun understands that stingy owners breed traitors, promising another massive payout once deployment starts as long as they stay in line. The lead researcher brushes off the paranoia. The lab's strict compartmentalization makes leaks impossible anyway, before passing credit to the man who actually fixed their algorithm, a guy named Choi In-bae. An Si-hyun reviews the insane progress of their newest developer, a kid who just locked himself in a room for 20 days to boost the thrust system's precision, and immediately greenlights a massive bonus for the next payout. The timeline is tightening, with the Gangwon-do artillery test already locked in. Hearing that the military transport arrives in exactly 1 week absolutely crushes the lead researcher, who sags under the weight of the endless schedule. Recognizing that his team is running on fumes, An plays the good boss and offers to buy premium Korean beef for lunch, which instantly revives the researcher, though he boldly demands crab instead. The name hits An like a physical blow as the location and the date lock together in his mind. It is July 1999. He suddenly realizes exactly what historical disaster is about to unfold in those waters. Staring up at the restaurant sign, the realization hits director An like a physical blow. The Battle of Yeonpyeong. He runs the timeline in his head, completely thrown by the fact that June 15th has already passed without a single incident. The lead researcher catches him going pale in the middle of the street, but An quickly masks the panic, rubbing his face and blaming the reaction on exhaustion. It's a terrible excuse to give a man whose hollow eyes practically radiate sleep deprivation, prompting the researcher to lose it on the spot. An quickly surrenders the point and pivots the conversation straight to the launch system to save himself any more grief. Mid-meal, Si-hyun beats the lead researcher to the punch, sliding over the exact prototype document the man wanted to discuss. The researcher studies the Miletus blueprint, noting the shift to a completely unmanned automation system. When the inevitable question comes up about why they dropped the human operators, Si-hyun lays out the grim reality of a DMZ strike. A sudden rocket barrage would wipe out nearby units in minutes. Human reaction time is simply a liability, making auto-detection and firing the only viable defense. The researcher concedes the point. He questions the cobbled-together visual design, but Si-hyun explains they save money by mounting the launch system on an existing military chassis, rather than building self-propelled artillery from scratch. It is a practical compromise, and the researcher idly wonders if they could apply the same logic to automate mortars. The casual suggestion catches Si-hyun completely off guard. The man just independently deduced the exact self-propelled mortar concept from 2020 that inspired the build. Mentally pulling up the Vigor system, Si-hyun realizes the researcher sitting across from him might actually be a genius, leaving him to just sit back and pray the butterfly effect doesn't pull a disaster down on their heads. 2 weeks later, at a military testing ground on Manhwa Island, the director transitions from anxious visionary back to confident salesman, setting up a live demonstration for a target dropping in from 40 kilometers out. He pitches the new auto-interception system to the brass, explaining how the linked defense network will automatically return fire the second it catches a radar lock. A committee member interrupts to clarify exactly what that incoming target is, and the room goes dead silent when Jin casually confirms they are about to shoot down a replicated North Korean rocket shell. The official completely loses his composure at the risk of a misfire hitting their stand. Jin just smiles and talks him off the ledge, reminding the panicked brass that the dummy round is unloaded and aimed at the ocean anyway. That's fast enough to catch nearly anything short of a full ballistic missile. But Jin admits the real breakthrough isn't the velocity, it's the upgraded guidance system. Thanks to In-bae's engineering, the tracking threshold dropped from 300 millimeters down to 130. The array can now lock onto an incoming shell, the size of a human fist. Even with that precision, they're deliberately playing it safe today by using a massive 240mm North Korean rocket for the live test. If this trial fails, the entire defense project loses its credibility. They need a guaranteed win, so they chose a target they absolutely cannot miss. The PA system echoes across the facility, kicking off the live fire test with a 10-second countdown. As the final seconds tick away, a heavy battery arms its payload. The launch command drops, sending a live warhead tearing into the sky. Instantly, the defense radar sweeps the airspace, locking onto the threat as the automated anti-air turrets spin up to intercept. The initial interception hits its mark with absolute precision, leaving the brass blinking at the sudden quiet. A defensive reaction time this fast is completely outside their standard operating parameters. The lead researcher doesn't give them a moment to process it, immediately escalating the simulation to a multi-target strike designed to mimic a North Korean barrage. The automated system blares the launch command, and a volley of rockets tears into the airspace. The general spots the incoming threats immediately, finally getting a clear read on the flight paths just before the counter battery systems lock on. He watches the test in disbelief, knowing standard barrels should warp under that blistering rate of fire. Jin Hyun-sun smoothly drops the secret to the design: tantalum coating. It's a manufacturing feat the military brass assumed only Germany could pull off, and Jin confirms they're already planning to roll the upgrade out to the nation's self-propelled artillery units. An Si-hyun steps in with a heavy handshake and a tactical pivot, asking if the prototype vehicle itself is still required for the proving grounds. The moment Jin clears it, An asks to move the unit straight to Yeonpyeong Island. It isn't a routine transfer. An admits North Korean rocket artillery across the border has been moving erratically, and having their new tech on the front line is a required deterrent. The intel stops Jin cold. In his memory of these events, the escalating threat at Yeonpyeong came from the Navy, not the Army. The timeline he relied on is rewriting itself, and he has no idea what happens next. Jin doesn't hold anything back. He offers up Meletus Labs' spare prototypes and every piece of experimental ammunition they've built, leaving only the transport logistics to the military. The heavy support earns a sigh of relief from An Si-hyun, though Jin smoothly frames the handover as a simple data gathering run for the lab. But underneath the professional front, a cold realization is finally taking root. If the Battle of Yeonpyeong has truly been erased from history, his greatest advantage, knowing exactly what comes next, is already gone. Morning light spills into the bedroom, but Chairman Jin Hyun-sung is dead to the world, at least until his internal clock forces him awake. Pure panic jolts him upright when he realizes his alarm never went off, but the dread quickly evaporates into relief the moment he remembers it's Sunday. Thanking his lucky stars, he collapses back into the pillows to salvage his rare morning off. The peace lasts exactly 1 second before a harsh ringtone shatters it. Now entirely awake and thoroughly annoyed, he reaches for the phone, grumbling about early weekend callers. But his irritation vanishes the second he hears the Minister of National Defense on the other end, frantic, demanding his location and asking how he could possibly be blind to the news. Jolted awake by a frantic call from the Minister of National Defense, Jin Hyun-sung groggily asks what's going on, only to hear the panic coming through the receiver. North Korea is actively shelling Yeonpyeong Island. The distinction hits hard. A naval skirmish is one thing, but a full-scale bombardment changes everything. His mental timeline instantly fractures. This attack wasn't supposed to happen until 2010. He scrambles to his feet to demand the casualty count, bracing for the reality that their HVP prototype must have failed. Instead, the minister shouts back that they got incredibly lucky. Not a single shell hit the dirt. The final defense report stops Hyun-sung cold. The prototype didn't just hold the line, it logged a flawless interception rate. The scale of the victory is already sending shockwaves across the globe, with the U.S. Department of Defense scrambling to verify what should be impossible. Listening to the frantic update, Jin Hyun-sung gets his orders to report to the Joint Chiefs of Staff immediately, but the military chaos takes a backseat to a single, staggering realization about the developer. Choi In-bae actually pulled it off, delivering a system capable of swatting raw artillery shells out of the sky. The minister lays out the exact timeline, starting with a massive rocket barrage launched from a northern ridge at 9:10 a.m. that was instantly caught by the HVP radar. The automated counterfire response was flawless, wiping the initial strike from the air, and when the panicked northern forces desperately followed up with conventional coastal artillery, the new defense grid vaporized every single shell before it could land. The Minister of National Defense delivers the damage report without flinching. The South's retaliation didn't just hold the line, their smart shells completely leveled the enemy's coastal artillery and inland rocket positions. An Si-hyun absorbs the sheer scale of the escalation. Their border just turned into a live weapons test ground. A staffer interrupts with live drone footage, which the minister immediately orders onto the main screen, revealing a landscape reduced to smoking craters. For the NIS director, The confirmed destruction isn't a victory, it's a massive liability. There is absolutely zero chance the North swallows a hit this heavy without firing back. But the minister cuts off the warning with a direct mandate from the president. They aren't waiting for the enemy's next move. In exactly 5 minutes, the South will fire again. The Minister of National Defense doesn't hesitate, naming their next target, North Korea's 4th Corps Artillery Brigade HQ. An Si-hyun realizes immediately that they've just crossed the line from a defensive maneuver into an outright declaration of war. With absolute authority, the minister gives the order to open fire. Si-hyun can do nothing to stop it. The command center watches the map as the payload drops, leaving the room in a tense, ticking silence. Si-hyun calculates the devastation across the border, certain the enemy base is already reduced to rubble. He silently begs the North to swallow the loss. A counterattack now would only guarantee the complete annihilation. That fragile hope breaks a second later when a panicked soldier bursts into the room with an urgent dispatch. A soldier hands the defense minister an urgent dispatch. The North wants to halt the shelling before things escalate. A wave of relief washes over the command center as the men finally exhale. Though the minister isn't surprised, he knows the enemy barely has enough rice to feed their own people, let alone sustain a full-scale conflict. He turns to check on Jin, fully aware this was the young executive's first real taste of combat. Jin admits his heart is still hammering against his ribs. Changing history in real time carried a weight he hadn't fully prepared for. The minister smiles, warning him that his night is far from over. Jin frowns, caught off guard until the older man points to the overwhelmed operators. Half the globe is calling in. The US, the UK, Israel, and even the UAE are scrambling the lines, desperate to confirm if South Korea truly just walked away with zero damage. As the developer of the defense system that made it happen, Jin's identity has almost certainly already leaked to foreign intelligence. The minister laughs and wishes him luck, leaving Jin to bury his face in his hands. He just stopped a war, but his quiet life is officially over. The national broadcast confirms the fallout from the latest border provocation. Over 200 North Korean casualties, the destruction is so absolute that rumors of a South Korean preemptive strike are already circulating, while the North rushes to spin the disaster as a rogue commander's accident. For a nation attacked first, the government's response is unusually restrained, but they can afford to de-escalate when they took zero damage. The international spotlight immediately shifts to the reason they survived untouched, the new frontline defense system built by Jae-woo Miletus. Jin Hyun-sun kills the TV the second the anchor drops his name. The headache sets in. His quiet life as a corporate asset is over. Dodging the business press was one thing, but having his identity dragged out onto the national stage is a complication he never wanted. Jin Hyun-sung tallies up the fallout of the conflict. It's a massive geopolitical win. Jae-woo's weapons just got a global showcase, and North Korea has officially agreed to pull their artillery 100 kilometers off the border. They can spin the retreat to the press as a goodwill gesture all they want. Jin knows the truth. They're just scrambling to get out of the new smart shell's range. He hopes the reality check forces a permanent shift in their tactics, but the thought cuts off when Gia bursts through his door. She stammers out an urgent call request, completely shook by the name on the line. The U.S. Navy's chief of staff is reaching out personally. The victory high instantly evaporates, leaving Jin to dread the sheer scale of the diplomatic headache he's about to inherit. His assistant feels the relentless barrage of international calls, announcing the Israeli army's interest in the HVP, just to be immediately dismissed. The UK Navy gets redirected to national defense, but when she reveals that U.S. Admiral Jeffrey is bypassing his own aides to call personally, Jin just buries his face in his hands. That's a level of pressure he can't ignore, so he finally caves and tells her to patch it through. And while Jin offers a tired apology, Jeffrey cuts straight to the global stakes. Ever since the Yeonpyeong incident went public, the U.S. military has been scrambling, and they want their own HVP system set up immediately. Back in his office, Jin laughs off the Admiral's offer of a grand welcome, assuring him he's already traveling with 5 personal bodyguards. But Jeffrey clarifies that this isn't about security. Half a world away, the Admiral reveals he's been monitoring the situation with Jae-woo and Nokeed from the start. This upcoming reception is a calculated move, a direct warning to the U.S. defense industry straight from the Navy Chief of Staff. When departure day finally hits, a Republic of Korea jet waits on the tarmac at Seoul Air Base. Jin takes his seat for the flight to the States, only to turn as reporter Han Ji-yeon happily reveals she made the cut for the press delegation. Jin Hyun-sung barely has time to react as reporter Han Ji-yeon drops into the empty seat beside him. She bluntly asks why an executive like him still isn't married, digging to see if his bachelor status is drawing heat from the chairman. Jin tries to build a professional wall by asking if they're officially on the record, but she cheerfully shoots the boundary down. She's just prying for fun, and the lack of a corporate shield leaves him entirely stranded. Jin Hyun-sung settles into his seat, openly thanking his assistant for physically dragging a whining Han Ji-yeon away. The hard-earned peace breaks a second later when his phone rings. He pulls it out, frowning at the blank caller ID. This is a secure work line. Unknown numbers aren't supposed to get through, and his first instinct is to kill the call, but the timing feels too deliberate to ignore. He signals the flight attendant for a moment of privacy, steps out onto the airstrip stairs, and offers a cautious greeting. A booming voice immediately demands if he knows who is speaking. The corporate mask snaps instantly into place. He greets Director Alexei with a practiced smile, smoothly playing off the surprise of the blind call. As Jin takes a call on the tarmac, he presses Alexei on whether something is wrong, though the Russian operative tries to play it off as a casual check-in before his flight to the States. Not buying it for a second, Jin forces a friendly tone while demanding the real reason for the call, prompting Alexei to finally drop the pretense and bring up their primary target, the Turbine Sich Corporation. Processing the unexpected green light, Jin listens as Alexei confirms that if Jae-woo makes another move to acquire the company, Russia won't stand in their way. But the operative tacks on a stark caveat regarding his upcoming negotiations in the US, delivering a warning that leaves absolutely no room for hesitation. He is not to back down under any circumstances. Jin takes the latest call with a heavy dose of exasperation, but Alexei quickly shifts the balance of power by revealing that Prime Minister Putin himself considers this surveillance a personal gift. Swallowing whatever he actually wants to say, Jin offers a hollow thanks to keep his aerospace ambitions moving forward. The political maneuvering follows him straight to Washington. Jin barely has his suitcase open at the delegation's hotel before Chairman Lee catches him off guard. The older executive slips into the room to lock down a quiet, off-the-books agreement before the official schedule even begins. Chairman Lee passes over a document that officially seals the win, a list of U.S. companies already scrambling to outsource their 90-nanometer production to Samsung. Hyun-sung takes one look and calls it a massive success. Lee points out the sheer absurdity of his tone, reminding him that this isn't someone else's victory. As the patent holder, Hyun-sung is about to rake in a fortune, with Lee projecting his personal royalties to cross into the trillions within 2 years. But the money is just a side effect of the real ambition. Samsung is on track to dominate the global foundry market, and to lock down that future, the chairman needs to know exactly where the next technological leap, the 45-nanometer process, currently stands. Hyun-sun confirms what he'd promised back in Seoul, assuring Lee that their proprietary UAST technology can handle the jump without a problem. Then he warns the chairman off, making it perfectly clear that Samsung doesn't get to absorb his next-generation tech without a brand-new negotiation. On the phone with Chairman Lee, Hyun-sung presses for an update on the 45-nanometer tech, expecting Samsung to have produced results by now. The chairman admits they're struggling without the original source data, but his excuse is cut short when an urgent knock interrupts the call. Men he's already verified as agents from the U.S. Naval Intelligence Service. Sai-hyun pauses his call when his assistant cracks the door, prompting the chairman to politely step out and clear the room. The lead agent takes one look at the local security and notes their military bearing, letting Sai-hyun proudly confirm that his men are former Korean Special Forces and completely capable of handling his safety. The agent shuts that assumption down cold. They aren't here to bolster his security, but to pull him out and escort him to a designated location. The NIS agents aren't here to negotiate, though, and one of them simply pulls out a phone to put Admiral Jeffrey directly on the line. Taking the call, Jin gets the mandate straight from the top. The Admiral drops a polite but ironclad order to follow his men without putting up a fight. Left with zero leverage, Jin swallows his objections and agrees to head over, while the Admiral cheerfully notes how long he's waited to finally meet the executive in person. The chosen rendezvous point turns out to be entirely off the diplomatic radar, a local retro joint called Father's Diner. Flanked by Assistant Yang, Jin pushes through the glass doors, stepping right into whatever the Americans have waiting for him. Hyun-sung steps into Father's Diner to find Admiral Jeffrey waiting at the counter, and as they shake hands, the older man jokes about their unexpected stateside reunion. The entire restaurant has been cleared out and locked down. Hyun-sung asks if this level of hospitality isn't a bit much for a simple businessman, but Jeffrey quickly corrects him. Right now, Hyun-sung is the single most valuable name in the military world. In fact, this diner was originally reserved for the U.S. Army Secretary, whose desperation spiked after watching Hyun-sung's next-generation air defense system succeed in live combat during the Yeonpyeong incident. Hyun-sung laughs off the hype, politely steering the conversation to the actual business at hand. Jin Hyun-sung reminds him that while the Navy had the initial deal, The recent Yeonpyeong incident has the Korean army demanding early deployment, stretching production capacity past its limit. Jeffrey admits the politicians are breathing down his neck to spend a fully secured budget before dropping the real leverage. If Jin bumps the US Navy to the front, they will officially back Jaewoo, shielding the company from massive defense competitors like Nokia. The admiral laughs it off as a harmless request, but the velvet glove threat lands perfectly. It's extortion, but Jin calculates the upside instantly. An absolute shield to break into the American market is a compromise worth making. He puts an offer on the table, proposing to split this year's production straight down the middle, since the radar is their main bottleneck. That covers 5 Aegis destroyers immediately, with the rest guaranteed as top priority the moment Korea's internal system comes online. Weighing the logistics, Admiral Jeffrey finally concedes the point, realizing this compromise is the only way to get the US Navy deployed on schedule. He swallows his lingering disappointment and takes the hand, locking in the alliance. With the immediate crisis averted, they settle back into their meal while Hyun-sung casually probes about the US Army status, only for Jeffrey to write the rival branch off as a lost cause. The bureaucratic fracture mildly amuses Hyun-sung, who finds the absolute isolation of the American military branches perfectly convenient now that the army is officially someone else's problem. But Jeffrey admits that delivering this fragmented reality to his superiors won't be a smooth process, a hesitation that instantly catches Hyun-sung's ear and prompts him to dig into exactly what the admiral means. Sitting at a diner counter, Admiral Jeffrey wrestles with his national loyalties for a brief second before ultimately caving and offering to slide some classified intel across the table. When he reveals that the US Secretary of State plans to weaponize the atomic spin issue, Jin rubs his face, having fully expected the diplomatic play, though the confirmation still adds a massive weight to his shoulders. But Jeffrey flips the board, suggesting the pressure could actually flow the other way, an opening that immediately grabs Jin's full attention. The Admiral spells it out, pushing Jin to use this window to extract whatever he wants from the United States government, because behind closed doors, their ICBM mechanical gyros are suffering from critical, highly classified failures. The original MIT guidance module was a technical masterpiece, but the military pushed the specs so hard it became a logistical nightmare to repair. Now that Jin has a viable substitute, the US Navy sees a clear path to expand its arsenal without the crippling maintenance burden. Jin listens to the breakdown and questions the Admiral's motives, pointing out that offering this kind of strategic advice seems counterproductive for America. Jeffrey smoothly frames it as a return favor designed to build long-term trust before dropping a highly specific boundary about Jin trying to build his own nuclear weapons. The hidden warning lands instantly. The Admiral is drawing a hard line disguised as friendly banter, proving exactly why a man in his position cannot be underestimated. Admiral Jeffrey casually drops that he invited a third person to their meeting. Hyun-sung agrees to the intrusion, already calculating who could possibly be walking through the diner door. The Admiral introduces Hyun-sung first, before formally presenting the guest as Kevin Bryan, the External Affairs Director for Lockheed Martin. The diner door swings open and Admiral Jeffrey flags the newcomer down. He makes the introductions, presenting the older man as Kevin Bryan, the Director of External Affairs for Lockheed Martin. That company name changes the math in the room. Jin connects the dots immediately, realizing this is the exact pressure tactic Jeffrey had promised him earlier. The Admiral brought in a defense industry heavy hitter just to flex his leverage. Jin forces a polite smile and takes Bryan's hand. He wants to lash out at the blatant ambush, but he swallows his anger for now and decides to hear them out. Inside the diner, Jeffrey casually drops the hammer, informing Kevin that the US Navy has already finalized their major cooperation agreement with Jaewoo. He lets the unsaid implication hang in the air, a quiet, absolute threat demanding the executive acknowledge his new reality. The director of the world's top defense firm folds instantly, raising his hands in a sincere apology to Jin, eagerly throwing his own subordinate under the bus just to prove the message landed. The sheer scale of the power dynamic finally clicks for Jin. The Admiral didn't just invite a guest. He summoned the head of a global defense titan with a handful of words and forced him to grovel the second he sat down, only for Jeffrey to shut the inquiry down cold, out of respect for Jin's presence at the table. But a desperate man doesn't care about manners, and Kevin immediately pushes back against the boundary, turning to Jin to excuse a breach of protocol since the media will leak the details tomorrow. Anyway, Jin plays along, granting them permission to speak freely, but Kevin is past caring about optics, begging for a lifeline because his company is out of options. As Jeffrey throws his hands up, reminding him that Boeing already met the requirements, the pieces finally click for Jin. The No Kid and Boeing rivalry, the Navy specs, he realizes exactly what they're fighting over. the Joint Strike Fighter program, the F-35 Lightning. In his timeline, this was the exact development project that birthed America's premier multi-role fighter, securing a massive original contract for Lockheed Martin that supplied dozens of units to South Korea alone. A recent cryptic warning from Ryan suddenly makes sense. His associate had mentioned Boeing was in a celebratory mood, anticipating a massive market shift. The timeline is fracturing. In the history Jin knows, no kid met those Navy specs, leaving Boeing in the dust. If Boeing is currently leading the pack, the entire next-generation fighter contract might go to the wrong jet. Admiral Jeffrey offers a hollow consolation prize, reminding them that they still have 2 years to boost performance before the final decision. It sounds simple enough aloud, but Hyun-sung knows the engineering reality. Even a minor payload tweak requires redesigning the entire airframe from scratch. Before he can voice that frustration, Kevin Bryan pushes away from the table. The lunch was supposed to mend fences with Jaewoo Group, but whatever crisis just landed on the executive's plate takes absolute priority. Instead of taking the abrupt exit personally, Hyun-sung extends a hand, accepting the excuse gracefully to keep future doors open. Before walking away, he leaves the young man with one last, deeply genuine apology. As a final peace offering, Kevin hands over a piece of unreleased intel, revealing that Matsubashi has been moving in the shadows to acquire Turbina through massive political lobbying. With the corporation's heavy grip on Japanese politics, selling out to them is currently being pitched as the smarter business play. The realization hits Hyun-sung hard. He knows they've always wanted the civilian aircraft market, but an all-in push of this scale completely bypassed his radar. His debt settled, the old man tips his hat and takes his leave, leaving Admiral Jeffrey thoroughly rattled that a maneuver this massive slipped past his own network. Hyun-sung is already buttoning his jacket. When Jeffrey asks how he plans to counter the move, the protagonist just weighs a spoon in his hand. Someone is trying to steal a meal right off his table, and he has zero intention of letting them take a single bite. After laying out a promise to drag his enemies through the mud, Hyun-sung heads straight to a quiet cafe to catch up with Ryan in person, as they drop the paranoia of wiretapped phones to finally speak freely. The reunion sours instantly when Ryan brings up Kate, admitting her illness has progressed far beyond the point of home care. Hyun-sung secures Kate's final arrangements, insisting on covering the cost so she can pass in peace. But Ryan pulls the conversation back to the present, pivoting straight to the Boeing situation. Hyun-sung confirms he just came from a meeting where Noki's director was rattled by a sudden summons from the admiral. Ryan lays out the stakes, explaining that Boeing somehow fixed their engine problems and boosted their armament ratings enough to make the defense contract a genuine toss-up. The unexpected turnaround makes Hyun-sung wonder if he's about to watch history rewrite itself. Ryan then brings up the real reason for their meeting: Matsubashi's quiet attempt to swallow up Turbina. Hyun-sung admits the move caught him off guard, revealing that Matsubashi is using a far-right Japanese foundation as a shadow intermediary to keep their lobbying off the books. That single detail is all Ryan needs to connect the dots and pinpoint exactly which political faction they're targeting. Ryan lays out the political reality. Japanese foundations have been pouring money into the Democratic Party for years, leaving Jin rubbing his temples and asking for a way around it. He's bracing for a complicated, expensive counterplay, but Ryan offers a dead simple pivot. If their rivals already own the Democrats, they'll just buy the Republicans. Director Ahn Si-hyun fights a massive headache, exhausted by the sheer volume of Japanese money flooding the Democratic Party, but Admiral Jeffrey doesn't see the problem. If the opposition is buying out one side of the aisle, they just need to buy the other. The strategy clicks into place as Ahn realizes they can stonewall the entire operation through the Senate, and Jeffrey already has his targets mapped out, promising to reel in key defense legislators as long as Ahn provides the financial ammunition. Ahn takes it a step further, demanding blackmail material on the Democrats to force backroom deals, drawing a scoff from the admiral because finding leverage on American politicians isn't a challenge for him. It's a guarantee. Meanwhile, miles away from the political maneuvering, Chairman Jin's ambition finally tears into the sky, leaving his executive team walking away from a flawless launch. The next morning, Hyun-sung finds himself questioning their low-key arrival. He asks Ahn why a meeting with the U.S. Secretary of State is taking place in a random affiliated office instead of headquarters. Ahn launches into a dry explanation about bureaucratic equivalence, prompting an irritated correction from our protagonist. He wasn't asking for a civics lesson. He just wanted to know why they were off the grid. Ahn quickly smooths over the misunderstanding. They're operating entirely outside formal diplomatic channels. The secretary is already waiting for them, projecting perfectly practiced diplomatic warmth. As the U.S. Secretary of State finally gets a look at Jin, pointing out right away that he's younger than expected. The pleasantries drop the second they sit down as she brings up the recent ballistic missile test, laughing at the audacity of the stunt while An sweats beside him. She isn't here to assign blame, since nations will always act in their own interests, but earning America's trust requires a little cleanup. That cleanup means formally handing over both their atomic spin gyro and HVP system technologies. The sheer scale of the demand blindsides Jin, and his polite front snaps. He jumps to his feet to demand what the hell she's talking about. The gyro was one thing, but the HPV crosses a hard line. The shouting barely registers with her. The US. Military insists on acquiring the tech, so her government is simply taking it. The Secretary of State doesn't even try to soften the blow, casually brushing off her hardline demands, a simple national interest. Hyun-sung presses for the actual upside, while the South Korean official beside him starts sweating the leverage deficit. She plays her trump card. At this exact moment, the two presidents are at the White House discussing missile guidelines. A favorable outcome for Korea is entirely dependent on what happens in this room, a threat that pushes Hyun-sung right to the edge. The trap is obvious now, the simultaneous scheduling a deliberate move to force their hand. Sye-hyun steps in to kill the panic, reminding the table that the president gave them full authority to close this out. Swallowing his temper, Hyun-sung lays out the math of the exchange. Buying one minor guideline revision with two top-tier strategic technologies is already a bad bet. But the real issue is even simpler. The government can't trade what it doesn't own, and Jae-woo holds the keys to both. The U.S. Secretary tries to brush the issue aside, arguing that the upcoming missile development will naturally funnel contracts Jae-woo's way, but Jin cleanly points out that those profits would come from the Korean government rather than Washington. He demands actual payment for his private technology, earning a guarded smirk from the secretary. She drops the pleasantries and asks what he wants, only for Jin to demand the specific manufacturing tech for the F-119 engine's turbine blades. The negotiation grinds to a halt. The silence stretches for a brutal second before the secretary's composure shatters entirely, furious that he is casually asking for the classified technology inside America's F-22 Raptors. The accompanying Korean official practically cowers under the tension as the demand is hastily clarified to just the blade rather than the whole engine. Jin is aiming right at the system's throat. That single component is the absolute core of the hardware, the sole key to cutting weight and surviving a 1600-degree threshold. It's the peak of aviation manufacturing, a closely guarded method of forcing unmixable metals into a single crystal. Across the table, Sye-hyun silently prays for the Secretary of State to accept the terms, but the woman firmly shuts the door. Sye-hyun braces for the collapse of the negotiation as she points out a fatal legal hurdle. Even if the government agreed, the private manufacturer Whitney would easily veto the transfer. That is the exact opening Hyun-sung needs. He suggests bypassing the government entirely, floating a direct swap of their gyro tech to the company. He lays out the undeniable bait, explaining that Whitney is desperate to expand beyond engine production, making a sudden leap into the missile industry an opportunity they simply won't refuse. The negotiation halts when an aide interrupts to deliver a direct message from the White House. The Secretary of State immediately pivots the agenda, sidelining the tech exchange to prioritize the missile range revision. An Si-hyun's patience snaps, arguing that flinging a useless payload across the continent doesn't make it a strategic weapon. He drops his real price on the table, demanding the manufacturing tech for Pratt & Whitney's F-119 engine turbine blades. An Si-hyun lays out the true cost of his cooperation, demanding the complete abolition of the Korea-US missile range guideline. The geopolitical fallout of that single sentence hits the Secretary of State and the South Korean delegate all at once. Sye-hyun drops his actual demands onto the table, Pratt & Whitney's turbine tech, and the complete removal of the US-Korea missile range limit, sending a wave of panic through his own delegate. He leans into the hypocrisy, pointing out that even Japan doesn't suffer under these restrictions. The Secretary of State fires back, arguing that Japan's constitution bans offensive weapons entirely, but Sye-hyun shreds that defense immediately. Japan's solid-fuel space rockets are just one warhead swap away from becoming ICBMs. Ignoring his own delegate's frantic pleas to calm down, he hammers the ultimate double standard, reminding the room that Japan sits on tons of weaponizable plutonium without U.S. interference while Korea fights for a basic range extension. He watches the Secretary's silence and knows the pressure worked. Time for persuasion. Throwing his arms wide, he offers Washington the perfect strategic proxy. If Korean missiles can reach all of China, the U.S. gets to keep its biggest rival in check without lifting a finger. The U.S. Secretary of State weighs the unprecedented deal on the table, then stands to escalate the decision to the White House. But she needs one final guarantee. She presses on whether the tech transfer includes the advanced radar and guidance systems, and he doesn't blink, giving her a hard yes. With the terms locked, she excuses herself to make the call. 15 minutes on the clock. The moment she leaves the room, the South Korean delegate deflates. He groans about the crushing anxiety spiraling over the diplomatic tension, while An finally looks down at the desk. The unwavering confidence he just projected was a total fabrication. His hand shakes against the wood, drenched in sweat. His body is finally betraying the sheer physical toll of the bluff. Oblivious to the director's silent crashes, the delegate nervously asks if this high-stakes gamble is actually going to work. An Si-hyun admits his gamble might have just provoked an emotional outburst from the Americans, but he calculates the odds anyway. He hopes the aggressive push will at least loosen the range restrictions, even if Japan's political leverage makes any missile capable of reaching their shores a non-starter. Beside him, the older delegate just resents the harsh reality of negotiating from a weaker position. The geopolitical math halts when the door clicks open, bringing the U.S. Secretary of State back into the room. The South Korean side braces for the verdict as she leans over the table to deliver Washington's official response. She draws a hard line instantly, refusing to fully remove the missile guidelines and capping their maximum allowance at the 3,000-kilometer mark. But she immediately follows it with the real compromise. Washington will entirely scrap the warhead weight limit, an unprecedented concession delivered as an absolute, non-negotiable final stance. An Si-hyun weighs the offer, realizing it's the absolute ceiling of what they expected to walk away with today. The sheer stress of the negotiations still has his chest tight, but the diplomatic math is completely rewritten when the U.S. Secretary of State drops an unprompted bombshell to address the fairness dispute with Japan. The president has also approved South Korea's solid fuel space launch vehicle development. An's brain stalls out while the secretary smiles, perfectly aware of the massive concession she just handed over. The formal tension in the room shatters in an instant, as An and his fellow delegate completely lose their composure, their souls practically ascending from their bodies in pure relief, right at the negotiation table, while the secretary looks on in sheer bewilderment. An Si-hyun is practically glowing. The restrictive guideline is dead, and the space industry is finally open to them. He's willing to compromise and give up the turbine blade to secure the larger win, but the U.S. Secretary of State pivots right back to the paused tech transfer. She lays out exactly what handing over that specific manufacturing technology means on the global stage. The U.S. is formally allowing Korea to develop its own jets. An freezes. The vice president of Pratt & Whitney is already on his way, and they are walking away with absolutely everything they wanted. A pair of hands grabs his own. The delegate beside him breaks down in tears of relief. An tries to rein the man back into professional composure, but the Secretary of State waves the apology off. Seeing them this happy puts her in a good mood, too. The negotiations in Washington end exactly how Jin Hun-sung planned, sealed with a handshake and a quiet understanding that both sides got exactly what they wanted. Hours later, the exhaustion of the trip settles over the airplane cabin. The adrenaline finally wears off, leaving Jin wrestling with a brutal hangover and wondering how an elderly executive managed to outdrink him. The physical cost is high, but the political return is massive. He successfully used the drinking session to draw out the vice president's true frustrations over the F-22 export blocks, while his associate Ryan sacrificed his own mourning to win over a stubborn senator. Jin weighs the diplomatic leverage against his spinning head, officially declaring the trip a total success. Right as his name is called, Jin's mid-flight distractions are cut short when the chief secretary delivers a direct summons. Inside the private cabin, the president is thrilled, praising the team for securing a diplomatic win they can finally show the public. Director An smoothly deflects the credit by pointing out the newly lifted range guidelines, though Jin's mind is strictly on the business end, issuing a quiet warning to keep the State Defense Agency away from the incoming contracts. The nervous laughter from the officials confirms his point lands. Getting down to business, the president asks An for a straight answer on whether the acquired turbine tech actually makes domestic fighter jets a reality. An confirms the breakthrough, explaining that the chronic durability issues are solved, and having the U.S. formally transfer the technology removes any geopolitical red tape holding them back. The president agrees, casually adding that this means they no longer need to rely on black budgets for secret development. The phrase stops Jin cold. Black budgets. The missing piece of the puzzle just dropped right into his lap. Inside the presidential aircraft, the South Korean president calls the briefing to order, formally announcing the country's push for a domestically produced fighter jet. Hun-sung rises from his seat, recognizing the exact opening he's been waiting for, and tells the administration he can deliver the impossible as long as they grant him full, unquestioned authority. It is a massive demand, but standard aviation isn't even his real endgame. He's already looking past the jets, quietly wondering if he should just build them a nuclear weapon while he's at it. The grand blueprint is already drawn, and Jin Hyun-sung clearly sees his endgame, a future where his corporate empire is backed by unstoppable nuclear power.